Hey, Hogue, it's me, JD. What's up, bud? How we
Hey,
feeling
good to
today?
see you.
Eddie gave me a call and told me to burn through this real quick for him. So here we go. Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Topstep TV. This is the opening call. Topstep TV, the most watched, the most trusted, the most revered, the most special, greatest trading future stream out there. We bring you the best talent from around the globe daily, trading real markets, real traders, real education. This is the greatest stuff ever. Mr. Hoagland, how are you feeling this morning? What's new? Tell me everything.
I'm good, man. Feeling good. Is Tuesday, October the 22nd. And as always, our focus on opening call is seeking accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Good morning to my good friend JD. Always a pleasure to have you here, and always a pleasure to have all of you here. I'd like to go over the top of the chat. We got, I think, first time at the top of the chat. I see one time. Not sure we've seen you first. Good job, Dan Trader. Good to see you. JPL Anastasios, Command 88, a Man Cave Trades. I'm a pro. That's a good chat name. Chad Flores, Nick Nickel, this is my good friend. Ezra, Crawdad Fish Market. Probably a Nolan's guy down there, probably. Matt Frazee, Matt Embry, a couple of Matts there. Walter, Slippers, and that's just the top of the chat. But of course, welcome to each of you. We're all glad you're here. Let's rock and roll. It's a big day today, JD.
Big day today. We have got a very special guest coming in. That's right. Our boy, Alex Ferreira is here. It's finally that time. We were teasing this all day yesterday, but he's finally here. Alex Ferreira, professional skier, silver medalist at the last Winter Games, X Games gold medalist, Topstep partner, Topstep trader. He's trading gold and crude oil here. He's going to be here live in fast markets starting at 9:30 Central Time, and he's going to be here for a couple hours, I believe. So you want to make sure you're sticking around to catch Alex Ferreira here. It's going to be a great show later this morning, and we're all excited to have him here. It's going to be fantastic. Make sure you stick around for that. We're going to be trading live with Alex Ferreira in just a little while.
Dude, he's got so
All
many
right.
medals. I don't know if I could carry all of them at once.
The kid is incredible.
He is.
How old is he? 23, 22, or 23 years old? He's done more in that short time than most people have done in much longer lifetimes. So looking forward to talking with Alex and just getting his take on the markets and life in general. That's going to be excellent.
We could say he's an overachiever.
Yeah, sure. We could. Okay, let's do that. We'll call him an overachiever.
There you go.
All right. In other news, stocks broke their 3-day win streak yesterday. Stock futures slipped just a bit this morning after breaking a 3-day win streak. Yesterday, Dow closed down 0.8%. S&P fell 0.2%. The Nasdaq was the only outlier, closed up 0.3% on the day yesterday. Earnings are still the talk of the town this week. There are more coming out. I'm sure we'll be talking about that throughout the day. Speaking of earnings, GM, General Motors, just crushed it yesterday, reporting adjusted earnings of $2.96 a share compared to a projection of $2.43 a share. Revenues rose to $48.76 billion, beating the consensus estimate of $44.59 billion. They've upped their guidance 3 times this year after beating Wall Street expectations and estimates 3 consecutive quarters. Been a good year for GM, the Detroit automaker. Internationally, the International Monetary Fund is updating its outlook for global economy today. This coming straight from investing.com. In April, the IMF predicted that the worldwide growth would be slow but steady this year, with strength in the U.S. helping to offset sluggish activity in China and Europe, as well as the impact from 2 regional wars. Last week, the IMF said global public debt is tipped to exceed $100 trillion by the end of this year, driven by the U.S. and China. $100 trillion, Hogue. I remember you posed this question a couple months ago, and it kind of blew my mind. We'll throw this one in the chat real quick, too. If you can answer this correctly, all right, here you go. Here's some trivia for you. What year was it 1 trillion seconds ago? Take your best guess. I'll give you 5 seconds.
It is mind blowing how many a trillion is. Talk about extrapolation, JD.
Talk about it. We got a couple guesses: 1736, 1950, 1578, 1206, 2020. Big Bang. Big Bang is probably the closest. Yeah, it was like 29,000 BC. Is that incredible or
Yes.
what? A trillion seconds ago was 29,000 BC. And the global economy is now $100 trillion in debt.
Jeez. How does that happen? I
How
just
does
don't
that
understand.
happen?
How does that happen? Sounds like at one point what my credit card bills were, but no.
Oh, woof. I don't want to think about that. Yeah. Onto the Fed. On a lighter note, right? Four Fed officials came out yesterday to back 50 basis point rate cuts in September. This is a quote straight from CNBC. Three of these Fed officials said a modest or gradual lowering in rates may be warranted due to an uncertain outlook despite ongoing resilience in the economy, the U.S. economy. Yet, San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly suggested rates remain very tight, adding that a strong economy should not preclude more cuts. We do have a Fed blackout period coming. Next meeting is November 7th. Next Fed 2 day scheduled Fed meeting, November 7th starts. So we will be entering a Fed blackout period in the coming days. Make sure you're aware of that. We shouldn't see any talking Feds for, is it the 10 days or 2 weeks prior to a Fed meeting? I believe that's at Hogue.
Yeah, it's the beige book that we usually send Andre to go get from the Federal Reserve in Chicago to get the
Hmm.
beige book, but it's 2 weeks after the beige book comes out.
Perfect. Remember that 2 weeks after Beige Book is the Fed meeting. All right, Hogue, what's happening on the eco calendar today? Anything moving the markets? We're getting a
Eh,
little action in equities this morning.
yeah, we're seeing some action, but nothing really driven by any economic numbers. It was nice of the economic calendar to kind of keep itself open for our session with Alex Ferreira today. So a few interruptions on that. 9 o'clock, one of the talking Feds, Harker, is due to speak, and that's the only one I see on the schedule as far as U.S. speakers. We have the Richmond Fed Index also at 9 o'clock. There's a whole bunch of ECB speakers today and Bank of England speakers today. Who knows if anything that they're going to say is really going to be affecting the U.S. markets, but we never know. And at 3:30 today, the API crude oil inventories are due out. Earnings this morning. These earnings, it seems like different earnings show up on different earnings calendars. I'm taking this off the investing.com. GE Aerospace beating on earnings per share, but missing on revenues. Philip Morris beating on both categories. Verizon beating on earnings per share and missing on revenues. Lockheed Martin, similar to Verizon, beating on earnings per share and missing on revenues. I find that hard to believe. 3M beating on both, and Logitech beating on both categories. After the close today, which was on the schedule for yesterday, we're seeing Texas Instruments, nothing huge after that. As far as the VIX this morning, it's up about 5%, 1929 last I checked. Not too far off of where it was yesterday at this time, however, was 1905. The dollar index down slightly at 103.98 last I checked. A little bit higher, actually, than this point yesterday, 103.57. And the yield on the 10-year still holding above 4%. Down slightly this morning at 4.19%, but still higher than yesterday at this time, which was about 4.13%. That is it as far as known economic numbers. Of course, as we all know, ACH, anything can happen. So keep your eyes and ears peeled. Let's have a good day. And back to you, JD.
For sure. A quick look at what happened overnight. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. We had the Shanghai Composite up 5.54%. Pardon me, 0.54%. A little tongue twister here. The Nikkei down 1.39%, and the Hang Seng up 0.1%. In Europe stocks are currently closed trading lower this morning. FTSE's down 0.46%, DAX down 0.26%, and the CAC is down 0.38%. As far as the Mag 7 goes, closing
Mm.
prices yesterday. Tesla down a buck 85, 0.84%. Nvidia up 4.14%. Microsoft up 0.15%. Meta down 0.23%. Google up 0.4%. Amazon up 0.04%. And Apple up 0.63%. In the world of crude oil, big dip last week in crude oil, Hogue. 7% move lower in crude oil. We're starting to see some of those losses paring back the last couple of days. Bit of a rebound so far this week. U.S. energy information. The EIA said on Friday weekly oil field production rose by 100,000 barrels per day to a record 13.5 million barrels per day during the week ended October 11th. So it's some decent numbers coming out of the oil industry, and we're making a little bit of a comeback after last week's decent sweep lower. But like anything else, Hogue, talking about the markets will burn you out, which
Mm.
brings us to our tip of the week, taking breaks.
Hmm.
What is your strategy? How do you know when you're feeling burned out and you just got to get the hell out of here and not look at a chart, not talk to anyone about the markets, and just go away for a couple days? What's your tell?
For me, it's I've been JD. You and I have both been doing this for a long time. You'd think we'd really have a kind of a solid kind of signal to tell us, you know what, it's time to take a little bit of time off. I find for me, it's if I'm having trouble kind of staying alert, staying awake, we all should be taking breaks throughout the day, right? Set an alarm every hour to get up and walk around for 5 or 10 minutes just to get the blood flowing. But in longer term, I find when I'm just not seeing the market, if I'm seeing some consecutive losing trades or losing days, usually that's going to be a signal to me to say, you know what, you're just not seeing it. Something's up. Take a little time off, do a little reading, do a little revising, do a little, taking a look at what you've been doing. And of course, it's equally as important to take time away and do something else, look away from the markets. I find that if I've been at it too long and I need a break, I look way too closely, and it's difficult for me to see the forest for the tree that's right in front of my face. So usually it's a signal that I need to take some time off.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes you just feel overloaded too, even when the load isn't that heavy. Uh, you walk in, you sit down, and you just feel like there's a burden on your shoulders, and that's kind of how when I know it's time to take a vacation. When the beer stops tasting good, it's time to take a break, right? But with that,
I've never
I'm
experienced
sure,
that, JD.
and I hope you never do. With that, we're 14 minutes in already. Hogue, let's take a look at some of those charts, those beautiful
Yeah, let's
charts we
do
got.
that. We got Rips coming in here very shortly, and if you're missing Eddie, he's doing fine. He's just taking a little bit of time off. He's taking a little bit of time away, so we'll look forward to when Eddie comes back. But it's always a pleasure to have you here, JD. All right, ES daily chart. Uh, the sixth day, you could say, in current balance. I'm kind of focusing at last week's high and last week's low is the current extremes of that area of balance. That's 59.27 quarter on the high end, 58.50 on the low end. I know a lot of folks have really been kind of focusing on that 58.50 level as kind of an important level to hold if we're going to see a return back to the upside and perhaps another leg to the upside here in the S&Ps. Little change in the open interest over the past 5 days, including the estimated additional 10,000 that we added yesterday. Over the past 5 days, we've only changed open interest by approximately a 4,900 contract loss. Well, we've been range bound. We're not seeing any new business coming in. What we've been watching is old business evening out inventory, which gives the market the opportunity, or at least the power, for whichever the next leg is going to be. Today's action, it seems as though there is that hint of slower rate cuts by some of the talking feds, and we're going to find out more about that probably in the next couple of weeks. So again, the balance extremes, look at last week's high, last week's low. Those are on the top step levels. But again, the low end 58.50 and the high end 59.27 quarter, the all-time high. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. You Got to get these set here. All right. So, well, what did we do yesterday? We opened in range and value. We looked higher. We rejected. We looked lower. We rejected and basically settled relatively high in the range from yesterday. We did have some overnight inventory that was pretty short that kind of reconciled early before the session and early in the session, and then the market kind of came back and looked at the naked point of control from back here on the 16th of October. Didn't see anything to do down there, and then kind of returned back into the range, which settled at 58.96 quarter. That was a loss of 9 points, 9.75 points on the day. Overnight inventory is pretty short here in the S&Ps. We've been seeing price continuing to push lower, looking at shorter time frame sellers, looking to keep this market pushing to the downside. And it looks like we're going to be opening relatively close to the low of yesterday's range, where we did find some buyers, a nice V-shaped reversal there, which is something we've been seeing a lot of in the equities. Overnight inventory to the short side. What are all those overnight shorts looking for? They're looking for continuation of the downside move created by longer time frame traders. If they don't get what they're looking for, typical inventory adjustment would be a move in the opposite direction, maybe even all the way back towards settlement. The 3-minute opening bar last night is the high of the overnight session. So sellers have been in control since the open last night. Interesting? Yes. Well, perhaps. We are starting to see lower highs and lower lows, but overall, still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in balance. And again, those extremes, the last week's low, last week's high. I'm going to be looking for opportunities here, possibly relatively early in the session today, because of us opening relatively close to the low of yesterday's range. We'll see what happens here as we get to fast markets. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. It was a low excess low, not a lot of excess on this low. So it wouldn't surprise me to see price probe or auction lower in search of potential buyers at some point today. We got a lot of shorts in this market, so we're kind of keep that in mind. If we see a move in the opposite direction from the overnight, that's going to scare a lot of those shorter time frame shorts out of the market, and there can be a lot of them. If we're looking for opportunities for shorts, that can give us a much better trade location. We'll see how that plays out today, won't we? Stay tuned to As the Market Turns. Will the S&Ps recover? Will the NASDAQ recover? Will gold get turned into a necklace? Stay tuned. All right. So in the NASDAQ, balance really kind of in the fourth day of a smaller area of balance. Last week's high and low really seemed kind of outside of the current area of balance. I'm looking at the current extremes of this short time frame balance as last week's weekly kickoff high, 20,530 on the upside, and this week's weekly kickoff low, 20,308. And focusing possibly some longer opportunities at those longer time frame important levels. We added 17,000 in open interest yesterday in the NASDAQ, which was the only one of the indices that managed to close higher. Did we see some shorter time frame buyers get stuck long up there? It's kind of what it's looking like now. However, for the last 4 sessions, we've lost about 14,000 overall in open interest in the NASDAQ. That is evening of inventory. That's what consolidation does. That's what pullbacks do as well. But as long as we stay in consolidation, we're evening out a lot of the inventory, not too long, not too short, not too whatever. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. I always have to do that sound effect for some reason. Just seems right. Anyways, the session yesterday, opening kind of the low of the range from yesterday. The first move, I think, was really to the upside. Taking a look at that 20,530 level. Look how many times we've bounced off that level. We looked above it and failed. Back to it, failed. The high from Friday's very narrow session, right at that level. Yesterday, we looked above it and failed. In the overnight, we opened at it, and we've been driving lower ever since. There is the chance that we could open the S&Ps with a gap to the downside. I think it's a lower probability of that, of course, in the NASDAQ. We're going to be opening in range, perhaps below value. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. Market is using a lot of its ability to facilitate trade here. And in doing so, it is evening out a lot of that inventory. So opening in range below value might be offering some early opportunities today. But overall, I'm looking at these as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, really kind of 4 days inside range, inside value type of trading. Shorter time frame trading, ladies and gentlemen. We're not seeing a lot of longer time frame participants in this market. These markets are adhering to some longer time frame levels and adhering to some short time frame levels. The problem with short time frame control is there are a lot of short time frame levels. We don't know which one is going to work, but it does offer us the opportunity to limit risk against those levels. All right, crude oil. All right, well, we held that trend line yesterday. Let's get this really big so we can see it. In the longest and the medium time frame, I'm looking at crude oil as a market that is largely in balance. Longer time frame, shorter time frame, medium time frame, short time frame, balance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days with the rollover range. Well, rollover is about to be over. There's only about 23,000 contracts left in the November contract. Overall, we lost 26,000 contracts in all of the contracts yesterday, which means we added about 11,000 in future months, not the expiring month. So it does look like if we were to use that information on the rally that came at some point yesterday, that we started to bring in some possible new longs. Well, it makes sense against this trend line. We couldn't break the trend line, so we fade the trend line and we go higher, and it looks like that is continuing to happen today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We've got a big gap above that we've been unable to really show any sign of acceptance in or to close. That gap goes all the way up to 72.97. As soon as we show some acceptance, there's a lot of space for this market to try and push up to that level. What the market did today was it did open with a gap above Friday's range and inside that gap. Now, we could have closed that gap up to, where is the, regular trading hours have really been resistant at that lower level. The bottom of that gap is 70.37. Well, we're above it now, and we're spending time above it. We just look back down to it. What was resistance may have become support. So, barring any kind of news, and this is a very sensitive hair trigger, sore toe kind of market, if anything happens, it can change in a heartbeat. Of course, technically, we're above a resistance level. We've opened above a resistance level. We've closed the gap. We have not accepted inside yesterday's range. As long as we hold that level, that 70.40, 70.37 level, I'm probably be looking for opportunities for longs, and that does give me the opportunity down at that level to limit risk. You notice every time I think about doing something, the first thing that comes out of my mouth is how do I limit risk? And some of these levels offer really decent opportunities to help limit risk. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day, not a very strong high. It makes sense that the upside auction is continuing to try and push to the upside. But as we all know, ACH, anything can happen. Gold, a good trade yesterday. And the gold kind of needed a little bit of a pullback. But what really happened yesterday? We've got value going higher, moving higher, moving higher, open interest increasing, volume increasing. We saw a pullback yesterday, but we still moved value higher. We needed that pullback yesterday. We got maybe a little bit too long in our britches down there, or up there, I should say, and needed a bit of a pullback. We added 9,500 on the pullback, which may have trapped some shorts there. And if the market is going to continue to push higher, they are going to be part of the fuel that is going to push this market higher. Weekly kickoff is in play today. 2760 is a measured move. These are all-time highs, folks. We have no reference to deal with, so we lean on measured moves. Let's see what else I got here. The upside auction is intact, 100%. The break of that trend line yesterday with the additional open interest. Well, here's the trend line we were talking about. Let's go to the 30-minute chart. All right, let's size this. All right. So yesterday we opened above that trend line. Once we broke that trend line, that's where we took that short yesterday. Look where this regular trading hour session went to. This line right here, 27.31.5 is the naked point of control volume and TPO point of control from the previous session, from the session on Friday. It traded to it to the tick. That's how powerful sometimes these naked points of control can be. Finally, after really the regular trading hour close, it traded back down and traded settlement. Overnight inventory is long. The market has opened in a potential repair area, but seems to be rejecting the potential repair area. It was a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday. Opening above the single TPOs here indicates possible rejection of price down at this level, and we're seeing the market continuing to try and push to the upside as we speak. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for you. Make sure you take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, and creative in your trading today, and as always, pray for peace. Let's get the man in here.
There's the man. There he is.
What's happening? How you doing, JD? How you doing, Hogue?
What's up, Rips? Got some big news for you.
Oh?
You want to hear your number on the big board? Because it's moving.
I do.
It's moving up there. All right. You started last Friday. You were number 88. Yesterday, you came in at 62nd. Today, we're sitting in 46th place. You're about 2 days out of tapping into the top 25. So,
I mean, I was looking at the email that went out. I was looking at the email that went out and said I was in 66th place. So what's the actual one?
46 today. 40.
Dude, that's sick. that's a great way to start off the day.
After today.
We'll see.
Today, Rips.
We'll see. I mean, we'll try our best as we do every single day. I appreciate that, Hogue. That means a lot. Let's take a look at the markets. Thank you for that, JD. That's a great way to kick off our mornings here. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ market here. I have this up on my screen. I'm using a new indicator called Spaceman BTC. It's actually an indicator that was given, the suggestion was given to me by a friend of mine. His name's SW. He's a fantastic trader. He makes hundreds of thousands of dollars trading every single month. I say, hey, what the heck? This guy's a good trader. Might as well use what he's using out there. So this gives me sort of the previous day low, previous week mid, previous day mid, weekly open. Gives me a whole lot of figures that are on my chart here so I can kind of track things. One of the trades that I took earlier this morning, and I understand we got about a minute to the open, but we'll just cut to the chase here. I'm looking for this auction to stay strong above 371 here. If we do reject underneath 403 here, I think the market will be weak. If we hold strong above 371, there's a good chance that we could get rallying back up and retesting the previous week mid there and around VWAP, which is up at 430, 440, 450. So let's see what happens today. We have less than a minute here until the market opens. I'll let you folks get your engines roaring here. We have, looks like we have some folks ready to go here.
Come on in.
Yeah. Somebody open that door. There they are.
Let us in. Hello. Good morning, everybody.
What's up, guys?
Good morning. What's up, MP?
What's up?
MP?
What's top?
How's it going, MP?
Top 50.
Look at what we have here, MP. A couple dudes on the leaderboards.
What's up with that? That's insane.
You tell us, dude. You tell us. You know how you got there.
I mean, just try my best. What can I do?
Big board. Right. The big now board. Open, guys. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. Tuning into Fast Markets on this Tuesday. Let's get it. We got a couple guys on the top 50 right here. On the leaderboard, we got Dakota in the house. We got Rips in the house. MP in the house. Hogue in the house. We're going to be joined by
76% long. Lots of longs right now. 72%.
That's insane.
Out of the gate.
All right, Hogue, what are we seeing here on the open? Dakota, Rips, please jump in if you guys look to take a trade. But Hogue, what are we seeing here on the open in NASDAQ and S&Ps?
Well, NASDAQ, we're opening in range and below value. If we start to show signs of acceptance inside of value right away, I can certainly see 434. This level that Rips was talking about is somewhat pivotal because if we do break out above that, I can certainly see this market rotate back to high of value. Looking like it's rejecting value at this time. I'm going to bring the overnight in here as well. So overnight low, 20,360. That's an interesting level. Look at the low here. 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 A lot of little bits of support down there. It's kind of the lower extreme of the area of balance we've been in for 4 or 5 days. Leaving the opening range now at the high of the session. Check the overnight low. Check yesterday's low for some potential opportunities. S&Ps have left the opening range at the high of the session as well. Let me get the overnight in here on that as well. So opening right at the low of value, right down to yesterday's low, which is a poor low. Actually, this is the overnight low. It's a poor low in the overnight low. That's probably not going to be a lasting low. We had a weak low yesterday in the S&Ps. I think that the downside to these markets is probably not quite finished. Not sure if we're going to be breaking any records to the downside, but it looks like we're seeing some pretty good downside pressure here early in the session, leaving value up above potential acceptance of lower pricing.
That 50-50 now, 55-45. It was 70. Everything was like 72% long or more on the tilt. Tilt is running at the top of your screen. It's all the open positions here at Topstep that are in a sim environment. And we funnel that data back to you to help you become a better trader. If you want another data set to use in your life of trading, there's many data sets that many people use. It's one that nobody has or offers out there. And when I was talking about it, it was around 20,410 in the NASDAQ. It did sell off. Those longs got faced pretty quickly.
Interesting.
You know, I'm from the camp that I think that we should be waiting because the last few opens, even last week, we've seen a lot of disagreement in price, and it's kind of what we're seeing right here and now. I haven't taken any trades except for the one I took in the pre-market. Before I came on the show, I took a trade in my live account. Michael, you'll be happy to hear this made $1,100 in our Topstep live funded account, which was awesome.
Yeah, there we
real
go.
Money, real trade in the live account. So happy to do that and take that trade there. But we are bouncing at this 371 area, and it's after we had the big shoot up here, and we didn't reclaim 423, and it's still slightly under the VWAP, which leads me to believe that we still have some unfinished business here. So I'm still hands off. I want to wait. I think maybe even waiting for a nice 15-minute opening range to form here would be nice.
Rich, would you say that you're kind of looking more at shorter time frame traders being in control when you feel this way?
Yeah, I just think that right now there's a lot of positioning going on, but it's not equal sided, meaning that you have a lot of outpacing and positioning, meaning that like off the open there was a lot of long traders, a lot of people positioning themselves longs, maybe shorts that were closing there, but there wasn't a lot of counterbalance to that trade. They were letting it run up. There was nobody selling into it. And the same thing goes when we go back down. Very little buyers are willing to support the price there. So I just rather have them sort out their business before we get into these trades.
Hidden ancient enigmas. Yes, just passed my 50K. Just passed
nice.
50K on it. The handle. Floor trader.
I don't know what you meant by that.
Passed the first. Yeah, no, that's not a good segue. Passed my first combine. Floor trader. Hell yes. Nice job.
Hey, Lufkin day trading. Where's Hot Dog Hans? Still sitting in jail, probably. I don't know. That's Lufkin's looking for Hot Dog Hans.
I got Hot Dog Hans starting to troll me. I know.
It's getting a little aggressive.
More about Hot Dog Hans to come.
Hans is getting a little aggressive. Anyways, let's get back to these markets. Mr. Dakota, as always, the bull behind you.
Yeah, I mean, last night I got into a long crude oil at $70 a barrel. It's working out pretty well. Still in it. We're getting close to 71. Other than that, I'm looking at the NASDAQ, and we are in this range, and we've been in this range since October 17th. We're just at the bottom of it. And so if we're going to be playing a range-bound market, it's going to be buy near the lows and sell near the highs. And so I could see us looking for longs down here in these mid to low 300s.
And the NASDAQ did just take out the high of the opening range. So opening range, no longer the dead ass high.
Right. So that opening range trade, had we taken it, would not have been a winner?
Most likely not. Yep. Most likely not. S&P still holding the opening range at the high of the session, but I'm expecting that to change.
Getting some feedback from chat that the mic might be too loud if production wants to lower the volume on my mic for me.
You sound pretty good.
Hey.
If it's coming through YouTube that way, by all means. Hey,
it might be a little bit too hot.
76% long in the NASDAQ. 76% long in the NASDAQ. Average price, scratch that, 74%. Average price, 410. 410. A couple points in the money right now.
So we did come up to that 423 and 3/4 level. We still have an auction above it. It's kind of coinciding with where that VWAP is. And it's also precarious because if we pull up the S&P chart here, let me go ahead and switch over there. We are still far below that VWAP, and we are not showing any strength of buyers to claim that yet. So I think the best setup, if it were to present itself, would be having both the S&P and the NQ coming up towards that VWAP and seeing a lot of sellers packed in on the offer looking to short that. That could be a potential trade up there. Hasn't come to fruition yet, so I'm going to be sitting on the sidelines waiting for that to see if it actually comes and shows us that hand.
Righty. Starting to see some swings in the tilt.
We're getting 73% long micros, 70% long NASDAQ. Average price 411. 20,411. This is NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
NASDAQ,
anything
yes,
yet.
411. Last trade, 416. Now 420s trade. Yes, last trade, 58.65. Keep an eye on crude. Dakota was long from $70 even, I do believe, last trade. $70.73. Saw a big sell-off in gold yesterday. Seems to have rebounded quite nicely. Last trade, 27.54.
Looking for a place to buy it.
Looking for a place to buy it, Hogue. But yesterday was a sell-off. Well, here they did. They bought it when in doubt. Buy it back up.
And we're almost at all-time highs in gold, huh?
As if we never sold off yesterday, Dakota. Jeez. Markets are wild. Oh, my goodness.
V01. Bell to bell today? Question mark, Michael? Yeah, it's bell to bell every day here at TopstepTV.
Oh, yeah.
Bell to bell.
Yeah, we're kind of chopping around up here at these 423s in the NASDAQ. So again, it leaves me to believe that I think I personally am making the right choice by leaving my hands off the mouse here and just letting things happen. Keep in mind, we do also have Bank of England's Governor Bailey, who's speaking right now. He did just mention that they are looking at a potential 50 basis point cut for their next rate change. That is adding a little bit of volatility to the market as we speak right now. And speaking of news, we really don't have a lot of news coming out today that's going to be important and market moving information. At 10 o'clock, we get the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. It's really not going to move the markets all around that much. That's coming in about 20 minutes here. I'm sorry. 20 minutes, about 20 minutes here. It's really not going to move the markets all that much. In fact, we don't really have any market moving information until tomorrow. We have a 20-year bond auction. And then on Thursday, we get what the whole market, I think, is waiting for this week, which is the PMI, which again, not a big deal, but it's kind of what people are looking for this week. PMI and then the jobless numbers that always come on, the employment numbers that come on Thursday, every Thursday.
Hey, Rip,
We do have ECB and Bank of England speakers all day today.
Right, exactly.
Do you make anything of that? Do you make anything of that? All these ECB speakers that they're just jammed into one day? Is there something going on there? Is just something to keep an eye on? Or is it not
I think there's nothing really to come of that that's going to be sort of an outlier thing. I mean, Governor Bailey just said that they're looking at a 50 basis point cut for their next cut. It's a pretty extreme end of the cuts. You know, obviously they have the choice of being pausing 25 basis points, 50 basis points, maybe even 75, but 50 basis points is in the higher range there. So the market is reacting favorably on it. I don't know how much it has to do with his commentary, but I wouldn't really weigh that much into it unless you're trading a different network, a different product, different futures product. But, you know, if you're trading the American markets, there's going to be very little contagion and crossover, in my opinion.
Good. All right, Mr. Dakota. Last trade, 20,000.
Just chop, man. Just chop to start the session off.
When's your appointment? When's the big appointment? Okay.
What appointment?
Dakota's
what are you doing?
He's getting his teeth removed, Michael.
Pulled.
Wisdom teeth are getting pulled.
Yeah, that appointment.
What?
Okay.
Yep.
Need to get him on air tomorrow looking like a chipmunk.
Used up all my wisdom on Friday.
No, Michael, he's going to the dentist. He's going to the dentist, Michael.
I know. Well, Dakota, how about you go to a dentist that's never passed a test and just say, who cares? And see how he does on your wisdom teeth.
I know you're going down.
I might not wake up from that one.
Yeah, why'd you pass the Series 3? Nobody cares. How's everybody doing today?
Awesome.
I'm feeling
I think we're
great.
seeing we got a 600 lot here in the S&P. 658.69 offered 600 times in the S&Ps right now.
I could get us. I could see us getting to these 470s. Here, if we continue to hold above 400, 470s is what I'm looking for. The Nasdaq.
Yeah, Daniel Grant wants to get you on the show after you get your wisdom teeth pulled. Maybe your
I think that'd be great TV.
Called laughing gas. We'll maybe that gives you some trading edge.
Yeah, just
it took me a minute to find someone I trusted to drive me home.
You know what's funny? After I had a colonoscopy, guys, get it done. It was just like checking yourself for breast cancer, just like check testicular cancer, colonoscopy, all these things. Just check. Get them early. So I did that. I'm like, hey, you got to get a ride home from it. I'm like, so Andre, I called Teresa's family friend because my wife was out of town. And I go, Teresa, just pick me up. They wheel you on a wheelchair out there. Just pick me up and drive me to my car.
You're the worst, man.
I talked to Mick and told him, can you lock me out until Thursday afternoon so I don't wake up and the first thing I do is place trades.
Slap some stuff.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, 80% you heard about the Pope had a colonoscopy, right? Recently, there was a news report that came out. The Pope had a colonoscopy, and the doctor said, "Holy
joke!"
Rips, he didn't sit on that one. Look at how happy.
Rips, hold on. Rips, do you have kids?
No, I don't.
Oh my God, you're so ready for dad joke time. It's awesome. It's 80% now long. 80% now long in the Nasdaq.
Pushing higher. 80%.
Longs are getting paid now.
This is crazy. We are ripping.
These longs got paid or getting paid.
Yes, they are.
Thus far. You're still at 80%.
See these 20,000 470s? Maybe run it up.
470s? Perhaps a short up there.
Cody, you were looking for longs, weren't you? I think you were were talking longs all morning here.
I'm long and strong. I'm long crude oil and been watching for a long on the Nasdaq, looking for 470s to come into play. This was a nice strong resistance overnight during the London session.
80% long. Peeled back to about 74% long. Maybe they took some profits.
Yeah, it's the average price of 424 now, so it is increasing. So this is really interesting. If Anne Marie, if you're on, and she watches Tilt quite closely with me, 20,420s. Now it's 20,432s. It's growing, which to me means longs are coming into the markets because the average price that they're coming in at is moving up, and we're higher than the average price, and it's still staying strong long bias. So you may just annotate it on your charts. Hey, this is what was happening. Put it in your journal, and then you can go back and say at 8:45,
right?
This is happening.
Real quick. Pinned to the top of the chat, you'll see Topstep Daily Levels. I say this every morning, just as a reminder for those who are new. Pin the top of the chat, Topstep Daily Levels. Give it a click. Keep them open. A little real estate on your screen. We'll be referring to them throughout the day. For instance, last trade in the Nasdaq, 20,446. 20,446 takes us into zone 3. Zone 3 right now. I know MP has those Topstep Daily Levels overlaid on his actual charts in Topstep X, which is the easiest way to digest and see Topstep Daily Levels. We're still pushing higher here, guys. 20,454.
Yeah, we are.
I do remember from yesterday, I'm sure Hoag's going to remind us, 20,500s, 20,530s. Hoag have seemed to be met with some serious resistance. Do you think that's still the case? Has anything changed in that aspect, Hoag?
Here's your continuation.
Yeah, no, I mean, 20,530 is last week's weekly kickoff high. It is bounced off it so many times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. I don't think I'd trust it the next time up.
I know.
John, can you go single chart?
Yeah.
And then what level is that?
530.
So here we go. And there we go.
530.
So 530 was last week's weekly kickoff high. We looked above it. rejected, right back to it. Friday was Friday's high, was the overnight high on Sunday night. Looked above it on Monday, rejected, back to it, closed below it, rejected it again in the overnight. Now another attempt at it. Could be an interesting opportunity. At the very least, it allows us to limit risk. But that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts at breaking out above it that all failed. Yeah. But the more often we get to it, the more we've kind of taken out a lot of those offers, and a lot of those sellers are getting filled up there. If all those sellers get filled and we see new buying coming in, I could certainly see us rallying. We got a gap that kind of put in the high on the 14th. The gap low is 20,680. That would be a pretty decent move if we were to accept above that weekly kickoff level and see buyers come in.
Gold off.
You're always looking at things in a longer time frame here.
We did get to those 470s.
I'd be interested in taking a long if we reclaim 470 here. If we can actually get above 470, I'm interested in longs here.
Above 470?
You have to be quick. Right. Yeah, above 470, I like longs.
Locked and loaded, MP. 470.
Which 470 is on the long side? Continuation?
Mm-hmm. Upside, yes. Yeah, breakout above 470. Rips, talk to us. Hogue.
I'm just watching here the tape. I want to see if I want to take that trade myself, but right now it's just not there yet. I want to see. That's why I'm waiting for 470s to trade. You could probably risk that down to like I would say 47-ish. Yeah. 47, 43, somewhere in that range. But I mean, we have to get up there and start reclaiming this area pretty quickly here.
We get the volume point of control at 475.
You said volume point of control is 475, 20,475. This is the NASDAQ we're talking about. How, like, if it come up and touches it, would you guys ever do a stop market entry?
Yes, long? You could. Yeah, you definitely could. Mm-hmm. It's starting to build up some momentum
like
here.
Doing that. Do you guys like doing stop market orders to enter? Not only to get busted out on, but like to enter.
Yeah, I do.
Me too.
467.
Certainly, like opening range trades.
Here we go. Yep. 462 last trade.
I want to see about 467 myself.
467.
Yeah, because we could break 470. We have weekly open on the target up there at like right around 500. So that could be definitely a big target there. But again, we're fighting underneath 70s right now. So until it gets above 70, there's no trade for me.
Trade off.
Would you ever fade it, Rips, at 70? Is where you're getting that fight up there?
No, because it's building up so much strength to the long side here. So if
one time framing,
it's either going to break out of 470 or it's not.
It makes a lot of sense with tilt that's building up, yet it hasn't had a pullback, yet the average price is in. So just something interesting there. I didn't see if Anne was here, but what her thoughts are on tilt. Tilt can tell you great areas where it pivots, the market pivots really hard, and where it may want to continue.
We got to get that chart that includes the tilt and the average price for long and shorts built.
Yes.
We have to get that. I think it's going to be really useful.
That's cool.
I'll get them
to
push
really cool.
I'll get them to push it through. I pushed an awesome feature through yesterday.
Which one? What's awesome?
Okay, who here, like when you reset, you would love it if your rebuild date reset. Who here? That's what When you go to reset and it resets your account, you're like, why the hell didn't my rebuild date reset? Is that odd or is that normal? Would you wish it would be different? All that kind of stuff.
There should be a choice. Because if you reset and you got 2 weeks left to your rebuild and you mess it up, you may want to wait till your rebuild to get the reset.
No. So here's what I pushed through. This comes in like weeks. So you can bank your reset now on rebuild, right? Guys, this is coming. Bank your reset.
Oh, okay.
You have 5 accounts, you have 5 resets on your rebuild. You can use them for any account you choose. If you have one account that's just getting slaughtered and you're doing a really aggressive strategy, you can use all those for that one account. So that's all coming. Banking resets, use it on whatever account you want. Another thing that's coming is maximum amount of active combines you can have, probably be set at 10. Maximum amount of resets you can have, probably set at 5. Another thing that I just pushed through yesterday, and I think is awesome, is when you go to reset, Like it resets your rebuild date. Why it resets your account? Why doesn't it reset your rebuild date? So then we don't get all these people like, hey, I reset on the 24th, but then I had a rebuild date that I thought reset, but I was billed on the 26th. Well, that's because 30 days ago on the 26th, so there's so much confusion there. So I'm pushing this one through. These are things I'm working on right now for you guys. So you get value there. So when you reset, you get another 30 days until a rebill happens for that account. If you're doing well in that account, 29 days into it, you let that rebill come up. You get a banked reset that you can use on that account at any time you want or on any other account whenever you want. So that's kind of adds value there. So it keeps you really focused on rushing in the game, keeps you focused that when you do reset, it moves your rebuild date, which is a little bit more logical. And then there's really nobody doing that. Banking resets, moving rebuild dates, any of that type of stuff. I'm centering my screen as I'm doing this. That stuff that I think is badass. You're going to get a ton of value. Every rebill that you gets you a free reset that you can use towards any account. I just thought if you got a 50K.
Yeah, I like that.
You just got a 50K. Yeah. If I got a rebill on a 50K, can I use that 50K one for my 150K? Probably not. I got to ask the guys about that one. So we're trying to dial it into Yeah.
Get long here?
So,
I'm thinking about getting long here in the 40s. Thoughts on that, Rips?
I'm still waiting. I'm trying to watch the order flow here, see if there's anything that's sticking out to me, and still nothing's sticking out yet.
I'm long now. 440, 442.
442. How many times?
VWAP at 428.
One contract.
428
is the VWAP.
We'll join you on buying 39s in the house account behind it. Where's your risk?
You say you bought 30s.
My risk is going to be 414. 414.
14s?
Yep.
All right. How's long?
I don't know if I'm liking the longs here, personally.
Oh.
I'm not sure yet. Like, if we break through 430 here, I think that the short is on the ticket here.
Get along. We made $200.
I think if we break 430s here, there's definitely a short opportunity because the S&Ps are starting to roll heavily too. It's all contingent on 30s if they're breaking.
Let's go flat. Dakota flat. Nice
communication. 30s are still pumping and holding. If we break those 30s, though, this thing should be curtains to the downside.
Right.
Those 70s, 70 sellers up there were maybe a little stronger than we thought, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Now they're holding 40s, so they're moving up their risk here. S&Ps are sort of bouncing. Microsoft is super strong here. I think a good entry would be like 55s long and then like 27s short.
I'm back in long at 40, 42 and 3/4.
Okay.
Ooh, I should have jumped back in. Nice way to jump
42s, Dakota? You got 42s?
Yep. Yeah, I'm flat. I just closed it there at 60.
Nice.
That was really nice.
Ninja. That was some ninja
beautiful,
stuff
beautiful
right
trade.
Where do they want to take this?
So now it looks like those 70s could be a good trade.
42s, the 62s, just like that.
Now the 70s feel like they're good?
I mean, it could, like that was such a harsh rejection above 30s there. So if we break out 70s, the same trade that we had initially is back on, in my opinion. We're rejecting again that 65 area, so we have to wait and see.
JT Irby, does Andre trade at all? Andre doesn't trade. I don't trade. Nobody trades on air, guys, here except the on air. We are following the trades of our traders. We've been trading our entire lives. We're washed up. We got better. We got top 50 guys right here on the leaderboard. Top 5.
Rich, you're talking about a long above 70s now, right? Not
correct. Yeah. Microsoft is super strong. I mean, there's no trades that I've taken here. I'm just looking like back and forth in between these ranges. If we have breakouts or breakdowns, that's where the trigger point is for these trades. Like I'm saying, if you want to get long, we have to see a breakout of the 70s. We've come up to 65. We're rejecting. If we want to get short, we have to see a break of 27 halves. We haven't broken below that. So we're just kind of trading in this range here. I'm waiting for acceptance on either side of the range.
Dakota, your long and crude's looking pretty damn good. I think it's going up to $73 today.
Look at go. Look at crude go.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm long from 70.04.
You still got a long there?
Oh. Yeah, I'm still long crude from 70.04.
Wow. $70.04. Good for you.
Yep.
Last trade 71.64. He's about $1.60 in the money right now. Crew just got shot out of a cannon.
There's your screen. Wow, nice. Good for you.
Love to see it.
God. You know how many influencers would die? You know how many influencers would die for that screenshot right there?
Look at this. NASDAQ, just quick rejection up at 60-something, 67.
Instagram guys with Lambos in their garage would die.
What happened to that? I see one car got graffitied or something on the internet.
Don't worry about it. Those were just fake news. Oh. He knows what he's doing.
I don't know. You know, you see some stuff, you never know, dude. I don't know.
Let's go on the crude. Oh yeah.
So wait, that wasn't real?
Yeah, was there news
I don't know anymore.
Crude?
Michael, I don't know anymore.
You don't know. Doesn't matter. That's why don't filter the news anymore. Just give it to everybody. See what people believe.
These yeah, I mean, just everyone eats from the same trough these days. All right, last trade.
That's a great one. If everybody eats from the same trough, then you find out. Okay, what do you believe that, huh?
Last trade, 20,000, 442 Dakota with a sniper-like scalp, buying 42, selling 62s, just to watch it get rejected and come right back to 450.
I think we could run
JT,
back.
I know. We're just teasing you. JT Irby. All cool, buddy.
Oh, I want to see a test of the 70s.
Yeah, I think, again, just being patient here. We're not seeing the breakdown of 27 halves, and we're not seeing that breakup of 70s. So it's like, what's this range? 430 up to 465. It's just it's a chopping range right now. It's difficult, too, because we have Apple going straight down, Microsoft going up, Amazon going up, NVIDIA going down. There's no confluence in the Mag 7 right now.
So if we would have jumped into those 70s, right, that we were talking about, and we're talking about the 47s, probably, I mean, we'd be sitting here with heat on them right now because it ripped up to what, 78s or 80s, 79s, 80s, 79, something like that.
Here we go. Let's see if we could break. Let's see if we could break through here again.
It's going for it again. There's a big volume shelf here at 65. It's trying to go for it again. And now my fear is that we'll tap 70s and reject, but I mean, we're showing that we have buying strength underneath these 70s for the time being. It's just dependent on whether or not we can get that follow through. The problem is that we're seeing like Meta and NVIDIA going straight back down after these little pops and bounces. We just don't have the confluence yet.
We got Richmond Fed in 90 seconds. Harker speaking in 90 seconds.
Spilled my coffee. Dang it.
Be careful out there. Trading's a contact sport.
Michael, what happened?
I contact my coffee.
Do you have a lid on your Yeti, Michael?
I do. And it still spills. Still spills. All right, here's your 50s. Are you guys you guys are sitting on your hands?
Yeah, I'm sitting on my hands. I'm biased
below
to
27 halves.
But yeah, go ahead.
If we break below 27 halves, I think there's a short. If we break above 70s, I think there's a long. It's just sitting and waiting.
70 to upside, 27 to the downside. Roger that. Oh, you're looking for 70s to the upside, 27s to the downside. Richmond Fed coming out in 30 seconds. Harker speaking in 30 seconds as well.
Richmond Fed coming out with the manufacturing index negative 14 versus a negative 17 print. So market doesn't care about that. Maybe the Dow, but certainly not the Nas and the S&Ps.
Richmond Fed, Philly Fed, Chicago Fed doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Here
we go. Let's see. This is looking stronger now. Making higher lows. Let's see if we could break it.
It's going for it. Here's those 70s. Feds Harker is not commenting on economic policy. This is crazy.
Oh,
NVIDIA's trying to rip as well. I don't know if I like the trade anymore. It's having so much trouble coming up to this. It could just be a pop and immediately rejection.
Long. They're getting long. They're getting long again around here.
This is just it's too much. The market's too much right now.
It doesn't want to go, Rips. It will not go.
Right you shall not pass.
70s, like not so fast, my friend.
Yeah, usually, I mean, I might just even lock up there for the day just because it's like, it's not going. It's just not going.
MP, question in the chat here from Hartley there. Hartley here. Are you a Paradise Bakery guy or something else? Are you a Paradise Bakery guy?
I'm glad you asked because I bought this when I got a donut from him. Louis Swiss Bakery here. I'm not a Paradise Bakery. My wife, kids want to go to Paradise Bakery. Let's meet there after I pick them up from school. I'm like, the place sucks. I don't like it.
I like that place.
I don't like it. All their cookies taste the same. Like Snickerdoodle tastes like a peanut butter one. It's like they all kind of.
All right.
They don't have distinct flavor. You want to get me going?
We'll ask our friend that's joining us in 30 minutes what bakery he aligns with.
Yes, he is. He's literally 10 steps away from Paradise Bakery. He's been living in Paradise his entire life.
All right, NASDAQ, come on. It's still holding up there towards 60.
It really is just being a little buckarooski here. It really just doesn't want to go. It's crazy. If we had Meta and NVIDIA starting tooling back up to the top side, here we go again for a potential test. I'm just so worried that we get a rejection now above that because
63.
Okay.
Just playing the breakout. What price you get, Dakota? All right.
63.
We'll join Dakota.
It's going to be
53s, 453.
Risk is going to be 33. Just playing for the breakout. Yeah, Reps. I know exactly what you're looking at.
I know it's just tough. It's one of those trades where it's like I've been bitten so many times by this trade. I just learned to just not worry about it. Just move on from it.
You're okay.
It's annoying because this is what keeps happening. You get in, and the moment you get in, it's like rejected. It looks like it's building up to break every single time. It's the worst thing. It's the worst. I hate it.
All right, house account MP. What price we get? Long 5 from 253?
57, 457, 5 lot. Yeah. What would you get? 53s?
No, I got 63s. 63.
63. Okay. 63. My apologies. How many times, Dakota?
One. My risk is going to be I like 28s as a risk, but might close it before it gets there.
All right. Dakota long from 20,463 one time. House account long 5 from 457. Last trade.
Yeah, what a funky area. From the 70s down to the 30s.
Yeah, it's a chunky area right now. They're just rinsing. This is the retail rinse. We talk about this every time we come on. This is the retail rinse right now. It's just every single time it looks like it's about to break out, it's like, just kidding. And it looks like it's going to shorten. It goes jack in the box back up to the upside. It's the most frustrating range to trade when it does this. And it's violent too. Like it's violent on these rejections. It's violent on the way down. It's violent on the way up. This is why you have to pick your sides of the market and then maybe potentially play the breakout, but keep a very tight leash on it. Because I'm fearful now that even if we do break down of 27 halves, it'll pop right back up. And even if we break out of those 70s, it may not hold that break. So I'm losing confidence in this trade.
You got 86% long. Scratch that, 84% long in crude oil right now. Average price 71.08. Wow, they are in the money just like Dakota is, but not as much. Yeah, the Jack in the Box. Is that a trading term, Rips? The Jack in the Box.
Yes, 100%. It's the Jack in the Box pattern. It's when you're going short and the market says, hey, you.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Good old Jack in the Box market.
I thought it was when you get into something and then you get killed. How many people died of the Jack in the Box thing? I remember that was back in the early 2000s.
Yeah,
Jack in the Box. Well, yeah, how old are you guys? I'm 45. Jack in the Box.
Channeling food Jack in the Box?
Yes,
a lawyer in the background. Let's make sure we got those accusations correct.
Jack in the Box. The E. coli or something. I keep getting specific. They're like, dude, we got so much.
Allegedly.
Yeah, you're just getting more and more specific with this story.
Hey, I'm just afraid
California,
it's going to turn out to be
Jack
like In and Out or something.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be Five Guys.
Yeah, it's going to be Portillo's right down the street from Chicago. Like,
no. Jack in the Box got Jack in the Box in a minute. Michael, are you Jack in the Box or In and Out guy?
In and Out, Jack in the Box.
Nice.
Drive by.
It's still building up.
Yeah, we are.
It's trying. It wants to so bad.
It's a flagging pattern.
Here it comes. Let's see. Tickle, tickle.
There we go. Are we going?
There's the break of 70s. Can it hold the break? That's the question now.
That's the question. Let's hold. Let's see if we can get towards 500. Can we get 500?
70s. 70s. This is true.
Just,
70s.
oh, just do it.
Come on. You know you want to. Come on.
I like it. I like it. We retested. Here's continuation.
Okay,
here it goes.
Oh, 93.
Let's get
There it
500.
is.
500.
I didn't have the stones to have the
Hey,
trade
where
on,
are you getting out? Where are you getting out? I took a cup off, but where are you getting out?
I'm getting out 500 plus.
Woo! 500. Here we go. 501
this,
straight.
this thing has the juice after it's been spooling for that long down there.
Nice trade, fellas.
All right.
What a move.
I got out of it. That was 4,000.
That I
Hey,
missed.
nice one, Dakota. Nice one.
Nice one, Dakota.
Flagging
Wow, we're not
patterns
done.
pissed everyone off.
God, you guys read those
511s,
70s.
550s.
Like,
17th trade. You can see a building, but like Rip's saying, will this be the
you
time?
can see Bill.
Finally took
Yeah,
the top
that
off.
was a
S&P's following
shotgun
suit as
blast through that thing.
58.80s last trade in the S&Ps. Right now, all eyes on the
78%
NASDAQ.
long, 80% long, Dre, 78, 80 on the NASDAQ mini micros. Lots of longs right up here. Lots of longs right up here. They were getting long, and then the average price was increasing right at the 70s. It started increasing because that's right when I wasn't even looking at the dome. Sorry, the ladder. It's not called the dome. It's called the ladder. And I know, conditioned me to say the wrong word, the bad words. And I was looking at the tilt over here, and it was the average price is building up, and then it popped. That's interesting. You get the real-time tilt on Topstep X for those folks that are seeing it scroll on the top of the screen and have no clue where to get that in real time.
That was a trade.
It was a good one.
Yeah, this is still going. Do you still have a piece on there to Coates?
Nope, I'm flat. I closed it one off. That's the negative thing about all in, all out with one contract.
Yeah.
Is you can't scale out as much as you want.
That's why, it's always good to switch it over into the micros if you're going to do that strategy, because then you fire in 10 micros and you can get really
100%.
granular with it.
You 100%.
Basically went right back to settlement.
Yeah, because this thing could keep going and test these 540s easy. But yeah, that flagging pattern is really annoying, huh?
I mean, it's really like, MP was talking about potentially having a stop trade on that one where you could do a buy stop through those 70s. It's a good strategy as long as you're using a strategy that the moment it fires in your buy stop, that you have a sell stop that triggers if it goes below a certain price. That way you're managing your risk without having to touch anything. It's truly a hands-free trade. And in this case, it would have worked out brilliantly. I'm just a little sour. I missed the dang thing.
Still pushing here. 516, 20,515 last trade. High of the day, 20,520. Hogan, we're still looking for a reaction.
50 points here to the upside now?
Yes, we're still cooking here. Hogue, 530.
Yeah, 70 to 20.
Still keep an eye on the 530s, Hogue?
Whoa,
I mean, it's been resistant the entire for the last 3-4 sessions. So that does seem to be an important level.
Sellers came in and just smashed it down about 30
right
points
off settlement there.
Yeah. They just smushed it there. All right, sounds good, Jack. Come on in if you're ready.
Let's do it. We're talking a lot about oil.
Yeah.
And the S&P 500 making new highs. But do you know what the best performing commodity is year to date?
That's some gold. Gotta be gold, right?
Platinum.
Gold ain't shit compared to cocoa.
Cocoa.
Year to date, cocoa and coffee lead the way with gold in the bronze medal spot there. 175%. Take a look at this chart. You want to trade something? Look at this chart. This is a daily chart of cocoa going back to the beginning of this year.
Oh, is that Bitcoin?
Wow.
No,
Okay.
this is cocoa.
I feel like
Now, that
OT
is a
Genasis
range.
was ahead of his time, Jack.
Yeah. I'm in
Yeah.
love with OT Genesis.
I thought, like, hold on, what?
Look at that. Let me see it.
Dolby, that's the mother of all Doritos. It's calling you.
Yikes.
All right. Other news in Japan now, there are companies that specialize in quitting your job for you. So something to keep in mind. Yes.
Oh my God, I did that. I did that for a friend one time. Swear to God.
You had him pay you?
Freshman year in college. We're all going out. We're Sigma Chi fraternity brothers, and he is my best friend from Nebraska. And he worked at Hickory Park in Iowa State, Ames, Iowa. Lames was kind of a boarding school. And we're like, hey, we're gonna go out. Let's do Pawtucket. I can't go. I gotta work. I'm like, what do you mean you gotta work? He's like, yeah. And I go, what are you doing? He's like, I'm on Fountain and Shakes tonight. He had to make Fountain and Shakes the entire night at the Hickory house. And I'm like, just call in, tell him you quit. Blah blah blah. I go, school's done anyway. We're leaving in like 3 weeks. And he's like, I can't. I go, I'll do it for you. So I call. I go, yeah. I go, this is Michael Hansen. Like, yeah. I go, I won't be coming in tonight. We were scheduled for shakes and smoothies. I go, yeah, I won't be doing that. They're like, this doesn't sound like Michael. I go, yeah, I quit. Bye. And then I go, right, hung up the phone. I go, let's go partying.
What a good influence.
Man. God, my best friend of the planet. Yeah, we were both laughing about it. And he died my senior year. But he's a badass guy.
Yeah. Apparently jobs in Japan are terrifying, and that's why people are using this. They don't want to confront their boss. I can't blame him after reading this story. And then lastly, we got a very special guest coming on later. But first, MP Danielle has demanded we have a debate. This is for later. We're not going to do this now. But these are the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees, I believe, for 2024. We got Mary J. Blige, Cher, Dave Matthews Band, boo, Foreigner, Peter Frampton, Kool and the Gang, Ozzy Osbourne. Would have figured he's already in there. And A Tribe Called Quest. Think about these. Later on today, I want to get people's thoughts.
How is Ozzy Osbourne not in there yet? What's going on?
Good question.
My guess is that his band is already in it, and now this is like for his solo work. Black Sabbath, I'm sure, is in the Hall of Fame.
Why did Dave Matthews catch a stray there, Jack? What's wrong with Dave?
I don't know.
Wow.
Just doing a little rock and roll.
Pretty much, Jack.
To the light.
I rock so hard, Andre. Also, yeah, he pooped on a bunch of people too.
He did on our city. Yeah.
In our city, it's down.
Oh, he emptied his RV bus or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, he emptied his RV over the bridge. The bridge just has like open grates.
There's tours going right, you know. There was a tour going underneath, and it got bad.
Oh my goodness!
There was the architect tour, which is actually you go to Chicago, go on the architect tour. It's an awesome tour on the river. They got
the special.
Yeah. Oh. They're known in Chicago. It made Chicago headline news. The whole city was laughing, so everybody remembers it.
So it was like, instead of his album Underneath the Table and Dreaming, it was Take a Underneath the Bridge and Dreaming. Something like that.
Man. They got dumped on.
Oh my goodness.
Thanks, Jack.
Good old Dave.
You are feisty.
What a guy.
Love it. We got 5,500 people watching right now. You know the drill right now. Click like, click subscribe. Yesterday on Power Hour, we had Mr. Muhammad on. He came in with about 850 likes coming into Power Hour yesterday. Muhammad said, everyone click the like button. Lo and behold, we had 1.4 thousand likes by the end of Muhammad's appearance on Power Hour. We're pushing higher here, guys. Last trade, 20,510.
We did have an opportunity to buy that pullback. I just missed it. We broke out. We pull back. We tested.
Happens to the best of us.
479, and here we are pushing into those 500.
This market's going ballistic here. Nuts. I think that we're going to have a breakout here of these 520s. It's really pushing. And I think that we can actually hit up to these 540s here. So there might be a potential trade if we can get through these 520s, trigger point trade. If we bounce back at the weekly open, would be like right around 500 evens, just right around there. I think there's a chance for an opportunity long. So either a pullback to 500s longing or a breakout of 520s longing. I think that's a good house account trade.
520.
74, 70, 50, sorry, 20,490s, 20,475s. Those are the average, about 20,480s is the average price of the longs in the NASDAQ, minis and micros. Yeah. And everything's like 70 to 75%, both ES and NASDAQ. To the long side, long buys.
So we're pulling back towards those 500s. This could be definitely an area for entry, risking down to 85 or so. So 15 handles of risk on this trade.
My check marks anything long with you, Rips.
Cool.
Wow. Alrighty.
So here's your pullback to 500s. Weekly open is at 497, I believe. You see, 496. So there's your pullback to 500s.
Hogue, thoughts on longs?
Yeah.
In the longer time frame, no. In the time frame these guys are looking at, absolutely.
I like to buy here as well. Buy everything, anything.
See if we get that pullback to weekly open here.
What's the weekly open?
Guys.
496.
Okay. 496.
I mean, this is still range trade. We sell against the high, we buy against the low. We're up against the high here.
And here we go. We're shooting up.
We break out, definitely go on.
Okay.
Like it. Let's trade 500, 20,500. Looking at the S&Ps.
Yeah, I like buys here. I like the longs.
Where do we like the longs?
We did. I like them right into 500
now. Yeah, I think this is a good trade here. It's definitely coiling. We have slight pullbacks here. Not a lot of sellers on the tape. Until that's negated, I think that the longs are in control here still.
Yeah, this could be a higher low as well.
First.
Having right at 500.
Yeah, we are holding here. I think it's going to start to pick up pretty soon. Start to get that.
Yeah, we
juice
might break
and we'll
those
start to
530s.
Rip.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, there we
there's
are.
a
15
low
points
volume
higher
node
now.
just below 500 there. I like his support.
Yeah, I still love this long.
Rips, you're long?
No, I'm just talking through the trade here. I'm trying to focus on a beautiful house cow trade.
Gotcha. Delta's building up. Vereen in the chat says.
Another opportunity for an entry right here.
I like Rip's risk on this too, down to 85. Brings us back into value.
What is it? What is it, Hogue?
Value area high, TPO value area high is 492 in the NASDAQ. So if we're buying against the low volume node down here.
Talking about what Rips and Dakota have a consensus. I want to get that together. The on air folks.
Yeah.
See what
so this low volume node here, if we're going to see continuation, I'd like to see this hold support. The risk, as Rips was saying, was down about 85, right, Rips? That takes us back into
85 is a good risk. Yep.
Yeah. I don't want to see it come back into value if we do kind of give up a little bit of this low volume node right here. But it's holding for now.
So what does this all mean? No trade, sit on the hands.
Looking for longs. I'm in line with Rips right now. Is buying in the NASDAQ.
As am I in short time frame.
All right, Dakota, let us know when you do pull that trigger. Rips 499, that 495 trade.
Yep, 496 is that weekly open. So seeing if this will hold here. If we reclaim 500s, that's a very strong signal. Especially if we claim what's up there at 503, 502. There's people who are chasing this down on the offer here. So as long as we can fill those back up, and now they're kind of rolling it here. Let's see, 485s if this is going to hold.
To be the devil's advocate, we are up against resistance, and that has been resistance for 4 days.
Yep. So here's that 500. Let's see if we can reclaim that 500 now.
Not really seeing any help from Delta here. They're both positive 700, 1700, 1800 now in the S&P and the NASDAQ. So that's congruent.
Okay, I'm long.
Would you be willing to take a trade on it?
95.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good long. Would you be willing to take a long here, MP, on a reclaim of 500?
495.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'll join along. The house account will join you. 92 quarter, 5 guy.
Man, that's a great entry. You got the
+5.
I was willing. Well, you can get it. You can still get it right now if you like.
Really want that. If you really want quarters,
what risk? No, this is what I need from you on this one is to gather this so we can get us the house account managing. What risk are we looking at?
Looking at the break of maybe 73. 73 would be
I see that.
Yeah, we're coming up on the S&P VWAP here. So if we have a rejection of the S&P VWAP, this should be very, very strong. But if it carries through and 71 can't hold in the S&Ps, then I think the trade should come off.
71s can't hold, trade comes off, eh?
71's in the S&P. 71's in the S&P.
Hold on, you guys talking about the S&Ps, right? Or hold on,
I'm talking about using confluence in the S&P for the NAS.
Fair enough.
I'm long NASDAQ.
He's looking for the S&P to hold VWAP, which it's kind of currently hanging right around right now. So if it gives up VWAP, that nullifies the long in the NASDAQ.
Correct.
Okay.
Let's trade 20,000, 480. 482s now. That house got long from 92 quarter.
Getting slippery.
NASDAQ's back inside value now. I don't like that.
Wow.
Got us.
Came down to touch those 69s. No, 69. Yeah, 69s. That was quick.
And it's reversing right back up.
And reversing right back up.
All right, update the P&L. Dakota, you still in?
I did. I actually ended up adding to it right here. I'm long 2. Average price is 75.5. 75.5 is my average price.
Okay.
Where's your stop?
My stop is going to be at 53. 53.
I like that.
A 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, 85 just got reclaimed too. This is showing some strength here. They're cutting through these orders. I like that, Dakota. Nice ad.
Yeah, but got back in 478s.
478.
75.
That's got long
478
from. That's got long from 478 5 times. Dakota long 2 from 475 half.
And then if we break out 500s, I think there's a good time to add to that house account trade too. If we break out 500s there.
Adding winners add to winners.
Yeah.
You ever see what
we're picking up those 490s. You're seeing some defense, but we're going to have some strong blowouts here, especially if we cut through these 500s. So we're building up here. We're building up pretty strong. There's a lot of offers overhead, but if we start to slice through those, we're going to see stops getting popped. Seeing stops getting popped at 95s. I'd say a breakout of 500 is a nice clean ad here if we can get that.
I closed one contract at 95, and my new stop is going to be at about 60, 61.
Love that.
I want to see we need to have these 80s hold.
New risk 61.
I want to see if we could retake these 500s.
Yeah, NVIDIA is starting to barcode here a little bit too, which is adding a little bit of pressure, but Microsoft is buoying the market. We have Meta also kind of holding things up here. So if NVIDIA is bouncing on the VWAP here, that will give us a nice strong push back up to the top side. Apple just bounced on VWAP as well. So a lot of things working for the trade to get it back in the favor here. Wow, big seller there.
All about VWAP. I mean, NVIDIA.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Let's trade 20,000, 489. Now 490s. 490s.
There we go. Now. Come on. Yeah, we got to hold these.
We just need to start popping these stops.
Pop this damn thing. 492,
95s are trading here.
ES will
and it's starting to push here. 500s are on the ticket. We can get above those 500s. It's going to start to get really rallying to the top side here. We just have to hold that push. There's the 500 trade.
I'm out at 500, but
nice. Definitely some stops getting popped, and then we had kind of that reversal trade there back in the 95s. We had absorption, 250 contracts there at 495, so that's a strong signal there as well.
Yeah, I think we can still get back to these 510s.
Yep, 512. There's some liquidity. They are stacking some orders above as well.
House is watching this one. We're long 2 now. When Dakota got out, we got out of 3.
All right, cool.
Okay, great.
Cool.
House got long 2. Average price MP?
Settlement.
519.5.
I still have Dakota's stop in there, and we're long 2 from 78.75.
Thank you. How's it got long from 478.75? Pull up in the chat. Bullish, bearish, NQ. Look at the tilt. Not showing on tilt really. Kind of calmed down a bit. We did see some heavy tilts this earlier. 75, 78% long in the NASDAQ. I saw 88% long in the crude. Last trade 20,493.
They might try to explore price underneath the 80s here temporarily, but I think there's enough defense underneath that it can hold. So we might be caught in this range for a minute. It's just dependent on whether or not we get some fills, larger fills here.
Price is at what, 78?
I think that there's definitely some people who are trying to get filled 85 down to 77. So right now we're battling with that weekly open price, and there's a lot of people who are defending this short. So if we do start to blow out, they're going to have to cover, and that's going to add a lot of moon fuel to this rocket ship.
Yeah, this is looking pretty strong. What's our entry on the house?
78.
Okay. Wow, sick.
Moon fuel. There's a new industry term.
If we do break above 500, then we could trail this thing. We could trail this thing with that
100%
stop to 80.
Yeah, there's a lot of defense when we get into those 500s. There's a lot of people who are trying to defend that area, and they're being very aggressive with it. So the more aggressive they are, the larger size they put on. If we do actually break that area, that will give us a lot of push to the upside. You can see, like, we touch 500s, and there's a lot of very aggressive defense coming in. Market orders selling heavily, big size. It's hitting the tape. So we'll see if we can get through this defense or not. It's a big battle here.
A quick return on the poll here. Bullish or bearish NQ. Almost 400 votes in a minute or so. 72% are bullish, the NQ right now. Last trade in the NQ, 20,498. 499s now. We get into the 500s one more time, guys.
I know it's if we break,
nobody wants to be the first one in the pool.
I know.
There they go. They took some of the offers off at 500, but still kind of just nobody wants to be the one pushing on that for some reason. We'll wait and see.
We are up against a kind of a longer time frame resistance level all the way up to 530.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay getting flat.
You're okay getting flat. We'll get flat. Order right
nice
T.
trade there. Yeah, you can see on the bid side here, as they're selling down into this, there is a lot of folks who are piling into the bid side here. So I think it's just a matter of time.
I'm glad we got back in, or I'm glad you got back in, because we followed your stop. Why did you just, because you read it right, but it also whipped pretty far back enough that we had a static stop and it got hit, but then we got right back in. I mean, the whole trade really cost us $1,400 on it. But what Dakota? What made you not stop yourself out? Stick with that
the
trade.
way the market reacted, because that's basically the price we broke out of.
Wow, here we come, rocketing up towards those 500s again.
Yeah, I see that.
Wow.
I can see us breaking through those 500.
Yep, here's that break of 500 now. If we can actually have some push there, those stops are going to be brutal.
Yeah, it will be. But we did come back down to these 67s again. That's where the breakout started that we struggled to break through. We came back, and then as soon as we got there, immediately rejected, and that's where decided to add and jump back into it.
Yeah, here we go. Breaking
Where
out.
are you seeing this?
Pop at 506
I mean,
now. Let's see what happens at 512 here.
That 100 tick chart you're seeing this on?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
there we go. It's really starting to build up some volume.
It's going to pop this thing.
Yeah. This is a beautiful, beautiful long for you folks that held out for this.
This is where shorts get squeezed. Just feel the pain.
If we would have stayed long 78s, would there have been like wanting to add at the 500 still? Was that thought process still there, Rips? You talked about it earlier.
Adding on a pullback, adding on a break, it's always a good idea. I think that, if we do get out of this range, it's going to be a violent push. It's a very violent push, and we will see sort of a blow off top. It hasn't come yet. We're still seeing a lot of those shorts defending that, but you just have to stick with your thesis and trade what you see in front of you,
Rips, do you see a bigger opportunity if we can break out all those recent tops over the past few days? I mean, that's where the real shorts are going to get squeezed.
Correct. Yeah. Right. And you will see like an extremely, like you could see a 60 handle move in 10 seconds or less. Like it could be so very violent. You're starting to see some cracks forming on the short side here where they are panicking a little bit. We saw some stops getting popped there. A lot of contracts at 505, now at 503. So it's not to say that the party's over. I feel like it's just kind of getting started here. We're seeing a lot of these shorts now kind of giving up here out of that range. So unless we have a very heavy seller coming in here, I just think that we will find the strength as long as we're holding above. There's two areas of contention, 85, 80, and then down to 75, 70. So we'll have to see.
All right. Can
somebody tell me what where the tilt is on X? You got to add it. I think you have to add it when you have Topstep X.
Oh,
yeah. There's a plus button in the corner of each of those little boxes.
Yep.
Pull it out of there.
All right, JD. Let's bring in JD. I think we got to bring in the big board real quick. Then we're bringing our new friend, new partner, Topstep, Mr. Alex Ferreira. I see him in the green room right now. Bring him in very shortly. Yeah, this is very exciting stuff, guys. But real quick, we do want to get the big board. We've got all the eyeballs. Alex brings in all the eyeballs. So while we're at it, we might as well bring in the big board. JD, if we want to do the big board really quick, let's do
it.
We're
switching.
Let's go.
Switching things up just a little bit today. Do we have a drum roll ready? Don't worry about it. Get your cameras ready, folks. Here we go. Here is your big board for today. Top 25 traders at Topstep. It's coming. I promise it's coming. There it is. There we go.
Here we go.
Rafa's still hanging in there. No trades for Rafa yesterday. Biding his time. We mentioned it. That live account balance is getting just a little bit low. I think he's really rethinking these last couple of trades he's going to make. But good on him. A couple movers on the list today. We've got Stephen L. sitting in fourth place right there. Stephen was trading in 5 XFAs. Profited a total of $89,885 yesterday trading the NASDAQ. So little bump on the list there. He was in 15th place yesterday, sitting in fourth place today. Then all the way down to the bottom here in 22nd place, Karthik. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I did look it up to see how to pronounce it. Also trading in 5 XFAs, total profit of $58,415 yesterday. Karthik was trading the S&P 500. There's a quick overview of your big board for the day. Take your screenshots now. We're going to keep it up for just a couple more seconds. Then we're going to show some we have some live trader call-ups. XFA to live call-ups. We're going to show in just a second. Give Gabe a second to load those up.
Let's trade 20,504. And thank you. Let's trade in the ES 5874. Crude just kind of chilling right now. Last trade 71 even.
NQ looking for that 512 breakout as well.
They want to pop it, don't they, Rips?
Boy, do they ever.
Oh, the branded settlement from yesterday. 25.19 stopped right there. Almost ticked it.
Yep.
Settlement price from yesterday.
Settlement play.
2005.03.
Yeah, we're starting to reject above 500s now. So we just need to find that momentum. S&Ps are starting to build up too. NVIDIA looks like it's trying to build some ground. Meta and Microsoft are to the freaking moon. Yeah, a lot of things are working in the favor of the bulls right now.
58.74. Last trade in the ES. Nothing on the tilt just yet. That's 64% long. Crude, last trade 71.09.
We're just rinsing around here.
Yeah, we are.
Really trying, man. It is really trying.
While that struggle bus is going, why don't we do a little update here, Andre? I know you've been salivating for this.
You know what it is. Hit me.
The NYSE today is trading about 11% below its 1 month average at 117 million shares. Decliners are actually leading advancers by 2.1 to 1 in the NYSE. NASDAQ, however, is 17% above its 1 month average, 2 billion shares traded today. Decliners also leading advancers by 2 to 1 there. VIX is up 3.8% at 19.06. So let's see if we can actually get any of these tickers out of the weeds since everything is kind of buried right now.
All right. We got the call-ups. We got those call-ups. We can bring them in. Otherwise, we can bring in our guest, our new partner, our new friend. See him there in the Topstep office. Very, very cool. Very cool. Look at him sitting up straight, ready for his big interview.
Yeah, buddy.
Clean shaven.
This is.
Oh, you know, we were talking about the big board a minute ago. I didn't even mention. I mentioned it during the opening call this morning. But Rips is making his way up the big board as we speak.
Man.
Friday he was in 86th place, I believe. Yesterday he was in 62nd. Today he's number 46 on the big board. Breaking into the top 50. Should be pushing to the top 25 very soon.
Beautiful.
Nice work. Nice work.
All right, let's
get
a
lot of people want to be up there. A lot of people say they're going to be up there, and a lot of people don't.
I want to be up there. Yeah.
Oh, Dakota, don't put fuel on the fire. Let's just try to trade our best day in and day out. That's all we can do, right? I'm just trying to trade my best. That's it.
100%. Yep.
All we can do.
Action.
Get a little better every day.
All right, we got those call-ups, guys. Otherwise, we're going to bring our friend in here. He's been sitting quite patiently in the green room. So if we got those, let's do it. Otherwise, we can bring in our new partner here at Topstep. JD, do we got him?
I think call-ups are good to go. Gabe, let's start showing them.
All right. Ooh, look at that.
Number 1, Andy from West Footscray, Australia.
Cool.
Transferred over $34,750. Hey, from Seoul, $16,750 going into his new live funded account.
Global.
There you go.
Lawrence from LA, $46.23 going into his live funded account. Decent transfer numbers.
There you go.
And Liang from Toronto, $9,970. Trading the ESNQ, Micro ES, Micro NQ. Good start for those live funded traders. Remy, one more. Saint Pierre de Chandeau, France, $37.98 trading the NASDAQ. These are all the dollar amounts we're saying. These are all these are funds transferred from XFAs to their brand new live funded accounts. Those are going to be their starting balances in their live funded accounts starting today. So good luck to all those new live funded traders. We're going to be following up with you.
Congratulations. Soul.
All right, I'm going to get out of here and make room for our guy. I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, JD. All right, Gabe, let me know when we want to bring in our friend, but he's been waiting patiently in this green room. Oh, man. Is this the time?
Oh, wow.
Everybody
uses the doorbell.
He actually uses the doorbell. Interesting. Where's he at? Bring him in. There he is, everybody.
There he is.
I'd like to introduce everyone to the newest Topstep partner,
$5.
Mr. Alex Ferreira.
You need to send Jack $5.
I want you guys to meet. Everyone meet Alex. Alex is a new partner here at Topstep. You're looking at gold medalist.
It's Ferreira.
X Games gold medalist, Dew Tour gold medalist, FIS freestyle gold medalist, silver medalist in the Olympics. That's going to change in 2026, the March to Milan. Mr. Alex Ferreira, welcome to Topstep and welcome to be a partner here. What's up, man?
Thank you kindly, Andre. Super stoked to be on board with you guys and super happy to be a part of this live stream. I feel like I'm on TV in LA or something. It's great.
You are on TV in Aspen. That's pretty good. That's what better, I would say, in my book.
Yeah, I agree, actually.
Where'd you get the hat, Alex? Where'd you get the hat?
I got the hat from you because I did become funded, and then I got booted, and now I'm coming back.
I know, guys. You got to see actually his stats. His trading stats are pretty solid. When I say pretty solid, we'll eventually drop them in here. But looking really good, guys. Really honored to have Alex Ferreira a part of the Topstep team. Where there's a lot of exciting stuff that's going to come about with this. Alex, you want to give him a little backstory on how you came from where you are all the way to right here, right now on the trading world in the shortest way possible?
Yeah, absolutely. Michael and Andre sat me down at lunch and they said, we need you trading right now. We need you to go for it and start doing it. And I had no idea what I was doing at all. And then I just started reading a little bit, started watching TopstepTV a ton, started going online and doing some research. And I think within the first month, I was funded and I was doing pretty good. And then I went to a competition in New Zealand and I was trading outside of my normal hours, and that befuddled me. I didn't know what to do. I was all over the place. And so now I am coming back and I've been battling back and forth trying to get funded again. And it's been good. I'm learning a lot every day and I'm excited to get back in the game.
I know after that lunch, Dre, remember it? Alex sent us pictures of the books he was reading. I mean, you go all in on things, and it shows in like literally your accolades and every competition you won, and just your work regimen and routine. How much of this, like what you do as a pro athlete, and guys, Alex is one of the best skiers in the gosh darn world, hands down, and he's going for the 2026 Olympics in Milan, gold, and he's starting off with competitions this year and next year and all that kind of great stuff. But Alex, how much of what you do, and you said it's outside of your normal hours, so clearly you have a routine that you do in trading. How much of what you do in the pro world has come over to the trading world and either helped you or gave you aha moments?
I mean, there's a lot of similarities coming from the professional athletic world into the Topstep or into the trading world because, you got to be patient. Every day is a learning process, and I've been doing my athletics since I was 10 years old, competing since I was 10, competing at a professional level since I was 18. And every day you're just chipping along, trying to get a little bit better, thinking about what can I do, how much better can I be in each second. And from there, you just start to build these little building blocks. And by the time you know it, you're an Olympic silver medalist, Olympic bronze medalist, soon to be Olympic gold medalist. And you just kind of keep going and going and growing, really. And I feel the same way with trading. I just have to be super disciplined with myself every day. I have to practice every single day. And, I've blown up a lot of accounts and you get obviously frustrated and it's annoying, but then you learn from it and you think, all right, I won't do what I did that last time. I'm going to do something new this time. And it's a great way to be creative too and just try new things and, kind of throw anything at the wall and see what works, what sticks.
So what are you trading right now? What products are you trading?
Currently, I am trading the NASDAQ, gold, and crude oil, those three.
Oh, you get your action.
Yeah.
We need to go out there and compete. You got all your action before the lift opens.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to trade before I get into the training program. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. If I can do this, then I'll do
You give yourself a certain amount of time a day, right? And I don't know if it's every day. What's your trading? How does trading weave in? It's not your primary, of course, but it is something that you're very interested in. So it's like professional skier, trader on the side. What does on the side mean for you?
Certainly. Yeah, I'm trading so Monday through Friday, and I'm trying to do between 6:55 in the morning Mountain Time until about 7:55. And that varies. It's usually a half hour to an hour, and just kind of, and then after that, come home and watch film, and then watch a ton of TopstepTV, honestly, because you guys know what you're talking about. And
who's your favorite? Who's your favorite person that you like listening to?
Answer wisely.
I mean, I don't know if I
answer wisely, Dre.
I like hearing Dre. I like hearing MT. I like everybody, honestly. Rips, you're funny.
Hey, Alex, I got a question for you. Obviously, professional skier, one of the best on the planet, if not the best on the planet. What does your daily training regimen look like? You're very, very disciplined. I remember when I first sat down with you, you looked at me square in the eye and said, I'm going to win the gold medal in 2026. You said you cut out all the social stuff, all the partying. You had a scare with you. You broke your arm. And what does your daily training regimen look like that makes you so disciplined, so successful in being a professional skier? What does that look like day to day? Day in the life of Alex Ferreira.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll run through it really quickly. So I wake up at 5:30. I'll do a morning meditation for 10 minutes. What am I grateful for? Who do I love? And then I will watch film for about 20 minutes. And these are videos of myself. These are videos of who I think are the best, and just program that in my brain for the beginning of the day. Then I will head out, eat breakfast, the same thing, oatmeal, 10 blueberries, cacao nips, cashew butter, same stuff. Don't vary, at least Monday through Friday. And then I drive to the gym, which is about a half hour, listen to a book on tape, currently listening to the Gulag Archipelago. It is intense, makes me grateful for what I have in this day. And then I will trade, usually for about a half hour, and then I'll start at the gym for an hour, rollerblade airbag training for an hour. So I'm rollerblading off a ramp into an airbag. Then I will jump on the trampoline, just kind of lock in my routine, do everything for about 15, 20 minutes. Then I'll do an ice bath, river plunge, jump in there, get the norepinephrine levels going, change your state, change who you are. Then I'll hit the hot tub and I'll say my affirmations, something like I am the 2026 Olympic gold medalist, or today I am becoming a funded trader, anything like that, anything of that nature. And then I will go to this, just speak it into existence, really. And then I'll go to the sauna, I'll stretch for 20 minutes, and I will continue the affirmations and that positivity train. Then I'll come home, get a little lunch, read anything from trading books to how to better your life books, and then currently working on an Adobe Illustrator course. We are building 2 businesses at the same time, Hot Dog Hans and Alex Ferreira merch. That is the day.
Awesome. Question. So you're a professional skier. Why are you looking now towards business and trading? Why now at this stage, this part of your career, this stage of your age?
Well, I'm looking towards other things because you want to be not sitting flat-footed when you finish your athletic career. You want to be, trying new things and having other streams of income revenue coming towards you. And honestly, I like it fast. So trading is the fastest way to do it and the funnest way. And it's honestly the most punishing way too. I've learned a lot physiologically about myself too. You gotta realize how to deal with the highs and the lows, which is similar to skiing and professional athletics. It's hard.
Alex, what was your lowest point in your skiing that kind of brought you back to out of it? Because trading, as you know, you got funded. There's a high point. You think, a lot of people get to this. We jokingly say sometimes, or I jokingly say, you get to this point where God's gifted trading, and then you get slapped and beat up and sent back down. And then it's the good ones that rise back up, and you see them back funded again. You see them staying funded. You see them taking consistent payouts. That's in the trading world. Did you have that moment in the ski world where you were competing, or what happened? Was it always just up and to the right?
No, absolutely not. It's honestly just like this graph that we're looking at NASDAQ. It's up, down, it's up, down, it's up, down. And every day that you show up, you have a better statistical chance of continuing to break through, right? So I think the worst part of my career was I was kind of breaking through. I'd won some events, and then, like I was telling Andre, I got injured on a bike at a party-related incident. And you kind of hit rock bottom, and you look at your life and you look at yourself in the mirror and you think, well, what am I going to do with myself? And you can either keep going down that path, or you can go to the other path, which is the righteous man's path, and just get back in the zone and kill it. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to give up? Absolutely not. I'm not going to give up. And I feel similar to trading. I get pissed when I fail, but I want to continue to strive and try. And I think that's ultimately what is going to get me back funded.
And you work with a coach too, because I remember you saying that after you do a run, your coach is there, they're watching. So then by the time you get your next run going, they give you feedback and all that kind of stuff. So no matter what professional level, we always said Jordan worked with a coach, Kobe had a coach. No matter at what level, you want to get feedback back. So is that something that, are you working with a coach at all on the trading side, or right now? Besides, I know you and Dre and I, we ping each other and you talk about that. But are you kind of do you have a trading buddy or anything that's helping you on that end of it? Because I know you do this in the ski world where you've had a coach and you get kind of your feedback going there. Are you doing that yet in the trading world?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a coach in the ski world, and that helps tremendously because they're seeing things that you're not seeing. And they're then giving you that feedback, like you just said. So I have been working a little bit with Dario and a little bit with Dan, but not enough. I need to get more into it so that I'm making smarter strategical decisions. But that is the plan, to get more coaching. Absolutely.
Alex, I have a question for you real quick. I just had a question about visualization and how much that plays a part in your success. I mean, you're very successful. You're a killer athlete. And is there any crossover between like the visualization that you do with your athletics and something that you'd experience as well in trading?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can see it, it will become true. It's like that book, The Secret. And I heard Conor McGregor talking about it and reading it. He read it and he was all visualizing, how can I get this parking spot in front of this dinner restaurant that I'm about to go to? And he would get it sometimes and he wouldn't get it other times. But he would visualize knocking out his opponent in the second round with a right hook, right? And then it would come to fruition. And these reporters would ask him after the fight, post-fight, hey, how did you know that was going to happen? And he said, I saw it in my mind and I believed it to be true, and it happened. And I do the exact same thing with skiing. I visualize every little thing, how I'm going to click into my bindings, what I'm going to wear, how my helmet's going to look, each trick, how I'm going to land it perfectly. And it's the same with trading. You can visualize when you're going to be in the zone and when you're going to see these spikes and some of these drops and when you're going to go long and when you're going to go short. I'm just trying to see it too.
Love that.
Speaking the job,
hey, do we have
trading stuff? I like it. Go ahead, MP.
I know the lingo is coming around. I like it.
Quick learner.
Do we have any videos on Alex so you guys could see the level of skill he brings to the table every day?
You guys got to see.
You got to bring high level of skill and focus to play at the high level in anything. So we're going to see if we have that.
Yeah, MP, I got it ready to go. And I have 2 images as well for some goggle covers we'll get to as well here in a few minutes. But let's start with the video. Alex, grateful to have you here. And let's go ahead and run this quick 30-second clip of you on the half pipe.
Whenever you're ready. Yeah.
What is that? What's that trick right there?
That is a left side double cork 1260 tail grab. Now you gotta
nail it. Critique yourself. Critique yourself. Did you stomp that one? Is that the best?
I stomped it, but 5 feet higher wouldn't be a problem, right?
So cool.
Are you practicing that kind of trick into like a foam pit initially?
Sorry, left side double cork 1260 tail grab. But yeah.
Okay, left side double cork 1260 tail.
Are you practicing that trick initially when you're learning that type of trick? Are you doing that into a foam pit, or what is the process to learn something like that?
That's exactly right, Rips. I'm jumping into a foam pit on rollerblades. I'm jumping into an airbag on rollerblades, airbag on skis. They have all different types of training mechanisms, contraptions that you could possibly think of, and I'm using them all to the fullest of my ability.
So it's like the foam pit is kind of like the trading combine in a way.
Thank you, Rips.
I like it, Rips.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
There we go.
Create it. Yep. Create it, hone it, test it all out in a safe area, then take it out there to the park. Left side double cork 1260 tail grab.
You wrote it down.
Nailed it.
Uh-huh. I know. I do. If I can get that lingo down and I go through Buttermilk, the park, I would just throw it out there to guys. They probably think I'm cool. I'm the old guy.
We're going to
practice. So everybody knows Alex he's going for the gold. But we really he's going to get the gold, because when we sat down with Dre and him at Clark's in Aspen, I met him at a party and I'm like, hey, I looked at him. I'm like, let's talk. So we started talking, and I really he's like, I'm going to get the gold. He's where I'm going to get the gold. And Olympics has the go for the gold tagline. You can't even use that word. We know, but we sat down with him at lunch and he looks like, I'm going to fucking get the gold. And he looks at me, first thing he says,
never heard
that's what I'm gonna
do.
He has regimen routine. I'm like, do you want to get a drink? He's like, no. I got a regimen routine. I'm like, oh, okay. So stuff like that. So we have these goggle covers that are coming out, and all the Colorado folks here, when we're going to be handing them out, thousands of them. They're goggle covers for your ski goggles. Topstep's going to get behind a professional athlete. This is the professional athlete we're going to get behind, because he is going for the gold. He's going to get the gold. These are going to be all over the valley here in Aspen. Right. So you're going to see kids putting these on because they know they look up to him. He's AVSC Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club. He's their Michael Jordan. Trust me, of this, the whole valley. How many people in this valley have come out and won medals at either X Games or Olympics? There's it's a handful, right?
At the X Games, yeah, maybe 2 or 3 of us, and then in the Olympics there are 3 of us.
Yeah, in this small little valley. So this just shows you the level. But he's the top of the top, and he helps out those young kids coming up. But these are going to be all over. We're going to be handing these out. We'll let you guys know the dates that we're handing these out. So all this Colorado, I know there's a lot of Glenwood Springs. There's Glenwood Springs. There's some folks in the valley here, all the way to Denver. And if you guys, it's going to be during ski season. It's going to be at the base of the lift. So we'll give you guys a heads up. If you want to come into town, we're going to be handing these out. So you too can wear those. If you're in Denver, you're wearing those around at Loveland or 8 Basin or wherever you're at. But this is we're getting all support here at Topstep behind those that work their ass off to get to their gold. Whether that's Topstep Gold, and you see the medal behind us getting funded, it's a gold seal. The synergies here were so huge when we talked to Alex about it. Him getting the gold, he's going to get the gold. He's going for it. He's believing it into reality, and it just needs that day to come, and he'll be prepared. But Alex, this is great stuff, buddy. I really appreciate everything you're doing here, and also the fact you're trading gold.
Man, I really appreciate you having me and being a part of Topstep and giving me the chance to learn something new and to grow. It's really amazing, and to make that money.
Yeah, all day long.
Alex, I want to talk to you about a couple questions about trading. What were the big? Well, first of all, they want to know what books were you reading coming up. We got a lot of questions in the chat. What books did you kind of get yourself caught up to speed as much as possible coming into trading, if you have those on hand?
Yeah, I was reading some books, Charting Analysis. I forget who the author is, but that's not really on futures. That's still on the market and stuff. And it was honestly for me to understand what the blocks and the bars were. And then trading, what's the name of it? It is
Charting Analysis.
I just got it.
Well, good. Yes, man. This guy, when he takes it,
charting analysis.
Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas.
Oh, that's a good
that
one.
book is goated.
Very good one.
Rips.
Yep.
That's one of my top books right there. I love that one.
Yeah, Trading in the Zone, Mark Douglas. I've been reading it. He's this guy knows what he's talking about, and I'm taking some.
It's good for 3 or 4 reads. It gets better and better every time.
Good to know. I will do that.
All right, Alex. So I want to talk to you about your trading, your journey. You just got started on this. What with the learning curve? What are you finding to be most difficult? Some of the hurdles that you're trying to jump over to become more profitable. You were funded already, so I want to talk about what some of the struggles, some of the successes you've experienced early in your trading journey.
Yeah, I think it's probably more prudent to start with the struggles because you learn more from the struggles. I think it's tough because, you make a trade and you think it's going to be a good one and it feels good in your gut, and then it goes the opposite way, right? And you get super pissed and you're thinking, how did I read that so wrong? And the best thing that I learned was to put a stop loss on. And I try and put a stop loss on where you see some of the resistance levels or some of the breakouts. And then I was only doing trading. I was only making short trades, because my theory and thought process was very simple. What goes up must come down. I don't know if that was clear all the time, but now I'm trading long and short by just reading the graph a bit more and figuring out, okay, is this a solid trade? And then on top of that, from some of the struggles and losses, I was like, all right, I can't just go off feel all the time and what I see on the chart. I need to read some of the MACDs and the SRIs, some more technical indicators of what's happening. And so I did. I've just been, and I did it really simply. Like, I would just go to investing.com and I would look up the gold futures technical analysis and I would read some of those ideas. And then you would go from the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 minute, the 30-minute charts and see what is happening. And they're not always 100% accurate. If it says strong sell and you sell, it could go the opposite way. Absolutely. Then it feels a little bit better to have that gut instinct and watching the chart. What are the numbers doing? What are the bids? What are the asks? And I kind of go from there. And then some of the successes, I would set goals for myself at the very beginning when I was getting funded. I said, I'm going to make $1,000 a day. And for like 5 days in a row, I did that. I had no idea that it was that difficult, but I was doing that. And then I got funded. And then after I got funded, everything kind of changed because you're dealing with real money, right? You're dealing with real contracts. And that kind of freaked me out because I didn't know whether you could fail or what happens when you fail. Like, do I have to pay Topstep back? Is MP going to ask for a check? What's going on? So I had to learn quickly. And the first day that I was trading in a live account, I think I lost like $850. And I was thinking, what just happened? I was doing so good. And then I started to set more of a disciplined approach to myself. Okay, we're not doing $1,000 a day because it's real money. We're just going to do $200 a day and just incrementally gain. And I was doing that for quite some time. And then, like I mentioned before, I kind of went out of my trading zone and or out of my trading times. And then I got defunded. But yeah, I think it's all a matter of, and what do I know, right? Like, I'm just kind of starting, but I think it's all a matter of setting those disciplined levels for yourself. And whether you win 100 or whether you get 100 or 200 or whether you win a contract at 2,000, it feels great, right? Yeah. What doesn't feel great is losing $5, $20, or $1,000. That's kind of where I'm at with the approach.
So the book on charting, you get to know a lot of the bear flag, tenet, head and shoulders, and all that kind of stuff. We have Rips on here. He can do the bear flag, double pennant, head and shoulders, yesterday's low, fade, reversal, tail grab, no problem.
My man.
That's my specialty.
Yeah.
I got to do a dad joke back at Rips. Come
on.
So good.
Hey, if I could,
go ahead. Hogue.
If I could, just let me suggest something for Alex. Alex, it's nice to meet you. I'm Hogue. It's great to have another professional athlete on the show here. I was a sponsored skateboarder in a very small way, and won a few competitions in around like Northern Illinois and Southern Wisconsin. And I can tell you for sure, they do give ribbons for 7th place. One suggestion.
This is like 20. Was this in 2022, Hogue, or 21? What was this?
No, this was 1979, 1978, 1980. So this was a long time ago. The things you're doing are far more amazing than anything we used to do back then. But a suggestion for you for a book, you take a look at the book called Mind Over Markets by James Dalton. It's another way to look at markets. It's about auction market theory and TPO profile levels. Even if you don't use it, Alex, there's so much good information about how markets work in that book. I highly suggest it for you. We're looking forward to your continued success, not only skiing, but in trading. Great to meet you, Alex.
I appreciate you saying that. Pleasure to meet you as well. I wrote it down. I'm going to read it.
All right. I got to ask a question now.
Get in there, Dakota.
I'm still stuck on 10 blueberries. What happens if you eat 11?
You and Dr. Oz.
10. Why 10?
Because all the greatest soccer players in the world, it's an honor to wear the jersey number 10, and Lionel Messi is my idol, and I figured 10 10 blueberries, the number 10, Lionel Messi. I'll eat that. And I don't know.
I knew there was something behind the man.
Yeah, it's settled, folks. Messi is the GOAT. All right, let me do a quick market recap. We'll take a quick break. Let me do a market recap here. Last trade in the ES, we got 58.77 half last trade. Looking at the NQ, we got 20,488 last trade. Looking at the YM, the Dow Minis, 43,040. Again, 43,040. Looking at crude here, 71.31 last trade. Now it's 29th trade. Again, Dakota was long. We'll check back in with that trade as well. See, looking at gold, going for the gold here, 2026. Let's do it. Looking at glass gold trade, 27.57.40. High today, 27.58. Those might be ear horns. I'm not quite sure. But let's get back to Alex. Michael, you want to take a look at Alex's trading stats? What do you think?
I'd love to see it.
We do have that card, Alex.
We do have that fine print in his agreement where he has to pay us all back. No, I'm joking, Alex.
Oh, come on. All right, Michael. Michael, this is your time to do this is going to be a shoulder tap with MP and Alex, all right? Every high noon will help.
Okay, cool.
We'll help you. I'll help you. We'll pull up Alex's trading card, right? We're going to take a look at his trading card. MP, you are the risk team. You are Mr. Mick. Alex is one of our revered traders here at Topstep. Michael, what are we seeing on this shoulder tap edition, special edition, Alex Ferreira? Let's take a look at his trading card.
I'm the type of guy that says just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great.
That doesn't make for good TV, Michael. We need more than that.
I saw this morning, and I was like, holy shit, he's actually trading really well. Like, because you see a lot of traders that come up, go down, come up, go down, but then like to stay controlled. You have a controlled way in which you trade. I've seen that already. Your stats are solid, and they're showing that day after day after day. So we have the card right here, and you guys can see and hear how he holds his stuff. 4 minutes is a good hold time, especially in GC and crude oil. But your risk reward, what is it, 1.1.2? So 1.7 to 1 or 2 to 1 is what we see, almost 2 to 1, 1.7. So risking $17 to risk 10, or reward of $17 to risk 10, or $170 reward to risk 100, that kind of thing. So you got a good risk reward going on.
Also, we get
actually you're getting there.
We get Dakota Rips. I've got some expert traders.
It's upside down risk reward. I think you're looking.
Yeah, they have it flipped. Okay. They have it wrong. Yeah. I believe. Mm-hmm. 6 trading is complete. No payouts yet. That is totally fine. You are a brand new trader. The fact that you got funded alone should be a little a feather in your cap and keeps you going. The fact that you're back at it, staying steady and consistent. What has changed a part of your trading plan? Is there anything that you've done in your trading plan that has changed as far as hold times, as far as risk reward, as far as average winner and average loser, which is a part of the risk reward calculation?
I'll try not to risk more than 3, or put a stop loss at 300, and then I'll also try and put the gain at 500. If you're making $500, that's pretty good. You should be excited about that.
We call that, I've always called the 200 to 300 around there base hits. The 500 is like a double. Like I use it in baseball terms, like base hits win ball games. Like that's how, and then like your home runs is $1,000 trade. So that's kind of where I really put my head around, like 250 to 500 to 750. If you go single, double, triple home run, that's where I'd do it. So 500, when you say 500, that's a good day. 500, average is over 100 grand a year. So that daily average, it's an average. It's a great side income, side hustle. I know a lot of people at Topstep they have a primary income, and they use trading to get to their secondary income. Of course, a lot of folks want to make it their primary income, but get it to your secondary income steady and year over year, and then eventually, be a little bit easier to get to your primary. But your stats are solid.
2 questions. Did you end up resetting yesterday? Is that, or am I reading it different?
No, that's 100% correct. I had a blowout yesterday.
Okay.
And I got rid of the stop loss. I don't know why. I shouldn't have. I thought it was going to bounce back. Sometimes if you wait, it bounces back, but not all the time.
Let me ask you this, Alex. You favor super pipe over anything, right?
Yeah, that's my specialized discipline. Yes.
Okay, so I see that you've traded two products, GC and CL. One of the things that I like to recommend for newer traders out there is that you focus on a singular product and you learn how that product moves specifically. So if you're focusing on two different products, they can trade in very different ways. And if you're parsing your focus between two different things, it'd be like doing super pipe and slalom, and it's two completely different activities. So I would say focusing on one singular instrument at the start and find one that moves in the way that your style of trading is. So if you like to hold trades, what I see for about 4 minutes, which is kind of quick in, quick out, find an instrument that supports that style. And I think that you'll find a lot of success in doing that and a lot less stress in managing two different products.
Okay.
That's I have one last thing when you guys are, you only trade for an hour or 30 minutes a day, right, Alex?
That's correct. Yeah.
23 contracts a day in a 50K account. And I always preach this to everybody in my slow markets class. Quality over quantity. Some of the best statistics I've ever seen usually have less trades, but higher quality of trade. I don't know without seeing and diving in depth into what you're doing, but usually when I start to see that, that starts to be part of the case that traders start to struggle with is they like to take every little setup that they see rather than waiting for something that's higher quality, especially when you are only trading 30 minutes to an hour a day.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
So, another thing to back on what Rip said, managing or focusing on one thing, and I love how you use slalom and super pipe. It's great but then also like if you're in the super pipe, the snow conditions, the all the other variables that go on in it. So if picking one product, and I always said, hey, dating around is fun. You get to know a lot of different things, blah, 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 but you never get to know one thing, one person. Like get married to, there's one thing I would always say, get married early in life too, is a product to trade.
Careful, MP.
But you focus on one thing, then you understand its temperament. You understand its movements. You understand when it's quiet, when it's excited, when it's all that kind of stuff. But if you're dating around, if you're on multiple different products, it does get you to really not be totally in tune with all of them. So you're not going to be the best at those of the individual that would stay singularly focused to one event or one product. That's I think Rips is a great advice as any newbie that comes out there. They do like to load up. You're not the first one in 3. You have 2. I know you also do NASDAQ. That's not. I've seen people 15 different ones. And our feedback used to always be in the very early days when we'd call them up and talk to them. It's like, yo, narrow it down. Like, and we'd have trading psychologists come on here and say, hey, anything after like 3 or more products, you'll start to jam up. You can't process all that and stay in tune with it all. So the better you can focus on finding that one that you want to get in bed with the rest of your life and understand its temperaments and be totally in tune with that. The sooner you do that, the better. I'll say that to any trader out there. And you will see shiny things happening over in a different market that you were just trading. And it looks like that would have been an easy trade. I should have been trading. But no, stay in that one. We did in the trading pits. We stayed in one trading pits every single day, one spot, trade the exact same thing, get totally comfortable with it. And there'll be quiet times. You gotta learn to trade the quiet times, because if you go rush to another trading product, call it gold or call it crude oil, and you're focused on gold, now you're going to be like chasing, we always call it chasing the money. And they'd go to jump to different trading pits and trade in different trading pits. And then they'd come back or they'd blow out and you never see them again. The guys that stayed in one trading pit and did the one thing all the time did very, very well at it. So that's just good feedback. Rips, I'm glad you brought that to the top.
Real quick, guys.
Michael,
real quick, gotta get in here. Sorry about that. We got 1,000 lot here. We got 1,000 lot offered at 58.81, offered 1,000 times in the ES. One more time. 1,000 lot offered at 58.81. Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
I was curious, Michael, what is the one product that you were trading?
The Dow Mini. So I went when I first started. I'm going to lean on it with 20 lots right now, Dre, on a tick in front and tick since it's quiet. If it fills, it fills.
So taking some trades.
When I first started trading, I jumped to every stock. I was in the stock. This is like when I was 1997. I first started trading. I've only done one thing in my entire life. Has been a trader, and I I focused on jumping from stock to stock to stock, and I never got to know that. And then I lost more money. Then I went to penny stocks, and I went to options, and I went to anything that moved. And I'm like, oh, whatever tracker I had that would say anything that moved, I would look at it. Then somebody says, stick with one thing, get very good at it. My old man even said, Junior, do one thing in life, do it very well, and you'll find success. And I'm like, damn, okay, that was pretty good. I'll take that one. So I did it in the trading world. And I did one thing. I did it in the Dow Minis. So I started the Dow Minis, the YM, back in 2002 when it first started. So that's what I did. And I stayed with the Dow all the way until I started Topstep Trader. At the time, it was called Topstep Trader. And then it became, backing traders. So I've only always done that. And then now I'll jump in. I trade. I'm a washed up trader. So I focus on these two athletes of the marketplace that are on here, Dakota and Rips. And whomever else is on with us on air to kind of follow their trades with our house account. So we oversee a lot bigger stuff now, and we back thousands of traders. So I've always focused on one product, and that was the Dow. That was after I learned through that hard baptism by fire of losing all that real money trading stocks.
And Rips, Dakota, you guys are both on the NASDAQ? You guys are both trading the NASDAQ?
Yeah. Yes. And one of the great things, Alex, sorry to cut you off there, Dakota, but one of the great things, Alex, is that Topstep gives you the opportunity to trade on your practice account. This is the one where you want to do your speed dating, so to speak. Trade the NASDAQ, trade the Dow, trade the S&P. Do it on the practice account because you can reset it anytime you want, but get a feel for it because there's going to be one that really tugs on your heartstrings and says, you know what? That's the product for me. That's the product that moves that I can understand. And it's just going to vibe with your type of personality. There's a product out there for everybody in the futures world. And that's the beauty of it. So trade in your practice account, do your round of speed dating in your practice account and find the product that fits with the way that your brain functions.
MP cancel all. I know,
I canceled it.
They pulled it. All right, cool.
Yeah, when they cut it in half.
Yep.
They ripped through it.
Yeah, Rips, great call.
Great call.
Rips, great call.
Andre saved by the bell there.
Shout out to JD, actually. Shout out to JD in the chat saying they pulled it. Hey, Rips, keep talking about that. The speed dating. I like that. Speed dating. Something that tugs on your heartstrings. You go from product to product to product. I like that.
Yeah, when I traded equities, I traded a lot of different products. And, during COVID, there's certain products that traded a certain way. Certain equities moved in a certain way. There was the meme stonks. There was the way that Tesla options moved. There's a way that small cap stocks moved. It's the same thing with futures products. And you'll find that day in and day out, they sort of have their own character and personality. And the more that you're in tune with that it matches your style of trading, your personality of trading, the better off that you're going to feel because you're going to be able to attack that product on a daily basis with a lot of confidence. And that's the same thing. Like you as a professional athlete, you know this the best, where it's like, you got to have the right gear. You have to have the right mindset. You have days where you're facing that super pipe and maybe your mindset's not right. And you know that you're not going to do as well as when your mindset's tuned up. Same thing with trading. Like you need to be in that zone, in that pocket every single time you're about to take those trades. And the beauty of trading is that nobody's got a gun to your head. Nobody's forcing you to take those trades. If you're feeling out of the pocket, you can just lay off, but it's all about that product selection first.
Alex, what made you? Super Pipe, you're the best in the gosh damn world on that one. What made you choose that, not Moguls or Big Mountain or Big Air or anything like that? Because you chose this one's your dynamite. You're the best at.
Yeah, I mean it's similar to what Rip said. It's the feeling that you get within that trading platform. It's the feeling that I get when I'm coming through the Super Pipe. It's landing on that transition and feeling that weightlessness. It was just like nothing else that I'd ever felt before, and it came to me. It came to me naturally. A friend asked me, "Hey, my mom has a video camera today. Do you want to come out of school and come hike the pipe with me?" And I said, "Absolutely." So I called my mom. She said, "Yeah, you can go." And I went, and I landed my first 900, and that was it. I knew exactly what I was going to do.
Oops.
I was like, done.
Just like that.
I closed my eyes. But I was curious about that for you and for Dakota and Rips. What makes you like the NASDAQ? Do you like how fast it moves? What about it attracts you?
Go ahead, Dakota.
Go ahead, Rip. It's a love-hate relationship, just like anything, right? Yeah, volatility in the markets. Volatility is king when it comes to day trading and the way that I like to trade. My personal love is options, but my day-to-day is definitely the NASDAQ just because of the volatility. And I'm sure you've experienced it probably in gold and crude oil when at times it just gets so crazy and out of hand. It's hard to manage the money aspect, but yeah, you get used to it. You find the little nuances in the NASDAQ that you can take advantage over, and that's the NASDAQ for me.
Yeah, for me personally, the NASDAQ, it's what we call a high beta product, and it has a lot of movement throughout the day. There's a lot of volatility. As traders, we're trying to capture volatility throughout the day, and NASDAQ routinely gives you multiple opportunities throughout the day, whereas products like gold and crude may have a singular move, and NASDAQ might give you 100 moves in the same period of time. So I'm often wrong in my trades. I like to cut my trades that I'm wrong with early. NASDAQ will usually routinely give me a follow-up trade for me to give sort of another opportunity or another chance, or in your case, like another run at the super pipe. Maybe my first run wasn't great. I miffed a couple tricks. I didn't stick the landing on a couple of them. So I'm going to do another run. And that's what the NASDAQ feels like for me.
So the reps, real quick, Alex, because reps mean a lot. We always say you got to get a lot of screen time. Got to get a lot of screen time. Got to get a lot of screen time. Did having a lift that came out of your high school up to Highlands Mountain help you get a lot of guys? Alex grew up, his high school, right? Your high school has a lift that comes out of the high school backyard all the way up to the mountain, and then your ski team can start skiing on, right?
It's insane. You're exactly right. The amount of access and the access was unbelievable, and it was such a fortunate position to be born into. How could you not be a professional skier if you're born into that?
Your mascot's the skiers.
Yeah, our mascot is the skiers. I remember first period I would have gym, and then I would have the rest of the day off to ski. And then the next day I would have calculus and astronomy, and then I would get out at noon and I could go ski. I was just incredible. Free. Could do whatever you wanted.
Absolutely incredible.
So those reps help put you in the spot. I think that's really about, guys, screen time. Take your time. You're new to the markets. You're hearing how Alex is approaching the markets, and he's new to the markets. So if you're new to the markets, you're hearing his mindset with it, and his stats are stable. He's consistent. He knows what to work on because he's not erratic. And he's going to take some of the feedback that we have here. I'm sure he takes his notes and does all that because he does his regimen and routine and applies it to his life to improve every step of the way. But Alex, I appreciate your consistency and your trade. I appreciate the fact you got funded right away. I'm like, you got funded? Like, yeah, because you text me like just got funded. Like, whoa. Like, so that's cool. So just back at it, grind. It's a grind. Dre, you always told me this. Good trading is like watching paint dry. So it's a slow, methodical, long process, but it's a very fun side gig, and eventually main gig. But good stuff.
Awesome stuff. All right, gentlemen, I want to take a quick break. I want to do some payouts and P&Ls if you guys don't mind, because here we got a show going on. Yeah, we got Alex Ferreira in the house, the newest Topstep partner. The Olympic gold medalist in the house, joining us for the very first time. His major introduction to the entire trading world. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. But really quick, I want to bring in P&Ls and bring in JD. Also, JD, come on in. First of all, thank you so much for letting us know that order was pulled. I think we just saved the house account a couple bucks there. But JD, let's do some P&Ls and payouts.
For sure. As soon as I heard MP say he put the offer in, I kept an eye on that offer just in case. But anyway, yeah.
Thank you, JD.
Hot streaks from yesterday. Our guy is back in the markets. Delesh made $3 yesterday trading the MNQ. Now sitting on a 71-day hot streak worth $837. Give it up to Delesh. What a guy!
Alex, you following this Delesh story? What's going on right now?
No, I have not been. No.
Tell him, MP. Tell him about Delesh, MP.
Delesh is the most consistent trader we've ever had, but the consistencies are what, an average of how much? An average of
$2 a day.
$2 a day. On average.
Yeah, some days.
But always has had a winning day. Always. For 71 days in a row. Always. So a winning day is anything above 0. So there you go.
So we changed up the rules for the hot streaks list a couple months ago. So in order to be eligible for the hot streaks list, you need to be eligible for a payout, which means 5 days of $200 plus winning days and a funded level account. Delesh was grandfathered in because he was already on the list before we changed the rules. So I said, all right, we'll just keep him around until he's off the list, till he loses. And he has not lost yet. He's not giving up. This guy just won't quit. 71 days, made $3 yesterday. He's still on the list. He's still got 29 to go. We won't be happy with anything less than 100 consecutive days out of Dilesh. I hope you're listening. That is what we expect out of you now. All right. Next up, we got Mina. Mina picked up $207 trading the NQ yesterday. That's the NASDAQ. Number is typically $202 for Mina. So we have gotten a little positive slippage there in the NASDAQ yesterday. Anyway, now on a 35-day hot streak worth $8,526. There and Vishnov, both on 33-day heaters. There took $328 out of the NASDAQ, and Vishnov pulled $211 out of the S&P. Then we have Aaron. Aaron made $215 trading the micro NASDAQ, now sitting on a 31-day hot streak worth $6,397. All right, who wants to guess the over-under on yesterday's total payouts?
Alex, please do the honors. The total payouts the Topstep has paid out their traders. All right, I'll tell you. Just guess it out. Okay, how about this? How many people got paid out, JD? Just give us that. Maybe Alex can take a guess from there. How many people got paid out yesterday?
Okay, 549 total payouts yesterday. So what do you think the dollar amount was?
Total.
What are we at, 100,000?
100,000 says. 100,000.
Times that by 10.
I have a guess.
Go ahead.
1.179 million.
Alex,
I'll take
the average. I know you did. You took the average.
Get out of here with your math. Get out of here.
I know you did.
It's more than that. I think it's more than that.
Okay.
Well, I think Rich's public math skills are right on point.
I know you did.
There it is.
1.07.
$1.1 million paid out yesterday here at Topstep. Topstep, JD. This is the new normal, JD.
2,000 plus average daily payout or average payout per payout. That's the new norm. $1 million, 2,000 average.
So, Alex, we average payout 2,000, but you saw earlier, and I think you might have, but there's guys taking 5-figure payouts, sometimes 6-figure payouts. Some people are closing accounts and they're taking a payout and they have $10 left in the account. So it all averages out to about $2,000 per payout request. We have about 500 a day. Folks, these are 500 individuals that are saying, hey, you know what? I want to take money out of my funded account. When we get you back to the funded level, we're going to start talking to you about then account management, because there's risk management that really builds the foundation of your trading. And a lot of these folks, they start taking payouts, start to get pretty good at account management, which means you take money out of the account, still leave enough in the account so that you can weather a cold streak or anything like that. Always watching down your downside. And these are the folks that each day we're really proud of, because they're getting themselves to hitting that payout button. When you get paid out, you feel the fruits of your labor, just like you hit the top of the podium and you raise your medal. You feel that that relief, that whatever you feel. You could probably say, well, I would love to know what you feel when you get to the top of the podium and what's that feeling? Because I'm saying this as a trader, you work your ass off, you get funded, you fail. Work your ass off, you get funded, you fail. Work your ass off, you get funded. Then you stay funded, but you're barely growing the account. Call it a Dilesh style, but he's winning. It's still fine. He's got W's. And then you start taking payouts. The first payout you ever take would be like on the podium for some of these folks. What's that feel like for you?
Absolutely. It's pure elation. It's pure jubilation. What can you do? It's all of your fruits of your hard labor unfolding in front of your eyes into reality. And yeah, when I take that first payout, it'll feel just like a top podium result. I'm excited. Right.
Do you chase that? Is that another thing that helps you chase that, is getting back to the top of the podium and that feeling?
Yeah, absolutely. It's addiction. Once you feel it once, you just want it more and more and more and more. It's the best feeling in the world. You can't pay for something like that, right? It's priceless, and you have to work for it, just like in trading.
Right.
Awesome stuff. All right. Well, we got 30 minutes. Just a little less than 30 minutes here on Fast Markets, TopstepTV. Once again, click like, click subscribe. We got the Olympian in the house, Mr. Alex Ferreira, joining TopstepTV, also part of the Topstep family. All right, guys, let's get back into these markets if you don't mind. Hey, Dakota Rips. Let's start talking some markets. Let's start talking some charts. Dakota, what are we seeing here in the NASDAQ?
I did take a trade earlier in the middle of that interview where I got long 457 456. We did come down here to these 450s, and we consolidated for a moment. 456, I scaled into it, closed it out right around 495 for about a 5,000 on that one. And it set up again. I missed this. We are consolidating right here in these 470s, and I'm going to look for this market to move back up, and maybe we could test 500 again.
Alex, he's looking at the NASDAQ, the 20,470. Yeah. We're trading 479s right now.
I'm on it as well.
Yep.
So Dakota, you just kind of bouncing the current short time frame balance, like looking at the longs. You maybe look to get out or get short near the highs.
Yeah, we're just consolidating. I'm looking to stay in this range, and we're going to stay in this range until we don't, right? But buy low, sell highs. That's the plan when we're range bound.
Good plan.
Thoughts on that, Rips?
I think it's good. I think that we're having a lot of difficulty, especially in the S&P, really selling off here. We've had sellers trying to take control, and they're just not able to take control. So, I like it. We're still kind of battling around that weekly open price, which is stuck at 500s. But, the fact that we're coming down, we're trying to find sellers, we keep on rejecting off of those lows. It just gives me the confidence that I think longs are on the ticket here. We just need to see the rest of the equities kind of playing shape here. NVIDIA is continually making higher lows, which is a good thing for the market, since NVIDIA has been kind of holding things back. We've seen Meta and Microsoft blasting off today, and they have since taken a pause. So if we do have that continuation to the upside, I think it'll come probably in power hour, if not earlier. And I think there's a chance for longs to really pay off here.
So, Alex, he's talking about stocks. I'm sure you know those ones, but the Mag 7 and Rips helps Alex understand, and maybe you already know that, but let's just help the newbies in general that just started trading yesterday that are tuning in right now. Why do I care about what those are doing right now? I'm trading the NASDAQ. I'm trading the S&P.
Well, the NASDAQ is a weighted index as well as the S&P. So there's certain stocks that carry more weight in the way that the NASDAQ moves. So NVIDIA has a large weight. Meta, Microsoft, Apple all have a large weight. And there's crossovers. So there's some stocks that are in the S&P 500 as well as the NASDAQ 100. And when both of those things are kind of moving in the same direction, we call that confluence. So right now, this morning, what made the trade a little bit difficult to take it to the north side was the fact that we had NVIDIA kind of fighting to explode to the top side while we had Microsoft and Meta just ripping to the top side. Apple was taking pause too. Google was ripping to the top side. So you had certain components of the NASDAQ that were ripping to the top side, but some of them were kind of holding back. So we didn't have a clean rip. We sort of had a fight to the top and then this pullback and this lull of where we're at right now. And that is dictated by what is happening in the Magnificent Seven or these big tech stocks. Apple, Tesla, Meta, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. These are the stocks that you want to be watching. I have them up in a second monitor so I can be monitoring the price and the movement of these things. If you don't have the screen real estate, there's a way that you can kind of track these tickers by, combining them into one screen. You could do that on TradingView, or you just simply look at, how the NASDAQ is moving.
Exactly.
There you go. All right. Well, we are looking like we might be pushing here. Dakota, Rips, you guys are both flat.
Yeah. I just closed out my crude oil long as well from last night. It worked out pretty
nice trade.
Pretty nice sometimes.
Yeah, let's. You want to review that trade really quick and crude? What price did you buy?
I bought $70.04 per barrel. But if we take a look at the hourly chart, it was based on the hourly. I went through this in detail last night, but I had a buy stop limit at 70.04 last night, and overnight it looks like at 4 a.m. we did have that breakout, and I was sleeping at this time, and so this is one of the reasons why I love overnight trading is I had this order in 70.04, and the market was just consolidating, and it looks like we went down to 69.33, and for whatever reason we broke out. We broke out of the 70s. We finally broke out of this range that we've been trading for basically a week. Kind of consolidated there for a minute, tested the 70.45, rallied all the way back up, and I was just looking for maybe us to test resistance right around 71, 72. And then when we zoom into a 5-minute chart, you kind of see this price action for the New York session. We did break out this morning of this 70.90s, and we came back. We retested. This was resistance. Resistance became support, and now we rallied right back up to 71.80. And this thing can continue to take off. I mean, next thing we know, we might see crude at 72. But I think I'm done for the day. I have a dentist appointment coming up, and so
that's right.
I haven't ate anything, and it's part of that thing is like I can't eat or drink anything for 8 hours prior to the appointment. So I think I'm done, physically and mentally for my training.
Probably should be. You've had a really good day.
Yeah. So here we go. Lock me out. Yes.
Boom.
I'm locked
Love
out.
that.
She caught part of that crude trade as well, which is great.
Nice.
All right. Well, Alex, I'm told you are sharing your screen. You want to go over there? Let's take a look at Alex's screen. Let's take a look at Alex's screen. MP, let's take a look at Alex's screen. And
do it.
Let's take a look at his process here. You got some of the best shares. You got some of the best shares. We got it on the Topstep big board. You're joining us with Alex Ferreira, the new partner at Topstep. All right, we got a screen up. You're looking at, what do we got here, Alex? What are we looking at? You got the NASDAQ up?
Yep, we got NQ up, and it's a little bit harder to see now for me. Earlier in the day, or when we first jumped on, it was kind of easier because, I don't know, you guys can tell me your thoughts, but you could see this volatility, and it was a bit more predictable. And now we're kind of in this zone where it seems, I don't know if to go long or short. It seems,
yep,
I'm confused.
You're reading it right. It's in a zone right now, so that's that out of the gates right. Rips, Dakota, you guys got any thoughts? Because we've been watching this all day, and the fact you even said it's in a zone right now. Yeah, because you can. Some people can trade the zone. Some people are breakout traders. They like it when it breaks out of the zone, and it really starts to move. Zone usually is quiet trading, typically.
Alex, focus on the extremes of the current balance.
What does that mean, Hogue?
Yeah, two things for me.
English to Alex.
I love your chart.
Recent highs, they're relatively even. That would be the upper extreme of the area of balance. Recent lows, if they're relatively even, that would be the lower extreme of the current area of balance. Focus on those for your opportunity.
Okay.
One of the indicators that you can add to your chart too is called VRVP. I believe on Topstep, it'll show you the visible range volume profile. So you can actually see where the volume has been distributed and what you have in your viewport. And like what Hogue is saying, you look to the left. So you condense your chart. Maybe you go out of a 15-second chart and maybe go into a 5-minute chart, condense it down, and you can actually see, where was that volume distributed and is there an extremity of that range? So if we have a breakout of that extremity, we're looking for longs. And if we have a breakdown of that extremity, we're potentially looking for shorts. As long as you're managing your risk and as long as you have fair stops in place, you should be successful with that strategy. And trading doesn't have to be complex, Alex. You can make it as simple as you want it to be. I'm sure you'll often find this when you're ripping it up in the super pipe. You're in the zone. You're not thinking technically every single millisecond how to move your muscles. You're just in that flow state. And that's usually what you'll find in trading, that when you're in that same flow state, that's when you're at your best. So keep it as simple as possible. Try to get into that flow state and just let your trades work.
Well, that's what Mark Douglas trading in the zone is all about, right? It's trading in the flow state, isn't it? I read that many, many moons ago.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Is it, Michael? Is it? I think you are right. Yes,
trading in the zone.
100%. 100%. I'm just messing with you. 100%.
You wrote a whole book about range bound trading. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's get into this. I think, like Alex said, we're not seeing too much movement right now. Dakota rips. I know Dakota just ripped it off. Dakota just locked it up, I should say.
I have no comment. I love that simplicity. When I look at your charts, Alex, I mean, one indicator, as simple as it gets. If they don't look easy for you, just lock it up and move on to the next day. That's always the best decision, is to not trade. You only want to trade 30 minutes to an hour every day. So trade that. If it's outside your times, don't trade it unless you're just going to practice it. But yeah, great trading today.
Yeah, and then I just kind of looked at the entry price earlier when we were trading at 905. 20,489 seemed like it was a low, and it seemed like a good time to go long on it, and just kind of made a quick trade, and you get $345. It was not that crazy, and I did the exact same thing with the one right before, 20,485. So I thought that was a cheap price.
You had a couple trades going on then while we were live, right?
I did. I was kind of watching you, and I was watching Rips, and I was watching the show, paying attention.
Nice. Great work. And the NASDAQ too.
All right, well, let's take a look at ES2. Yeah, it is a quiet trade, which actually worked out, Michael, because I was worried that it was going to be super busy when we brought Alex on here, and the market's going to be ripping around. We're trying to talk to Alex, but the markets are ripping around. But everything's pretty much cooperating right now, which is great to see. MP, anything else we want to get into with Alex? Oh, Alex, I got a question for you. You're talking about your competition. You watch film on yourself, but you're also watching film on your competition, I do believe you said.
Yeah, good question.
What are you watching that you otherwise couldn't? What does film give you that you can't see in real time? From your competition. Are you studying how their techniques, what their angles are? What are you looking for in your competition?
I'm looking for everything. I'm looking where their hands are. I'm looking for the size of their pants. I'm looking for what their binding dins are set to. You name it, I'm looking at it. In slow motion, in fast motion, where their eyes are, who they're talking to. As you can see their coach on the side. I'm going to program my brain, the very first thing I do in the morning, into that. And it's the same, honestly, with trading. Like, you watch fast markets with you guys. You get on the Topstep program, and you just watch. And even if you don't do anything about it, you're still there. It's like going to the gym and you're sore. You can't really do anything, but at least you went to the gym and you did something. You rode the bike for 15 minutes. That's better than nothing in my book.
Alex, are you able to communicate with your coach like when you're in the middle of performing? I mean, you can probably see him, but are you able to get any communication from him?
No, we do not communicate mid-run. I turn the phone on airplane mode and I blast my music as loud as I can.
What do you listen to?
What music do you listen to?
We're listening to usually some EDM or something like that for a competition, or maybe some. If I'm really feeling like it's a crazy day, I'll put on some Bruce Springsteen or some Four Non Blondes. Just.
Oh, wow. Really?
Really? Try some Led Zeppelin sometime.
Who's the DJ? Who's the hot DJ in Alex Ferreira's ear when he's going vertical? Who are we listening to?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. What DJs are you listening to with EDM?
Oh, honestly, anything and everything. I'll listen to Odessa. I'll listen to anything that hits the ear. Anything. Literally anything that hits the ear.
Andre usually drops in and starts Celine Dion's greatest hits, and then he just drops in. It's kind of his little...
The Carpenters.
No, MP used to listen to reggae on the mountain, which was interesting. But sometimes that's just the vibe, Alex. That's just the vibe.
I vibe with the mountain. Hey, Alex, do you know the first time I ever saw you? You know the first time I ever saw you? I was going up Ajax Express. Didn't know you. Didn't. This is years ago. I was going up skiing by myself. It was like on a Tuesday or something after this, and then going up. And what is the Ajax Express? There's the literally cliff right there. You know what I'm talking about, like right under.
Yeah, Blazing Star.
Yeah, what's it called? Blazing Star. Dude, I'm like, who the hell? I didn't know you were out there skiing.
With the casual backflip.
You bombed it. Yeah, you bombed it. Like right when we're coming up the lift, you're coming over and it's a cliff down. Like it's the lift, and then right under that was a cliff down. He bombs it, does a backflip, lands it right when he lands it, does a 360 spin, and then rips down. And I was like, we did one of these. Me and the guy in the thing, we're like, holy and we did that watch like that. I'm like, holy shit. He's like, the guy was a lefty, a cool lefty sitting right next to me. He's like, do you know who that was? I go, who? He's like, Alex Ferreira. I'm like, no shit. I go, that because you could tell miles apart of your skill different versus anybody on the mountain, miles apart. And you hear that about athletes. Yeah, it looks different. You hear that about athletes when they're out on playing park ball or something, like just like at the rec or something like that. Like, oh, you can tell because they have whatever they have, just control, fluidity with the game, with the mountain and all. It's just so that was the first time I ever saw you. It was a very cool experience. I told a lot of people. I texted Ray. I'm like, dude, that's Alex Ferreira. He just did a backflip and then a 360. It was like rip, kept going.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, Alex. Well, we're coming up on time. We got about 10 minutes left here in Fast Markets. I do want to let the viewers know that Coach Hoop will be joining us 12:30 p.m. Central to talk about his new VIP team. Again, tune in for Coach Hoop. Alex, all right, so now we got to meet you. Where can the people see you moving forward when you're in the zone, you're training? What's the schedule looking like for this winter?
Absolutely. You can follow me on Instagram, Alex Ferreira Ski. I was going to say Twitter, but I don't really use Twitter that much. YouTube, Alex Ferreira Ski as well. You can find all of my posted training videos there. We do one training video a day. I'm actually going to start recording my trading as well. So I'll start posting that to YouTube soon. And then I have an alter ego. His name is Hot Dog Hans. You can find him on YouTube and on Instagram as well and on TikTok. So those are the places to find me.
I think your Hans is a menace. I've heard Hans is a menace. Maybe we'll meet him down the road one day. But I heard Hans can be a menace, but I'll say that for another day. What about the ski season? What's on tap? Dew Tour? What do we got?
Yeah, we got a bunch of events. We've got World Cups. Our first World Cup will be in China on December 5th. And then from there, we go to Copper. We've got 2 in Calgary, 2 in Aspen, X Games in Aspen, and then Dew Tour in Copper to finish it out. Actually, World Championships in Silvaplana, Switzerland to finish it out. So, yeah, we got a bunch of events coming up. Nice. Wish me luck. A lot of gold in the future, and it's going to be good.
Hell yes. Do you still get nervous, Alex? Do you still get nervous when you get the top of the run?
Absolutely. If you're not nervous, that's a bad thing. Nervous keeps you on your toes.
Alex, do you have to hire somebody to hold all those medals for you?
No, but we have quite a big team now to help me get the medals. I have my coach, Ilana.
You have a trophy room?
Just my room. My room at my mom's house. She hosts all my trophies now, thankfully.
Yeah, she does.
Soon, I'm gonna have that house.
I like that. All right, well, real quick recap here. Watching gold sell off. Last trade, 27.52. High of the day, 27.58. Crude keeps ticking higher here, moving to the upside, $71.79. Last trade, high of the day, $71.85. Looking at S&P's 58.81 last trade. NASDAQ being very, very tame this morning. Last trade, 20,478. And, of course, bringing up the rear, but actually pushing higher here is the Dow, 43,116 last trade. Looking at the tilt, nothing really showing the tilt. I guess 73% are long in the YM. Dakota Rips, any last thoughts here on the markets before we move on over to power players and the rest of the day? But let's get some thoughts from you guys on the markets. Give some parting wisdom here to Alex before we do appreciations here on TopstepTV. Go ahead, Dakota.
I study my competition too. When they eat 10 blueberries, I eat 11. I don't know. I was kind of waiting until the end. I had what I'm thankful for, but no, keep up the great work, Alex. You guys, you'll know better than most that doesn't matter how many times you fall, depends on how many times you get back up, all that fun stuff. But until then, don't be afraid to be average in the markets. You are your own competition.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Advice for Alex, I would say, stay reading those books. There's going to be a lot of information that you can glean from those books. You already have a winner's mindset. You know what it's like to be a winner. So I think that you will be fast-tracked into your success with trading as well. Visualization is key. We talked about that earlier. But I think also getting ingrained in the community. Find yourself a trading buddy and find somebody that can hold you responsible, whether it's a coach, whether it's somebody that's at your level that's new to the market. Keep each other honest in the market, keep each other responsible, and make sure you're keeping each other in check. I think that's a key point to a key pillar of success early on.
Appreciate that, boys. Thank you.
Hogue, any bits of advice for Alex as he starts his trading journey? I have a question for Alex.
Well, not too much more I can say other than what Dakota and Rip said, but yeah, just keep it simple. There's a big tendency to learn a whole bunch about a whole different bunch of indicators and that kind of stuff. Simple tends to be the best. You're going to make quicker decisions. Like I said, learn about market profile, learn about auction market theory. Even if you don't use it, it's going to make a big difference in your decision-making process. Looking forward to seeing your success, Alex. It's been really nice to meet you.
So cool. Thanks, Hogue. Pleasure to meet you as well.
Alex, I have a question for you. Do you have any tips or advice for us in the trading community? How do you stay so damn disciplined as you are? What is the key to your discipline? You're being so regimented. What can you tell us on how to maintain that level of discipline that makes you an elite athlete, one of the most elite athletes on this planet?
Stay sober. It's the easiest way. Stay sober, your mind's clear.
Yeah. I've heard that. I've heard somebody says this, when you get all vices, any vices, call it sugar, call it all that kind of stuff. You get all your vices out of it. It's a really amazing spot to be in. Somebody said that in the chat one time. When all vices are gone, when you can manage all your vices, that's a really good spot.
I could use that advice.
Alex, Alex, okay, so what's on tap? What's on tap for the rest of the day? So are you waiting for? I assume you're just waiting for the snow to show up on the mountain like the rest of us, right? Are there any shortcuts to actually training with the actual skis on your feet indoors? How can you do that? Is there what do you do if it's not snowing outside?
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the things that I mentioned earlier, jumping on the trampoline. I'm about to go for a bike ride, keep the cardio strong, and then I will go to the rollerblade airbag facility as well. They also have a giant ski. They've got a giant ramp. You ski down it on plastic, and then you jump off of it into a huge airbag as well. And that's in Austria, and I will be heading there shortly so that we can kind of get in front of the snow coming. Yes, it is good. It's all nice and good until you hit the airbag and your neck is all sore and you're like, oh, what am I doing?
All right, and just to round out this appearance, Alex, we got the most hard-hitting question of the day: Paradise Bakery or Louis Swiss? Paradise Bakery or Louis Swiss?
Oh, not even a question. Louis Swiss.
Yeah, Michael. Michael.
Right here.
Michael. Yeah.
Right, I love it.
They stopped selling donuts, and I emailed them, and I want to start a donut shop.
Yeah, because you're a donut guy.
Chicago has these craft donuts. You can sell a donut for $10 nowadays because they're so ornate now, and Chicago's big on their donuts, on donut craft donut shop.
You won't be in there, Alex. You don't need Dunkin' Donuts. Anyways, all right. Alex. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you so generous with your time. We cannot wait to start this partnership and friendship moving forward. Topstep and Alex Ferreira in the house. So at the end of Fast Markets, Alex, we like to do something called appreciations, right? What we're appreciative for, what we're thankful for this Tuesday, right? Here in the markets. Markets give us this freedom, this ability to hang out with your friends, your trading buddies, and this awesome community we got. So right now we're going to start with appreciation. So I'm going to let you, we'll go with Hogue first, and I'll throw it to Alex. Hogue, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday?
As always, my God, my family, and my country. And I appreciate just being able to be here with all of you guys and the opportunity to meet Alex. And it was a wonderful opportunity. And again, Alex, it was really great to meet you.
Okay, now I'll throw it to, we'll go with Alex last. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for hopefully this dentist. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, health. Health is a very important thing in my life, and as should be everybody else's. Just like you said, Alex, it's the reason why we're here, right? Another beautiful thing about trading is it's hard sitting at a desk all freaking day. Would love to be out there in the outdoors, running, biking, and all that fun stuff with you, Alex. But health is the most important thing.
Excellent. Mr. Rips, what do you create? And also, good luck, Dakota. We'll see you on the other side. I'm going to show Dakota some love. Get his wisdom teeth removed today shortly, but we'll see him on the other side with 4 less teeth in his mouth. Mr. Rips, what are we appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for a company like Topstep that recognizes that there are winners in other fields, and that should be recognized and brought into the trading field as well. And I think it's great that we brought on somebody like Alex into the show today and into the Topstep family. I think it's a great addition. It's been great getting to know you, Alex, today. And I'm very appreciative for you spending your time with us this morning and letting other people know, what it's like being a professional athlete at your level and how that crossover is bleeding into trading and futures and everything. It's just been a phenomenal experience this morning. So thank you, Alex.
Very cool. Very cool. Alex, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday?
I'm super appreciative for all of you guys welcoming me into the Topstep family and being a part of the team. And nonetheless, I'm appreciative of being alive. It's way better than the alternative.
Man,
Yes, it is.
wise words. Mr. Michael Batak, what do you appreciate for on this Tuesday?
Alex, I'm appreciative for you working with Topstep, for you seeing the synergies and relationship of the crossover, as Rips talks about, between sports, and then also your little passion, little side passion for trading. Dre and we're like, wow, he actually likes trading. So all that being said, and then delayed gratification. When you work your ass off, you see the gold. It doesn't show up instantly. It shows up over time. And I'm a big jab fan. I'm not a boxer, but I put those on there to remind me, because you don't have to be the most talented, the smartest, or anything. But if you just jab away, make these little inch improvements, small 1% improvement every single day of your life, in all pieces of your life, you get to big spots in your life. So you've done that. It's really cool to see. We're going to be behind you 1,010%. To the gold, to get the gold in 2026, and going to be happy to have you here tuning in along the way. Hopefully you get to know this guy called Hot Dog Hans. He's already trolling me, bit of an asshole, showboater, but he may be a trader too. I don't know. We'll see. But I'd rather be trading with you. I know that. So, Alex, good stuff.
Awesome.
Go for it, Alex.
Stuff, guys. Go give him hell, Alex. Everyone, give Alex some love. Go follow him on Instagram. Go follow him on YouTube. Give him hell, Alex. Really quick, I'm very appreciative to be able to do this. This is so damn cool, man. I can't believe we get to do this for a living. Anyways, we got power players coming up the other side of this. We got John G in the house from Hyde Park, New York. One owns a well-known deli in Brooklyn. Oh, we got to look into that. Primary trades, NQ and CL. Anyways, give it up for Alex Ferreira joining us on TopstepTV. Let's go. Power players coming up next. Let's do it.
That was good. That was great.
Welcome back, everybody, to Power Players on Topstep TV. Making his Topstep TV debut, I do believe, is John G. Welcome, everybody. John G, welcome to Topstep TV. You are now officially a Topstep Power Player. What's up, man?
What's going on? How we doing?
Not bad at all. Well, before we get started, this is the first question I ask everyone new to Topstep in Topstep TV is, how did we find you and how did you find us?
I started in January, so it's been about 9 months, and just it was probably this second prop firm that I started using. At that point, I had just gotten into the prop firm world about December 20, like right around Christmas, January, and that led me to you.
I like it. The rest is history. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get right into these markets here. Last trade 58.79 in the ES. Then NQ, we got 20,469 last trade there. Seeing some buyers coming in the Dow as well. Last trade 43,113. What do we got here in the crude? Crude took a peak above $72. Now we're back below $71.95. And taking a look at gold. Gold, I think new all-time highs of $27.58.70. Last trade 27.53. All right, John G, we're talking in the green room. Tell us about this world-famous deli, this sandwich place that you guys own, you and your family.
Yeah, about 12 years ago, I found business in Brooklyn for sale that was pretty well established. It's been there for about 45 years at that point. Now it's we're going on 56 years. Just so happened it was called John's Deli, and it was in the area of Brooklyn where my parents had a diner, so we were pretty familiar with the area. And yeah, so I've been doing that for about the last 12 years.
Awesome. We are just wheeling out the professionals today. Professional skier, professional sandwich maker. What a great day at Topstep TV. I was just looking at pictures of these sandwiches that you make too at the deli, and I can't wait for lunch. I'm figuring out I'm thinking about what I'm going to get for lunch right now after looking at those sandwiches.
Yes. This Johnny's roast beef, it looks amazing. The black gravy, it looks amazing. All right, let's get into the trading here. Bit of a abbreviated session here on Power Players. John G, take us through your trading steps. Let's meet John G, the trader. What products do you trade? What are your setups? What do your charts look like? Let's do it.
So right now, primarily trading NQ and CL. A little bit of gold, and I just added silver, copper, the euro, and natural gas to the mix, but primarily gold, oil, and NQ. But most, like 85%, would be NASDAQ, and then like a very small percentage of gold, rest oil. I'm trading market profile, order flow, just market structure, and those are my primary tool is the footprint charts and the market profile.
Hey, JD, we got a professional trader.
Where do you get your footprint? Yeah. Where do you get your footprint charts from?
Motive Wave.
Motive Wave?
I started with Ninja Trader. I was just having a little bit of issues with the platform, just deleting some of my drawings. And and I migrated over to Motive Wave. And that's been a substantial improvement so far. I'm using DX feed for the data. Actually, I'm using AMP futures for the data, and DX is for some stocks. But yeah, that's
popular brokerage. Yeah, I have an account with AMP also. But yeah, people love those footprint charts. I like them myself too. Gives you a great insight into tick by tick trading data for sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look here. Any trades taken today, John? What's your take on the market so far?
So I, all right. So from last night, judging by the market profile, I was under the. It was telling me that gold was going to make an all-time high. I did not participate in that. Oil long at 69.35.
Nice.
And I'm in a short right now at
are you
at 72. And I longed NQ at 368 and shorted at 512.25. I cut the short at 465 and then re-entered at 504, and I'm flat. And then I got into a long at 457 ish and cut that. So I'm flat at the moment, except for the small oil short. But expecting a return back to probably like 412-ish. I would assume we get back to 436 and 432, but I'm not going to participate in that one because it's
made nice. You really carved it up this morning.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
It's following along with those prices that you were calling them out. Yeah, that was good entries, good exits on all those trades for sure.
Indeed.
Yeah, so I had
go ahead.
So I just had some I started something new like a few weeks ago that definitely like changed the game for me. Like I found a way to find like low volume nodes on the fly. And that's so I kind of switched my strategy over the last few weeks, and I've been working on that. And but definitely felt like the missing piece to the puzzle right now. So things have been going pretty good.
Are you taking those trades in your live account?
So I kind of have something that I wanted to, this like one of the things I wanted to discuss about like my journey with Topstep over the last few weeks, which has been really bad, unfortunately. And I there's like a huge lesson that I learned personally that I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
So I was always under the impression that I wanted to have like 30 accounts with, different prop firms and make hundreds of $1,000s per month. And doing that like completely destroyed my trading with my Topstep accounts, which was something I valued, because Topstep gave me the opportunity to make it in something that I love doing, and to fulfill my dream as a trader. And so for some reason I still wanted to have a bunch of different accounts. So I had some other accounts that I took from 0 to 2 million in the last like 25 days, but that destroyed my my trading with my live account. It's like as I was hitting 10, 20, $30,000 profits per day, I was hitting max loss every day on Topstep account. So because I had there's different rules for different firms, and then I have like the ability to be down 6,000-7,000 in multiple different trades on multiple different instruments. And the first couple of days I just wasn't executing the same trades, and then I started. So that was just where I went wrong in the first few days. Then I kind of got used to having a lot of room, to trade freely. And I trying to shut that off to then trade my Topstep accounts. Like it's really hard to do, to manage, like, all right, I can be down 10, 15, 20 grand and then end up the day 10 with 10 or 15,000. But I have to completely reset how I'm trading to be able to replicate that with you guys. And the fact is that I could have made $10 million and I'm not even getting paid on it. So what was the purpose? What was the purpose? Out of 23 days, I'm green 20 days for an average of 7 to 10,000 a day. And, I'm not getting paid because of improper risk management. So I don't know how that's possible, but, so that was kind of something I want to talk about. For me, Topstep was always the number one, prop firm out there. And I still feel that. And, I've done well. I still, I've gotten, close to 6 figures in payouts. but I'm just really disappointed with the way what's happened over the last few weeks, and I think I'll be able to get it back, but it's really hard to kind of turn on and off different styles of trading for different type of accounts, I guess. And
what has happened? What has happened with your trading? What did you say? Let's do some self-evaluation. What do you think?
I mean, as far as I don't know, I have to either like size down, like I have to take different size with my Topstep account because of the max loss amount, the daily loss amount. That's probably number one, and yeah, it's just it's unfortunate, that's kind of what went down. But I think I know I'll be able to fix it, but unfortunately, I'm just on a really bad path at the moment with my with these accounts. But I think I'm very confident that I'll get back. It took me like 30 days to get into the top 10, and I think I'll be able to get back
now. Oh yeah, John G's been on the leaderboard before.
Yeah, I remember your name now. Oh, okay, it's all coming together now. Okay, you're in the top 10. Where are you at? Where are you at now?
I have no idea.
Right now we're sitting at 446, still in the top 500, still in the live account, still got an XFA. I'm looking at your trade report right now. You've transferred quite a bit of money from XFAs over to live. Live account balance a little skimpy right now, so yeah, I would definitely recommend scaling back till you build that cushion back up.
Topstep still holds my record. I'm not sure if I could beat that, but in 5 days, I did take one XFA from like 0 to 81,000. I hit my largest day was 63,000 in one night. And but yes, so around that time from there, I've just been having a little bit of a tough time. So it's really about resetting and putting this as my focus, because I could hit whatever numbers possible with any other prop firms, but the question is, I need to get paid. So
everyone goes through drawdown. Like it's just a fact of life with trading, but recognizing when you're going through drawdown and being able to change things up a little bit, it's a sign of maturity as a trader.
Yeah.
Also, our tip of the week, let's not forget our tip of the week. Know when to take a break.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely.
Well, John G, I want to ask you, let's talk about the rise of John G into the top 10. What did it take for you to get there? Were you train size? Were you train discipline? Were you train certain time hours, certain products? What was that routine looking like? What was that structure looking like?
So honestly, that night that it was like I didn't sleep, but that I hit my largest day with you guys. I was trading about like 3 to 5 contracts. I think there was one trade I took on a 10 contract trade, but it was a scalp, which I typically don't do. I usually trade anywhere from like 50 to 150 points on the NQ, and probably like 50 cents to $1 on oil. So I like to hold trades longer. And I got a really good mentor and I spent a lot of money on my education. And yeah, that's really what helped me get to where I'm at, where I'm feeling comfortable now. Definitely put in a lot of time into my education. It was hard though, because I'm a full-time dad, and I have the the deli that that I still have to tend to. But my brother was willing to cover me so I could focus on this, because he believed that I'd be able to accomplish what I'm looking for. And so I owe a lot of thanks to him for giving me the opportunity to pursue this journey. And yeah, so
how's that strat? How does that conversation go with your brother? Hey, bro, I'm splitting from. I'm gonna start refocusing some of my time on trading, this new trading thing, as opposed to the restaurant. What's that conversation? What's that conversation like?
And does he trade at all? Is he in the market?
No.
Is he interested?
No. I feel like I kind of peaked at that establishment. Like I grew, like from when we took over. I together we brought up sales like 400%. And at that point, and it was already had a big name, so I kind of there wasn't really much more that I could do, and I put in a lot of systems in place for us to kind of be able to not be so hands-on. And I just asked him at that point if if he knows that if I put my mind to something and I really dedicate myself, that I'm more so than not I'll have a good outcome. So I the first step really was to focus on my on personal development and my health. Like I got really big into detoxing and personal development journey, and I've been like completely sober for 3 years. So just I wanted to be able to give first my son, like undivided attention and be able to be there for him 100%, since that's my first job, my main focus. And that was one of the steps for me. And then just to be as healthy as I could be so I could have the opportunity to really give this a fighting shot and see and make it. So I don't want anything to hinder my performance, and because there's obviously going to be a lot of psychological impact from the ups and downs, and so those were my steps to attempt to get to where I'm at.
Awesome stuff. All right, hey JD, quick question: can we trade crude? Can you execute crude trades?
Ooh, let's see. I got gold activated yesterday. Let me check.
You do have gold activated. Okay, great. Because I know John G is short from $72 in crude oil.
Nope, no crude oil.
No crude oil. Okay. Hey, John G, let's take a look at the NASDAQ then and take a look at the ES. You seeing anything over there in terms of market profile, reading tape? We got last trade 20,440. Anytime we pop above 500s, I know we squeeze up to the 20s, but we get to the 500s and we do see sellers step in.
Yeah, we did make a few visits there. They were all lower highs. So, but as far this was the level I said we would return to, the 433 to 436. We're finding some buyers there, but I don't know. I'm not sure if we break. I would be looking to short like 531 ish. We've spent, this is now second. Yeah, because of the way that we had that move into the close on yesterday, that it just went there too aggressively and left aggressively. I would entertain a short at 530, but I think this probably will hold for a little bounce into probably like 484. And if not, then my next level to the downside is going to be like 413, we should see a reaction out of, and then 392 and 397.
392 and 397. Last trade 440. So you're like, is it a no trade zone for you, or perhaps a?
Yeah, right now, for me to go long, I'd have to get either 412 or the 397 ish. But this one, I knew that this would work, but it's a second visit back. I like to take trades on a first visit into an area that I have. So this is this is like a second visit back, which still is good. First and second visits are what I like to participate in. Anything
the third visit,
I would just let it go, even if it works. Probability is lower.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. JD, what do you see in the markets right now? Last trade 450, 20,450 in the NQ. What are you seeing?
Hovering right around VWAP right now. Just kind of broke through a little support zone. We had that Dolby Dorito forming for most of the morning, ever since I would say 9 o'clock this morning. Just broke through that support level. Coming back through it again right now. So chop is still kind of what's happening in my eyes. Nothing really too directional.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen today, but I like it eventual. Return to 318 and 307.
Yeah, why do you like that?
307?
Yeah, why do you like 318s and 307s? What's down there?
So there's, I look for areas that we leave too fast to get a return back there. So on October 17th at like 1 a.m., we just like rocketed out of there. So instead of getting FOMO, like what's changed for me in the last 3 weeks is like when I see areas like that where we leave too fast, instead of getting FOMO and trying to participate in it, I just wait to either trade to it or from it. So that's something that's definitely helped. That's kind of what happened this morning at that 386. We were just going back to where we left a little too fast on at like 8 a.m. yesterday. Wait, was it? No, I'm sorry. That one was where we left at like 11:30 yesterday. So I just find low volume nodes in areas that we leave too aggressively, and I reparticipate in those areas. So this was the area that I had mapped out here. These two levels.
What price?
368 and 373.50.
368, 373.50.
So that gave me like a little zone, and then I like to participate where there's an untested POC. So this level, like right here, right underneath that, there's like untested POC, right at 362, and that's where we left from. So that's something that I added to my criterion zones that I want to participate, is that there needs to be like either one significant untested POC on a larger chart, or like either, or maybe two or three on a smaller chart. So I don't use time-based candles. I only use I use range taken volume candles. So this is my smaller value volume candle, but I make my decisions based on like a 10,000 volume and a 28,000 tick chart on the NQ.
So when you're looking at these points of control untested, Hogue will call it a naked point of control. But
yes, he will.
Yeah.
Some charting purists will only consider them naked points of control if they're not retested during regular trading hours. Are you using full session or just regular trading hours for your
these are actually just, so I do that for the market profile, but these are actually just for each candle.
Okay.
So like my larger targets, if I'm, will be untested levels on the profile, but these are just untested POCs on every candle, if depending on what size you use.
Yep. And you find they make for good targets. I've seen I found in my experience that naked point of control makes an excellent target if you're once a breakout happens.
For target or entry
area.
JD? Gotcha.
And more for an exit area, target area.
Yeah.
Or a scale out area.
Yeah, so I'll use a combination of unfinished auctions and untested POCs.
Perfect.
Unfinished auction. Yeah, I think Hogue would music to Hogue's ears right there, JD. If I say so myself. I know Hogue, big proponent of market. You must be a market profile guy, like you said earlier. Okay, John G, what made you get short from 72 in crude? Last trade, $71.87. Why you get short 72? Big fat round number. You saw some resistance, unfinished business. Why'd you get short from $72?
It was an extension level on the last pullback. It was an extension, and also there was an untested POC at 72. So a combination of those two, because the last retracement where the structure was broken at like 9:56 a.m. Since that didn't work out, I'll give another shortened attempt at about like 115 to 120 extension. So I did the extension from that pullback, and that gave me like a zone of 71.93 to 72.07, and then I matched it up with the untested POC at 72, and yeah. So I mean, it's up, but it's not much, but it's only up 4 cents at the moment. But
71.92, short 71.92. What's your downside target?
Downside target. I mean, I want to see. I don't think it's gonna happen today, but I have some. I have a target at 71.30, then 71.05. But I'm looking to get back in to participate on the long side in at $70. That's the POC, the volume profile POC, and the TPO POC, and there's a low volume area that I have there.
Okay.
So, but I was hoping to get back into the value area to try and get the 80% rule to happen, but doesn't seem the case today. So today the 80% rule played out on NQ, which is where I got out of the long at the value area high, and then shorted that. So I like to look for that 80% rule if we open, above or below the value area.
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard Hogue talking about that before.
John G, do you watch Topstep TV often?
Not too often, but I do.
Who's your favorite person on Topstep TV?
Man, I don't know. That's hard. But as far as trading, I think I definitely align with a lot of the stuff that Hogue talks about. And
you sound like market profile.
And I heard Nick the other night that I think he's doing something similar now with kind of what I've been looking at over the last few weeks.
Awesome. Well, welcome to Topstep TV. Welcome to Power Players. John G in the house from Long Island, New York. Are you a Yankees fan, John G?
Unfortunately, I grew up too close to Shea to
oh, you guys would have been so close, man. So close. But yeah. Hey, it was still a good run for the Mets. Hey, you finally got your money back. You guys finally got a ROI on that money you guys spent. So at least there's that.
Yeah. But anyway, they played well.
They did play well.
But who do you got?
All right. Let's trade 20,433. 20,432 now in Q. What are we thinking here, JD? I think maybe we take a short in crude if we are able to get in there. You got John G short 71.92 in crude. Look at the ES 58.77. Market's been kind of calm. Dow continues to see push higher here. New highs just put in 43,154. Lower end of the range here, JD, in the NQ. Looking on the 5-minute.
NQ, we're mid range right now for the daily. We are seeing a little bit of weakness right now. Next stop is yesterday's value area low, 20,414. I think we could be, seeing a little continued weakness. Some sellers stepping in here. I don't know if folks watching. Maybe we can get a Delta update. Oh, John, do you look at Delta? Is that part of your?
No.
Okay.
No,
it's not a Delta guy, huh?
No,
not a Delta guy.
Yeah.
JD, you think? All right, you see some weakness, John G, in the NQ. We're trying to see if we got any weakness here. Perhaps the house account takes a trade if we see something we do like. You're pushing lower here in the 20,430. Oh, what are you seeing here, John G, in the NASDAQ as we continue to push lower?
I want to see what happens at 412.25. Otherwise, I'll consider that 400, 396.75.
396.75. All right.
That's also the ETH POC.
Okay. Extended trading hours. Point of control, folks.
Point of control. A lot of acronyms, huh? John G likes his acronyms.
If you're trading on TopstepX, you can switch between extended trading hours and regular trading hours right at the bottom of your screen there. If you don't want to see the whole thing, you can just take a look at regular trading hours, 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time.
Absolutely. All right, taking a look at gold here. Gold continuing to move to the upside, pushing higher here, about $2 off the highs of the day. I believe is all-time highs as well. Last trade, 27.56 and 90 cents. See if we can give one more push here. Where's your stop on this crude? I keep looking at crude. It looks like it kind of wants to roll over, but then the buyers do step in. Where is your risk? How do you determine risk on a gold or crude trade like this, John?
I'm at 25. Actually, yeah, 25 cents to make 50, and then $1.
Okay.
Where is crude right now? We're coming off one of the weakest weeks in crude oil.
Yeah, 25 cents, and then
in recent months. Yeah.
NQ 16 points to make 32 as a first target, and then 64 as a second, and then runners.
I like that. How long did it take you to get into the top 10 on the leaderboard from when you started? You started in January, I believe. How long did it take you to get into the top 10?
It was about a month.
A month? How would you do? You're just crushing it?
Yeah, initially, and that was only with 3 accounts. So, I did extremely well that month. That's when kind of things were falling into place. So I started my mentorship in like October, right around like exactly a year ago, and it was all like learning a different language. I mean, I'm Greek, so I guess I could say that it was all Greek to me. But so it was tough, and but I just studied every day. I was up till 3-4 o'clock in the morning every day, waking up 7, take my son to school, and things fell into place right around January. Yeah, and that's when I had those results.
Mm. People are curious who your mentor was. You don't have to straight up. You don't have to call him out by name or anything. But what was he like? What did he teach you?
He told me everything I know.
Together? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
he taught you the profiles, taught you how to read the footprints. That's cool.
Yeah, we started on Ninja, the volumetric handles, and yeah, there was definitely a lot of material, and it was tough to grasp at first. It was a completely different way of looking at the market, and different way of there's rules to drawing trend lines, and there are rules to drawing your fibs, and it was overwhelming in the beginning, but things started to fall into place. I had a decent foundation, like 3 months in, 6 months in, I was getting a little better, and I think things really changed like 9 to 12 months in. That's when I had that really, really big day. So when I started with that express funded account, so that's when I started looking at like this kind of way of discovering the low volume nodes on the fly without looking at the profile, and yeah, it was a crazy night that night. I don't know.
Sure was. Like you still remember it, huh? What were you feeling that crazy night? Making all this money. You're like, holy shit, what did I do? What do you think? What are you feeling?
Yeah, I started at like 8 p.m. and I went straight to like 10 a.m. And I did 42,000 in the ETH session. So that was like, definitely a milestone for me, especially in the ETH session, because there were some times after that where I got into a little bit of, I had a rough patch, especially after a day like that, because you get that euphoria, and and it felt I had to think about what I accomplished, and that I had to keep going, and I can always had to make sure I kept my psychology in check. So
after that big day, did you stay up to see your name on TopstepTV on the XF8 DNL leaderboard and
be honest,
and on the big board?
Be honest.
Yeah,
did you hang around to watch?
There's been a lot of days that I hit like the number one spot, but I wasn't on it. So I was like,
"Are you really number one?" Whoa! What do you mean? You hit the number one spot?
Like profit wise in a day or something, or
for daily.
Yeah, but I wasn't on.
Yeah, but did you ever request? Did you ever request not to have your information shared?
No.
Interesting. No. Okay.
You like being on TV, John G?
Nah, it doesn't matter. The fact that that's just it's nice to grow within a community that you like appreciate and value.
100%.
But that doesn't really mean anything. It's the consistency.
It's not why you wake up. It's not why you wake up in the morning. All right, new highs here in gold. But new highs here in gold. Buyers are in the house. When I do see a spike in gold like this, we are starting to see the equities pop a little bit as well. I'm wondering if this is coinciding with a movement in 10-year yields. We did peak yesterday of 421. Yeah, we're at 421, 4.21%. Gold's moving here.
The tilt's pretty flat across the board. Not much happening there.
Yeah, unfortunately, gold. I have to wait for that to come back to like 27.41, 27.41.50, 27.42. But the profile was pretty clear that we were going to make a all-time high.
Yes. Well, it was pretty clear we're making a new all-time high here. JD, we could have bought those. I don't know if it looked like we were going to see some. We're still moving here. I'm not seeing anything on the juice here. Oh, Yellen. Hell, no, Yellen, that's old.
Right, so we're just a couple days away from a Fed blackout period. So we're probably going to be getting maybe a few surprise announcements in the next week.
So
in the weekly kickoff, in the kickoff email, did you say there's only 12 trading sessions till the U.S. election? I believe it's 12 trading sessions. Now we're down to what, 10? Coming in close. I'm not sure how much that's going to affect. All right, gold's still pushing here. These are new highs. This might be air horn time for the gold. 27.59 last trade. Look, anything here in gold. As Dow's moving higher as well. Last trade, 43,166.
Weekly kickoff high, 27.60 in gold.
Right there.
Be a good cheap short. I hate stepping in the way of new all-time highs, but I also love a good cheap trade, you know?
Yes, you do, JD. Yes, you do. Hey, John G question. Taking a look at the menu here at John's Deli. What's the best sandwich there? What's the best sandwich?
So I named all the sandwiches after like my favorite movies and TV shows, the characters. Because it was before I got there, it was just like, roast beef special, hot turkey special, and that. So there's
Mike Lowry. Mike Lowry. You got a sandwich called Mike Lowry? Bad Boys?
Yeah. So I got the Lieutenant Dan. It's fried calamari with no legs.
Come on.
Yeah. And then the meatball parm is a tea bag. And what else? We got
the Lester Diamond. That's great.
Yeah,
Lester Diamond from Casino?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Leo gets is tuna when he goes Lethal Weapon. He goes to the
Lethal Weapon? Yep.
He gets the tuna. He's like, guys, this is tuna. I don't
Derek
need
for real.
Yeah,
he's got
Derek. BLT. Derek for real's a BLT. Nice. Andre hates BLTs. Did you know that, John?
I hate BLT. Worthless sandwich, John G.
Yeah.
There's better sandwiches out there. That roast beef, though, looks fantastic. Walter White, the chicken cutlet, I like it. Nikki Santoro, obviously you've watched a lot of Casino in your life. I love it. That's one of my favorite movies ever.
Yeah. See, I mean, it was, that area is was a predominantly Italian neighborhood, and there was a lot of C-list celebrities from like The Sopranos, and a lot of shows would come in there, and it's just something I love. So when I got it, I wanted to put a little bit of myself into the store. So I love movies and TV shows. So like I would try to match it up with something that they said in the show, like in Entourage. I don't know, Turtle talks about getting hot cup of gold and mortadelle when they're at the bar mitzvah. There's no food, and so I made that sandwich. And then what else? And then in Pulp Fiction, when Jules Winfield talks about like how he doesn't eat meat because his wife's a vegetarian. So I made like a vegetarian sandwich that was on that. And then in Dexter, he talks about how he loves the pulled pork. So I named the pulled pork sandwich Dexter Morgan. So it's
see that
like people laugh, like they got a kick out of it. So that definitely changed the game. Just something small like that.
I like that. Well, okay, we just pushed higher. Just made some new highs on the day in the ES. High of the day, 58.85 half. See if gold's moving higher here, Dow's moving higher here. I'm not sure if anything came in. The volume, not exactly a massive volume spike either in ES or NQ. We'll keep an eye on that. Hey, this might be a silly question, but I am asking for real. Are there any parallels to running a world famous sandwich shop or being a professional sandwich maker as into trading? Or is it running your own business? Account management, is there any parallels, any crossovers whatsoever? Or is that kind of the point of getting into trading? You can just kind of keep the two separate.
Yeah. There's not really, not really. Trading's can be a lonely business, and that's definitely not. But no, there's really not any.
Is that one of the worst questions you've ever heard, John? Is that one of the worst questions everyone's ever asked you? Be honest.
Well, one of the things that I wrote that I mean, it's a business. Like this is it's not a game. It's a business. You got to treat it that way. And I think that that's one of the things that I try to remind myself, every day when I'm taking on trades. So just as far as that's concerned, then there's a similarity as far as this really being a business that that could change your life. But otherwise, I would say not really.
Awesome. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I do. Yeah, the chat's letting me hear it right now. That was a really bad question, but I figured I'd throw it out there. You never know. All right, let's see if we get up to these 20,500s in the NASDAQ. Again, every time we've got up to the 20,500s, yeah, they've ran it up to 18s, 19s, 20s, but we always seen sellers coming in. Hoag's been talking about this for the last couple of days. Let's see if we do get back into this. We have about 2 minutes left here on Power Players. Got shoulder tap coming up, group coaching coming up next. This is riveting market stuff right now. Oh, boy, JD, if we get up to these 500s, would you be tempted? Perhaps take a short. I know we got about 2 minutes left here, but something to consider. John G, I'll throw it to you, John G. See what the market's done at 20,500. Do you have another level up there?
No, I'm looking at 530. At this point, we've spent too much time here that I would assume we would break it.
Yeah, I agree with that. We traded back to settlement earlier this morning, tested it a couple of times. So when I see a level tested like that so many times and then a return, I just expect it to break through on the what did we kiss? We kissed 19 what? 3-4 times, then traded back up to value area high 2 more times. So that level's been tested, let's call it 5 times today. Next time we go through, there just aren't going to be enough sellers up there anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It has a natural tendency to just break through that level.
The way that we left here, like this is what I look for. We left here too fast, so I would plan a way to trade to that or from it.
Mm-hmm.
So trade. So anytime that we're not like, moving up, pulling back, moving up, pulling back, and it's just like call it like a Picasso right out of an area, then I always tell myself that we're going to go back there.
Mm-hmm.
Satisfying.
Okay. All right. Well, we're coming up on time here. John G, are any of your friends or family watching your first appearance on TopstepTV?
Some friends, yeah.
You want to give them a shout out?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to hear these names. I got to hear some of these names. If it's these Italians, Greeks, Long Island, hit us with some names, man, and their nicknames too.
No, just some trading buddies that are watching.
Okay.
And I'll send the video later to my brother to check out.
All right. Do you want to give him a shout out?
Oh yeah, definitely shout out to my brother because this wouldn't be possible without him, allowing me to take time to do this. And to anyone else that's watching and supporting, I appreciate it. And make sure you stop into the John's Deli for a roast beef sandwich.
Let's do it. All right, let's get that plug in there. Where is it located? Give us the.
It's right by Coney Island. It's 2033 Stillwell Avenue, the original John's Deli.
There you go, John Zelli. Go check it out. I think we did put the link here in the chat. John G, want to thank you. We're on the top 10 on the Topstep leaderboard. John G, thank you so much. Can we get a patak sandwich? Jack wants to know. That sounds like a great idea. John G, thank you so much for your appearance. We'll see you again down the road. Anyways, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. We got group coaching in the house. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. I am Jack. I am joined by the incomparable risk manager, Ben. Ben, what up, man?
Hey, I'm loving the fit today. With the hat and the vest, everything, you look great.
Got all my trader accoutrement. Got the, as I say, the Patagonia armor, Topstep hat, headphones. I am full YouTuber right now, so let's do some YouTubing.
Yeah, the more accessories you have, the better you trade. That's a well-known
more
rule.
Screens, more
screens, more accessories. That's the easiest way. That's actually what the segment is about. It's the easiest way to fix your trading.
You've seen,
let's dive in. We've got a couple live trader updates I want to go over, and
okay.
And then we'll move into some trading cards. House account up a cool $2,800 today. That's good to see. Rips down the daily loss limit in live account. Deanna up $380. Dakota and Nick for a tick also down the DLL. Tanya Trades took the daily loss limit today as well in the live account. Earlier, Jack, we had quite a few people that were up $10,000 plus that have pared back those gains. So it's been a busy morning, communicating with individuals, reaching out, trying to get them to lock in profits. Most are still green, but Kai China, as an example, was up 13,000, sitting at around $2,000 profit currently. Artem seemingly is locked it in, up 14,400. Yusuf is up 5,800. He's someone we'll talk about here in a moment. Micah up 12,600. Jerome up $9,000, and Faye up $10,800. So overall, some pretty big P&Ls on the board today. Relatively mixed bag overall of green and red, but the tippy top of the P&Ls for the live traders are pretty darn green today. So that's good to see. And we can pull up our first trading card unless you have anything else you want to touch on, Jack.
No, let's go ahead and get to that. And then somebody mentioned, wasn't Dakota up? I believe Dakota was up in his XFAs and down in his live. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding. That he had hit the daily loss limit in the live account and pivoted to XFAs earlier. First trading card we've got up today is for Yusuf. This one's more of a traditional shoulder tap. This trading that Yusuf has been conducting in his live account has not been good, said plainly. Down $425 on average for the average daily P&L, but the distribution here is probably what'll make you squeeze your mouse, Jack. You'll see really all of the profits in this account have come from 2 days of nearly identical P&Ls. Yusuf had posted 2 winning days of $18,000 each in back-to-back days. That was a couple of weeks ago. And since that moment in time, up to today, we made $37,000 across 2 trading days, proceeded to give back $36,000 of those gains through daily loss limits every day since. Now, today is a deviation and a big reason why he's being featured. Today, Yusuf, earlier on in the morning, was up $15,000. So we were kind of flirting with that, previous single day high P&L we had seen before. But it maintained a rather large position size, and it was flying around on him quite a bit. As a risk team, when we see someone, doubling or more than doubling their account balance in a single day, especially in a single trade, we make sure to reach out because we know all of the risk management team, everyone on the team has traded before. We know what it means to kind of resurrect your account and the emotions that are associated with that, especially to such a large degree. $15,000 is a big winning day. So reached out to Yusuf, let him know, hey, we want to see you lock in X number of dollars of profit. And because that, size that he had on was moving around, I believe he had 15 on NASDAQ, the E-mini, that is, the NQ. That P&L was fluttering around so much, it could have easily evaporated on him or even gone red. So risk team, oftentimes in situations like this, where there's such erratic and on the whole, pretty poor trading, we will manually intervene in some cases if traders are not doing that for themselves, such that we're going to lock in profits for you if you're not willing to do it yourself. So that actually happened in this case, where Yusuf is up $5,800 today, and that's a great day. It's positive and ultimately will help us out here in the long run. But on the heels of such a significant losing streak, many times losing greater than the daily loss limit, which can be attributed to trading size into close proximity of that daily loss limit threshold, we weren't willing to take any chances. And ultimately, a big part of risk management team's daily job, is to manage the live market risk for our traders, and to also help our traders, protect them from themselves to a degree. So that's the story on Yusuf. Would love to have locked in, $10,000 or more on this trade, but we have to be careful going forward, because those daily loss limits have really stacked up in this account and taken us pretty far off of the more than 50% off of the account balance highs for this live account. So all of that being said, Yusuf is someone who got called up to a live account. We have a discretionary process on the risk team where we evaluate all of our XFA traders, all of our XFAs that meet certain criteria, and use discretion to say who's trading well, are we on a streak, a number of different criteria. And Yusuf at one point was called up to live. And so that in and of itself says, hey, you met certain thresholds, you've proven yourself to a certain degree trading. But oftentimes, especially with the dollar amounts that we're talking about, Jack, tens of thousands of dollars can really change and manipulate your emotions and make you do things that you aren't normally doing behavior wise, I guess, to say it plainly. Mm-hmm. So that's the rundown here. I think more than anything, Yusuf just needs to be patient. Very often, the first trade of the day is red. So he'll go into a deficit to start the day, and then in some cases kind of just steamroll ahead to that daily loss limit. I think putting an emphasis on making your first trade of the day your best trade of the day could really help stack some positive P&L in this trader's favor. And then it's just a matter of having the discipline to walk away with it. So Yusuf, that's what I would recommend, what I've got for you. We believe that you can do that, and we're looking out over your shoulder. And today you literally got the shoulder tap to make sure that we're booking profits and moving in a positive direction in the account balance. So yeah, that's the update on Yusuf. Jack, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's not ever a great sign when your average losing day is lower than the maximum loss limit for the account. Seeing some definite slippage happening in there into some of these. Yeah, it looks like when Yusuf is trading, his work isn't done until he uses every squeezing the last bit of toothpaste out of that daily loss limit. And yeah, you mentioned today 2 big swings. I see one other day where flat up $6,000 to the daily loss limit. And those 2 big days that he had, the only winning days in the account, were back to back. And I went back and looked at the day because he's trading the NQ, and I was really expecting to get a read on, oh, these were just 2 raging up days or down days, but they weren't really that exceptional. So I don't know exactly what Yusuf is doing. I think that he's obviously over leveraged for the amount he's willing to lose. And this is another one you talked about today. I shudder to think what the unrealized P&L swings are in this account.
Yeah. And something else I'll share, there are traders who are good at managing their risk or structuring a trade where it should yield, positive expectancy, right? And they're managing their downside, they're protecting their risk in an individual trade. And then there are traders who are good at managing their account balance well, managing the account on an intraday or on a weekly or monthly basis. They're really good at saying, okay, my profit target for the day, this is just an example, but my profit target for the day is $3,000 and my loss limit I'm setting for myself is $1,000. If I hit the $3,000, I'm shutting my trading platform and I'm walking away. There are people that are good at one or the other. The best traders are good at both. So the best traders are putting on well-structured trades, managing their risk on a trade-by-trade basis, and then also having the wherewithal to manage their account well based on the current account balance. I know we mentioned yesterday a trader who has been trading very well, but because they're paying themselves so aggressively, have found themselves in a spot where the account balance, is kind of in a precarious spot compared to what the daily loss limit is. So managing your risk on a trade by trade basis and managing your risk on account level, being a good steward of that account, those are both required for really high performance, especially longer term. And unfortunately, right now, Yusuf isn't doing much of either of those. The last time he did very well at that was that, one of the $18,000 winning days. He was up 24,000 realized at one point, Jack. Locking in $18,000 when your high point is 24,000. That's really good account management. That's really good recognition. Okay, I've given back some of my profits. It's still a fantastic day. I'm not going to, give up 50%. I'm going to walk away. So, credit where it's due. Again, Yusuf is someone who's proven that he can do all of the good things that we want to see. We just need to turn the ship around, and we're going to continue to work with him and monitor closely until we see that positive pattern reemerge. So that's all I've got on that card, Jack. We can move on if you're ready.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing. We can go to the next card because I understand that it's better, but this is one of the more befuddling statistics I've seen on here. As you mentioned, like the first losing trade is that on almost every day, because they're almost all losing days, but the P&L high is negative, which means that they lost the first time they got flat. And it's happening at such a degree, it can't be random chance. You can't really be wrong that many times. If it were like a coin flip or something, my strong guess is that Yusuf might be going for some, like right there, we showed a 3.2 reward to risk. That's the average. I have the feeling to get that many like losers out of the gate is that he is going for a very improbable trade.
Yes.
The Susan special or something like that. And
most likely, yeah.
And I think traders, we need to be realistic about how much money is vaguely probable to make based on how much you're giving yourself to lose. It's very hard to say double your money. It's extremely hard to 10x it. When you start trying to go for like 20, 30 trades, you're really entering some stuff that is very unlikely to happen. So that's all I got to say here. Just something to think about. Who we got next?
Important reminder that the trading is about probabilities, and having a base understanding of those probabilities and of the math associated with positive and negative expectancy is good. So definitely a good thing to look up and research and understand at a deeper level if you're seeing your trade reports look something similar to what Yusuf is going through right now. And again, Yusuf has been profitable and good over a period of time, but currently is struggling. So we'll give him some grace and keep looking out for him. Let's move on to our next trading card. One who I am very impressed with and loving, watching her performance on a daily basis. Let's pull up Alexis. Alexis J has been featured a good number of times over the last couple of weeks, and deservedly so. She's killing it. She has an average daily P&L of $316. Which really doesn't do justice to some of the performances that we've seen. So, including today, she's today's performance, I should say, she's up $3,100 in her live account. So 150K live account. And what I really, really appreciate about this trader and what she's doing is the level of focus that she has, and focus in a number of different ways. She's focused on gold, trading the E-mini and then the micro gold contract exclusively. That's the only thing that you'll see on this trade report. She's been trading it for 38 days completed and $13,000 in payouts. So that speaks volumes to me. The other, even less common feature of this trader and her user profile is that she is in a single live account, has no other open accounts at Topstep, no trading combines, no XFAs, no practice accounts. She is laser focused on trading her live account and profiting from the gold markets. That focus is really impressive and something that I don't see, that often. So kudos to you, Alexis. That's, again, highly impressive. And she's also done a good job, Jack, if you're looking up and down that trade report. I know 38 days is a lot to digest, but there was a period of time where she was on a reasonable losing streak. I want to say it was, 4 or 5 daily loss limits in a row. Again, in the 150K live account, that is, you're talking $9, $12, $15,000, depending on how long that losing streak is. That's a lot of money, and you really have to be outpacing, those losers to have profitability long term. And she's got 50% winning days, and the average winning day is $800 higher than the average losing day. That's a winning formula. Her best day is almost 5 times her worst day. That's also a winning formula. So the only thing, I have nothing in the way of feedback to give here other than, Alexis, please keep paying yourself along the way. I know she's qualified for payout currently. Another really nice winning day today. Would love to see her take some amount. Doesn't really matter how much, she's been pretty keen on the $6,000 mark per payout. So maybe another $6,000 payout would be appropriate here, but whatever you do, just keep paying yourself along the way. That's the only input I have here. Alexis has been crushing it. Really, really impressed with her focus and her performance. So just want to highlight her one more time and talk about today's performance. Jack, what stands out to you from Alexis?
We've talked about Alexis before. This is really nice trading. You mentioned the losing streak. One thing that I have yet to see on a card that maybe you kind of hinted on it with Alexis is you really shouldn't. I would recommend not hitting your daily loss limit twice in a row. And I know that sounds a little strict, but definitely not 3 times or 4 times. I think we see too much kind of stringing together these daily loss limits. Make that a simple rule. Be like, if I lose my DLL today, I am not going to lose that much tomorrow. I'm going to decrease what I'm going to lose, because that's kind of how it worked. When I was trading for a firm, it would be considered pretty not so good if you hit your loss limit on 2 straight days. And if you did, they would almost certainly, they give you leeway discretion as far as you hit it one day, they're not going to cut your legs out for the next day unless you went way over your loss limit. If you hit it 2 days in a row, you've kind of lost your leg to stand on, and then they would probably tell you, no, this is your new loss limit. Certainly not. I've never seen anyone in a professional setting hit their daily loss limit 3 times in a row or 4 times, just because at professional firms with capital, they're not going to let you do that. It's just doesn't make any sense. So I encourage you, if you hit your daily loss limit, doesn't have to be a huge cut, but just don't hit it again the next day. Give yourself some fraction of that. Let alone.
And what you're describing there, Jack, is good account management, right? Like we were talking about, a lot of traders can put on a well-structured trade that has their risk management in mind, but they're not viewing that through the lens of where is my account at? What kind of trajectory am I on? Have I hit my daily loss limit 2 days in a row? Should I be risking this much on this trade given how I've performed this week or over this month or whatever that looks like? So really focusing on marrying, your account management to how you are implementing your trades is super important if you want to maintain a live account over a significant period of time. So just wanted to say that piece.
It doesn't even have to be professional. If you're in a retail account, if you're like in a margin account trading stocks or something, your buying power is going to change each day depending on how much is in your account. And they do that automatically, right? That's because they are very sophisticated at controlling their risks. And just because you can do that here doesn't mean, I know not all y'all are math people, but I know that you can do percentages. Just base it on a percentage. See how it works. All right.
I agree. Fully endorse that that management. There's just a million different ways to view your account, trade your account, and some are certainly more reckless than others. I think we've given a pretty good juxtaposition between the two. Alexis is managing her account very, very well, and look forward to her continuing to do that. I think the only thing that could stop her is letting those daily loss limits run away from her, several days in a row. As long as she doesn't do that, she's going to stick in this account, continue to pay herself substantially from it.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ben. We're just about out of time here, but we got much more Topstep TV coming today. We got group coaching up next with JD and Robert, the Nick for a Tick, and the other Jack P, the younger, brasher, more entertaining Jack P, will be here at 1 o'clock, and then we're closing out the day with Rips, Cami Capital, Hogue will be there along with Andre for Power Hour. So stick around. You'll want to see what happens next.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. It's everybody's favorite time of day now. 12:35 in the Central Time, 12:35 Chicago time.
Chicago.
My tongue's been getting twisted up all day. Welcome to Group Coaching. This is the time of day where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. We've also got a nice drop-in scheduled in a few minutes. We got Coach Hoop from the Pit Raiders supposed to be joining us in just a few minutes. Until that happens, though, we got Coach Robert, and we're going to answer a couple of your questions. How you feeling today, Robert? What's going on?
I am feeling pretty good. A little adjustment here on this. Yeah, I do. I'm feeling pretty good, man. There was quite the session this morning with Alex Ferreira. Boy, I was on the chat, and I couldn't take my eyes off the screen, my ears off of the speakers. It's just what a guy. I mean, he's accomplished so much, and you got to give it to him. You got to give it to anybody that can be at that level and perform at that level consistently. And we got a nice question that we're going to jump into later on from Justin. We'll take a few first, but we have something really special from Trader Justin that I'm going to spend a little time on. That's why I have that funky looking background behind me over there with this little karate theme over here we got going on. But we'll jump into that in a moment. Yeah, it's been quite the day, and everybody's doing a lot of double time. And let's get to it. Love the questions. One of my favorite segments also. I like it more when Hogue does it, but we'll neither here nor there. Really appreciate it.
All right, let's hit it. So Justin's question came in first, but we're going to wait a minute to get to Justin. So we're going to start with Mohammed. Mohammed said, I just blew my combine. I've blown 4 and I keep running into tilt, forcing myself to over leverage and admit I'm wrong. Even though I'm saying it right now, I still can't admit to myself. Any tips? You go on tilt, you size up, you crash and burn. That's what happens, right? You just start blowing up accounts left and right. Sorry that's happening to you, Mohammed, but it's a pretty common occurrence among commodities futures traders. Technical traders in the chat saying, don't go crying to Mohammed. Mohammed, our guy Mohammed, I don't know if this is a situation he would ever put himself in. He seems like a very disciplined guy. But what advice do we have for this Mohammed on calming down, slowing it down, sizing it down, and just getting back on his feet after blowing some accounts without going too crazy on the reset button?
Yeah. So Mohammed, first of all, thank you for the question and putting yourself out there. And yeah, we're not going to go crying to the other Mohammed either. It's not going to do any good. He just doesn't care. Well, that guy's a beast. So anyway, yeah. Okay, Mohammed. So you blew 4 combines. It's going to come across wrong a little bit when I first say it, but so what? And that, don't take that to heart, because that's what it's here for. You have a combine, you put a small amount of money into it. I don't know which size you have, so I can't quote the price, but it's a 50K, it's $49, and you lost it. So what did you lose? $49. Great. You didn't lose $2,000, which was the daily loss limit, right? The maximum loss limit. You didn't lose that. You lost $49. Hey, that's the way it goes. So far you're into it. 4 combines. That's $200, but that's not $8,000. So that's a really good thing. This is a experiential learning. When Michael talks out of this a long time ago, 12 years ago, experiential learning. That's what it's all about. Take the time that you have. If you find yourself over leveraged, scale down, size down, take your time, potentially look at a different instrument, potentially look at a different time frame, potentially look at a different time of day to trade. When the market's moving slower, when you can see and read it better, and maybe there's just simply another instrument that works better for you. Most of the traders are trading NQ, and most of the traders don't have that type of personality. If you do and it works for you, awesome, totally fine. But if you have a different personality behind you, or under you as a different makeup, different character, look at an instrument that matches you better. Try to line those up first, okay? That's the first thing. If you still, it's interesting, the last thing you said here was that you have trouble admitting when you're wrong, and even though you're saying it now, I can't admit it to myself. Well, sir, you just did. By writing this in here and by submitting this question, you just admitted to yourself and to us that you feel wrong sometimes, and that is okay. Okay, I'm going to tie this whole segment into Alex Ferreira because I'm completely impressed with that gentleman. Do you think Alex started off his first skiing on a half pipe? I think not. He probably put skis on and fell over, and then he went over 6 inches and fell over again. But he kept getting up and doing it over and over again, and kept climbing the ranks, climbing the ladder, and just never gave up. That's what I would suggest to you. If you're feeling that you are forcing yourself to over leverage and you can't admit when you're wrong, you are wrong. And then sometimes you're not, and the market simply just doesn't do what you expect it to do. No problem. 4 combines, fine. If they have 4 resets in a day, that's a problem. You don't want to do that. Just give yourself some time. Limit yourself to maybe 1 a week, and then you get that free one at the reset that comes along with it on your next rebill. Slow it down, scale down, and take a look around. This happens to everybody. Try not to take it to heart. No problem. And that's why I said at the beginning, you blew 4 of them. It's like kind of like, so it's kind of the point. You go to take a test and you fail it, you're gonna take that test again. We're taking the series 3, and just based on my style, I'm probably gonna fail it the first time. But you know what? I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna study harder, study more, study longer, come back and do it again until we finally get through it. JD, before we go on, NQ making new highs. I just happened to pop up here in front of my screen. We have gap ups and everything going on here. So we are up to about just eyeballing at 20,561 and change. That is a new daily high, and we just pushed all that up in the last 30 minutes or so. So that's
61 half, new high. Yep.
There you go. So starting at 12:12 Central Time until 12:40 Central Time, we went up 82 points, 28 minutes and 33 seconds. Leave it to the NQ to do that stuff. You know what? It's like, seriously.
Yeah, right.
So Mohammed, thanks for the question. Hope we got some answers out of it. It's just time. Get some screen time in there. Work on your discipline. You did the right thing by jumping in here, admitting it. You just admit it to yourself. It's part of the learning process, and don't worry about it. Even the team that plays baseball and they win the World Series and the best home run hitter also strikes out now and then. So don't worry about it. Keep pressing on. Find your areas where you're struggling and work on those and overcome them. You'll be okay.
Yeah. And if you're really having trouble or struggling with admitting that you're wrong, just remember, it's not up to you whether you're wrong or not. The market's going to tell you that you're wrong. And when the market talks to you, you should probably listen to it. All right. Let's jump into another one. Darren says, please explain all your Topstep accounts from starting to finish, including the max number of accounts that we can link together. Also, max contracts, please. Blessings. Darren, we do have a website that explains all of this in detail also. But for your sake, let's start with a 50K combine. In the $50,000 trading combine, you have a max loss limit of $2,000 and a profit target of $3,000. You may only trade max position side of 3 contracts. Coach Robert's pulling it up right now for you. There it is. Explains everything. I said 3 contracts. It's 5 contracts. There are I hope you're looking at the screen right now, Darren. There are your 3 contracts or 3 trading combine sizes with the details: profit targets, number of contracts, max drawdown. Hope that helps you, Darren. I guess I'll speak it for you. You want to read it to him real quick, just so there's no confusion for Darren?
Well, it's right there on the screen, JD. You did a great job with it. We get the link in there in the chat as well for Darren. He's in the chat, so that's great. But I want to add one thing to there because I'm sensing something, and maybe I'm misinterpreting, but the max number of accounts that we can link together, I am assuming that means copy trading, which I don't like, and I'll be the first to say I don't like it. And a lot of us back here don't like it. Traders want it, so we say, all right, fine, we're going to give you 5. So that's your answer. You can like combines, you can have as many as you want. XFAs, you can have up to 5. And 1 live account. So you could conceivably have 1 live account, 5 XFAs, and 50 combines. That could be a real scenario. Now, if you're asking that question about how many can we link together, I'm assuming you're copy trading. We can copy trade the ones that you have. You copy trade those together. I honestly don't know if there's a 100% restriction on the combines, but I believe you can do 10, at least 10. So if you're doing combines and you're linking 10 together, I have seen that before. So I will go with that. I do not know if it's a hard limit or not. But if you're trading combines, you have 10 of them, you want to link them together, what are you doing? What are you doing? Take a step back and think about it. I always hear these questions coming in like this. Is like, how many can I link? What can I like? Yeah, all right, let's focus on trading good first, folks. Okay, we're not all great traders. I'm horrible at times as well. Everybody is. We all are. Our good traders hit daily loss limits, so max loss limits today. So what? It happens. That's trading. So before we start asking questions about, can I get 20 accounts? How many can I link? How fast can I get funded? How about the questions are, where can I get good training? Where can I learn to trade better? Where can I help manage risk? What other areas can I expand on? Those are the questions that we want to see. Folks, Topstep is upping the game. We are stepping it up. Okay? We are all getting our Office on TV. We're getting our Series 3. We have a requirement. Michael Mataka say, yep, yeah. Is it a law? No, but we're all getting it. We want credibility. We're all going to get this. We are going to up the game. We want to see the good traders. We already know our push is to get everybody into live trading. That's where you want to be. Get you over to live. So the question is like, how many can I link? How fast can I pass? Oh, you guys, other places you can go direct to funding. We're not going to do that. They can pass in one day. Great. If you get lucky one day, are you a good trader? No, you're not. Sorry, but you're not. I would love to see 5 days to pass. At least show me a week of good, consistent trading. Now we can get into the fun side of things. It's not there. Sorry, it takes 2 days. Deal with it. I'm serious. We want good traders, good, consistent traders. So let's have those questions come through. What is a good way of managing risk when I'm halfway to my weekly or my daily loss limit, halfway to my max loss limit? When I'm in a 150K account versus 100 versus a 50, should I triple my size, even though I can do 5 contracts, maximum 50K, 10 contracts on 100K, and 15 on 150K? Well, wouldn't the max loss be 2,000, 3,000? Shouldn't that be doubled, coming up from 2,000 to 4? No, because we want to see the loss limits. We want to see you making smaller, consistent trades. Mohammed, we just talked about that from Mohammed. Hey, I just blew 4 combines. Cool. Okay. Well, it happens. We all do that. Yep, we've done it. Why? What's the answer? Would that be, well, maybe if I just scaled down and I took copy traded across 5 of them or 10 of them or 20 of them and then got lucky and passed in a day, does that make me a good trader? No, it does not. I'm serious. This is the whole focus for Topstep. Sorry about the little rant, but this is how it's going. It's training. I want to tie all this into the sports thing when it come up next with Alex, and the training and the commitment, the dedication, the perseverance, the consistency, the learning, the continuous growth. We see these tip of the week all the time. We're trying to instill that. We have a process we put in here. It's exactly what we're talking to Darren about these accounts. The question being, how many can I copy trade? How much max contract? We're going to answer your questions for sure. We love to see the questions of, how do I manage risk better? What is the best way for somebody, or a more convenient way, or an easier way, or a simpler way, or I can say, to maintain good consistency? That's what you want to look for. We are not impressed with a $10,000 a day when every other day is $500. Maybe you forgot a contract on. Okay, great. If you are 500, 500, 600, 400, 500, 200 loss, 500, 600, 500, that is awesome. You'll be called up to live. Yes, go for it. If you're 20,000 and then minus 15 or minus your daily your max loss, you lose the whole thing, and then you're up another 10. That's a hard pill to swallow. So this is all about consistently staying focused, keeping the drive on, keeping the learning experience going, and rinse and repeat. There you go. That's, JD, that's somebody I think made a lot of money. The one who copyrighted on the back of the shampoo bottles, rinse and repeat, right? That's like, somebody must have been working for them. So, I got to rinse and repeat. There goes that bottle. kind of. So we are so giddy here. We're like outside of ourselves on a Tuesday. This should happen on a Friday. So there you have it. A little long-winded there. But Darren, there you have it. There's your accounts. Take it slow. Take it easy. Same with Mohammed. You will get there. Be patient. You'll get there. Maintain consistent. Maintain good risk management. And we'll see you on the other side. Whew.
Excellent. And just to reiterate, Darren, reference our website, TopstepTV.com, if you have any more questions about account sizes. All right, next up, Coach Robert, I'll let you run away with this one for a couple minutes while we get hoops set up in the background. Justin wants to know, how much has martial arts influenced your trading ability? What synergies are there between the two? Real interesting question, but this is right in your wheelhouse too. Go ahead and cook for a few minutes, and I'll be right back.
Sounds good, JD. Just jump in when you get back. So I really wanted to focus on this one. I'm actually going to take my time and slow down on this because it really hits home to me, and it's not just a me thing. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the story, how I brought my own experience over, and then how we can bring that into trading. I made this little background thing, just kind of a funny. It's this little karate dude. This is not a style of karate that I used to take, that I used to study. For those that don't know, I am a second-degree black belt in American Kempo, also known as Parker Kempo. It doesn't happen overnight, and this is all going to tie into here in a second. In my mid-20s, I was interested, mid-20s, 24, 20, yeah, about 24, interested in taking karate, some type of martial arts. And in my area, Central Mass, there were a bunch of schools in the area, and I didn't know what style I wanted to take. So, just like trading, I didn't know what instrument I wanted to trade. You're going to follow me on this one. There's got a great parallel happening. And so that we had Alex on earlier, it's going to tie right into that too. This is beautiful. Well, what I did was I went to one school, and it was this Tai Chi, and then another Taekwondo, then Shotokan, then Kempo, and then Jiu-Jitsu, the whole bunch of different styles. And I would spend a couple days in each one of them, checking out the class, talking to the instructors, learning the style. And I found one, it was called Kempo, that I went back to. It was probably the third one out of about 6 schools that I went to. And when I walked in to the school, the instructor recognized me, and he was standing there, just getting down, trying to stand up, standing there with like his hands on his belt, just holding on to it. And he was a second-degree black belt. And he looked at me and said, "Hey, welcome back. How was your experiences?" I'm like, "Yeah, they were really good. I knew some worked for me, some didn't." I'm 5'6". At the time, I was probably 155 pounds. I'm solid from the ground. I was a cyclist before, so I have a really good foundation. I'm not flexible, so I don't have these, like this person in the background do this jump spinning back kicks. So Taekwondo wasn't for me. I didn't really have a lot of muscle behind me at the time, so it was a little rough on the jiu-jitsu side. I happened to stick with this Kempo. So he says to me, "All right, great. Tell me your goal. What is your goal?" And I looked down at his belt and I said, "I want to be a second-degree black belt like you." And he laughed right in my face. He just laughed. He's okay, yeah. You got 7 years, bro. And my face went blank. And I went, "Yep, now I do. You want to challenge my ass? Fine, you got it." 7 years later, I was testing for my second-degree black belt in the same test he was testing for his 5th degree. 4.5 hours, and he kicked my butt. Yeah, somebody says Parker Kempo. There you go. It's an American Kempo, Parker Kempo. Correct. So what is the story behind the story? Discipline, time, commitment, dedication, never giving up. During the classes, you had to learn, certain types of techniques, but you had to do freestyle sparring as well, with weapons training and so on and so forth, mostly defensive side. And when you did the freestyle sparring, they would say, "Oh, you should take Steve over there. I think you can kick his ass. I think you can beat him." My answer to that was no. I have before. I don't want that. I want Chef. Why? Because he's better than me. I'm not going to learn anything by just automatically taking something and just going over and go, "I know I can do this." Why do I want to do that over and over and over again? I need to challenge myself in order to grow. I need to break those boundaries. If you see me on group coaching before, especially with Anne-Marie, we talk about going outside of our comfort zone. Deanna is the same way. Break out of that. Break your mold. Do something different. Neuroplasticity is how we grow, we learn, we expand. So that was one of the things that I did. They was like, "Dude, you are always going after the biggest, the fastest, the toughest person." Like, yes, because that's what I want to do. One of the things that I learned there, and we can do this with trading also, is one of the other instructors said, "How bad do you want this?" I said, "I want it really bad." He said, "So here's a tip for you." And I'm going to share this with the traders. You can all do this too. He said, "Get yourself a calendar that's got some big squares on it. We could write in there. And every single day, write down what you did to accomplish your goal. And if you have any missing days, you don't want it bad enough, you should just quit." I was like, wow, that just blew me away. It really does. Like, wow, you're right. If I just didn't do it, I'm not going to do it today, whatever. He's just like, "Well, you want bad enough then. You're going to push. You're going to grind. It's going to take time. It's going to take effort, dedication, consistency, practice, rehearsals, training. That's what it takes." Okay? Now, even if you could be sick, or maybe you just need a day of rest. Guess what? If you have to take a day of rest, could you not go to your calendar and write, "I need a rest day"? Because at least you did something that day towards your goal. You rested. Exactly what we need to do here today. What is it? Tip of the week? Take breaks? Okay, great. I'm going to take a break. Write it down. You have a journal. Topstep X is a journal built into it. Go on, I don't remember the name of it, but there's a really cool journaling online. Use that one. Use paper if you need to. Get yourself a document electronically if you need to. Whatever you need to do, track it, follow your process. And I'll see through the chat sometimes, I won't see a name. We're here every day, and a lot of us are going through, and I won't see a username come through, and they'll just say, "Hey, any free reset today?" Like, well, all right, I haven't seen you in 4 days. Like, what? You're not here learning. If you're coming here just for that, that's the wrong attitude. The question shouldn't be, do you have a free reset? The question should be, do you have free training? Awesome. So what do we want? Do we want to be handheld? Do we want to be spoon-fed? Or do we actually want to try this thing? We want to get into this. Do we want it ingrained in us? Do we want it in our blood, in our bones? We want to live this, eat this, breathe this. So I'm going to ask you, and ask yourself, how bad do I want this? Okay, how bad? I would bet that if you asked Alex Ferreira how bad he wants it, what's he going to say? I'm kind of winging it. Hell no. That guy eats, sleeps, and breathes. If you have somebody that watches their diet so strict that they count out 10 blueberries, you got to applaud that. I saw some comments come through that's like, well, that's stupid. Okay, yeah. Or let's see you do the half pipe on the Olympics, okay? That's the way it is. That's his goal. He put everything he has into it, his heart, mind, soul, blood, sweat, and tears, and look where he's at. I applaud the guy, absolutely, okay? That's the story that I wanted to bring just for based on my experience. I don't want this to be about me. I just want to give you that story into the trading. Discipline. How long is it going to take? I hear that. How long does it take to become a consistently successful trader? The answer is a month to 10 years to never. It really depends on the person. Sometimes you never get it, and that's okay. I'm pretty good at karate. Not right now. I've been out of training for a while. But there was always somebody better. And how bad do you want that? Sometimes you're just not going to make it. I don't believe, it's probably not in my mind, but I don't believe I'm ever going to run a sub 2 hour, 30-minute marathon. I'm a short-term sprinter, but I don't hold the world record in sprinting. I don't have the makeup for it. I'm 5'6". It's really tough for me to play basketball, right? So I'm just like, that's probably a pretty tall order. Is it possible? Sure. There were basketball players professionally in the Celtics that were shorter than I am. Go for it. They wanted it better and more than I did. You know why? I don't have a calendar on my wall that says every day I'm doing something to be a better basketball player. Every day I'm doing something to be a better skier. Every day I'm doing something to be a better whatever. But what I do have is when I wanted to be better at my martial arts background, you bet the farm that I was training every possible moment that I could. In the days that I wasn't being able to, it was written on my calendar that said unable to due to injury. Had to go to a wedding. Was out of town on vacation. Great, 3 days on the calendar. Vacation, out of town. So what? It doesn't mean you're not on a cruise ship doing push-ups, okay? But it really comes down to how bad do you want it? Again, I don't want to make this about me. I want to make this about trading. Hopefully that helps, and hopefully that's inspiring. And this all came right at the right point because I really wanted to talk about this. This question came through from Justin at the exact right time, Justin K at the exact right time. And Alex was on today at the exact right time, and it just all came to fruition right now. And let me take one quick look over here. JD is messaging me. I want to see where we're at with things.
Oh, we are all good. There just wasn't enough time to get Coach Hoop set up for a drop-in here, but we are going to bring him in for the next segment. He should be ready to go by 1:30 p.m. Central Time, so we're going to bring him in about a half hour or so.
Awesome. So we are all right on time, but I want to thank everybody for listening to that little piece. I hope it struck home with a lot of traders, and that's all it takes. Just stay consistent, stay with it, stick with it. Don't let a failed combine get you down. Don't let a bad trade get you down. You will get there if you put the time in and make that calendar. How bad do you want it? And if you have any blank days, you don't want it bad enough.
There you have it. Thank you, Coach Robert. Sound sage words coming from the coach. All right, folks, stick around. We've got Trading with Topstep coming up next. Nick Ferreira here, Jack P from the VIP Trader team, and me. I'll be joining them. So stick around for that. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Rips, Kami Capital, and Hogue. You don't want to miss that one either. All right, folks, plenty more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back. Welcome back, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. It is time for a trade with Topstep. Sitting in the middle, we got Nick for a tick. He's number, where's he at on the leaderboard today? He's up there.
Somewhere in there.
How you doing, though, Nick? And we got Jack P, Topstep VIP trader. We've seen Jack before. We've met him. But how is everybody doing today? What's up in the trading world that you guys live in? Making any moves? Are we up? Are we down? What's it looking like today?
I'm down. Tough day for me. I actually longed, once again, longed the low of the day and only had ended up having a daily loss limit to show for it. So one of those days.
Sounds like a day.
Yep.
Nick Fortick, number 8 on the leaderboard. I found him on the leaderboard, by the way. Jack, how's it going with you today? What markets are you in?
I traded some NQ today on my VIP combine. Finished up, I think, 500 on the day. It's been rough because I've had a little bit of a drawdown over the last couple of weeks, but locked out, so that's nice.
How close are you to passing the VIP combine? It's been a couple months now.
I am 1,000. I'm 1,800 off.
$1,800 off. Cool. How many times do you think you've reset since the entire experience started?
Probably 4 or 5.
4 or 5.
Yeah, 4 or 5. I had some in the beginning. I was trading full-sized contracts, which I've shied away from. So,
not finding luck trading the bigger contracts.
No, I was looking at it. Yeah, I was looking at it from a go all in, pass quickly perspective. And after a conversation with Jay, actually, in one of the coaching sessions, I figured that was probably not the way to go.
Jack is a member of Coach Jay's Lunatics, one of the great coaches here at Topstep. But yeah, curious. What was Jay's counseling there? What did he tell you?
It was kind of the standard, it's not full $50,000 drawdown. What is it? Or $100,000 in this case. It's $3,000. Treat it like it's a $3,000 account. It'll be much easier that way. And realistically, if you had your own $3,000 account of personal capital, you may only even be trading 1 micro at a time. Now we're lucky that it's just a combine and has really no real weight outside of what you're paying for it. And in this case, since it's a VIP, it's free. So you could trade a little more than 1 micro.
What a wonderful thing. Learning virtually risk-free, but still having skin in the game at the same time, knowing what's possible ahead of you if you put a little bit of work in now and just continue to grow and build and learn and get better every day, as Hope would say. Get a little better every day.
I just got to say, don't do what I did, people. Don't hit daily loss limits in your Topstep accounts. Roll to your personal features account and then need a short that I just caught off that high to kind of salvage the rest of your day mentally, because that is exactly what just happened. I am flat in the personal account, but that was a heavy-handed size short and had no business taking it. That was a tilt trade, but hey.
It was in your personal account, you said?
It was in my personal account, since my Topstep accounts are in liquidation only mode today.
Well, good move. Way to pick a top there.
Those days happen. There was an exhaustion up there at that high. 600s has been a level of resistance. It was a level we talked about on Sunday night as well. That would be kind of that. If we do start to build volume above 6s, I would not want to stand in front of it. And you would most likely, we got the move out of the 500s that I would expect if you kind of build above the 6s. What a lunchtime move. Can we just say that? I don't know if anyone caught that off kind of the 500 mark. That, the lunchtime hour, the 1 p.m. hour is usually a snooze fest. And here we are. That was a pretty insane move to see on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, it is. It's still moving right now. Heading right back down to 554, which was yesterday's high. If you are looking at the Topstep indicators or daily levels on your Topstep X platform. 20,554 yesterday's high. Heading right back to it. We blasted through it. Kissed Nick's level at 600. Bounce right off of that. We're getting some movement. We never usually get this kind of movement. You're 100% right. I got the house account up.
Time of day.
Let's start looking at the markets a little more closely and see if we can find a trade. Jack, what market are you looking at right now?
Well, I'm looking at NQ, specifically the MNQ portion of NQ, obviously.
Excellent.
Size contracts. Okay. But I'm seeing, I would really like to see maybe a little pushback up and then a bigger flush to the downside. And that's something where I'd be willing to hold that into the end of the day for a possible reversal.
So you want to see a move to new highs, followed by a flush down to new.
Not new highs, more like halfway into the previous red candle.
Okay. So let's call it 580. Give or take.
580.
So like to see a little pop, followed by a flush back to new lows, possibly going into the end of the day. Nick, are you seeing anything to corroborate that?
Let's see what the options data is telling us. I've had 5902s as kind of the top end of resistance. I know we could have went to the previous day high as well, but 902s was kind of a level of confluence that I would be looking to potentially short off of. And you went to 904s. Let's see. It's very possible we could fall another 5 points, kind of close around 5890s. I'm just basing that off the options activity that we're seeing on the put level, or the negative gamma level, excuse me, down to about 5850s. So roughly 6 points lower than we're trading right now. So it put us at 5890s. So definitely could see us magneting towards that, at least in this part of the day. I mean, that's a pretty insane high the NASDAQ made, and is now making a run back inside of yesterday's range. Let's see if we go back towards 520s at initial balance. I mean, you may unwind this entire little, martini lunch guys are out for the day, and we might just retrace a portion of this move.
We don't hear too much about martini lunches anymore. Great line.
I know. I think even the trading desks don't do that as much anymore. I think they've reined that in at Goldman and other places when the fifth, let's call them the fifth year traders are doing that stuff. While the interns are running the asylum, as Dolby likes to say.
Interns running the asylum. He comes up with some good ones. All right. So consensus seems to be a little bit to the short side at the moment. All right, let's start looking for some entry areas. So, Patrick, you're like the roughly around the 580 area. Pull back to there. Hopefully run into some resistance and then drop back down to new lows for the day. Nick, are you seeing any type of entry area just above here?
I mean, if anyone remembers from yesterday, this 56, 54s spot, 556 on the NASDAQ, was where I took that basically the high of the day short yesterday. It most likely is still going to act as some aspect of, I would say a shorter, longer time frame, whatever kind of pivot. That same thing. It's kind of been a top end of the range that we had kind of been in for the last few weeks. We had a few larger passive sellers kind of come in this, 550s to 530s area. Going back to probably last Wednesday. So definitely could see this area be defended, basically the overnight, high, yesterday high kind of level. But if we were to fall back into that range, I would definitely see us kind of rotating back towards the initial balance area. Hard to bet though. This is that weird time of day. I hate the 1 o'clock hour. Just knowing that, why take a trade now when I could take it during power hour when some of the algos turn back on and some of the big boys are back at the desk.
It looks like some of the big boys are back at the desk right now, though. So
it does. I mean, someone came in with some size up there, not necessarily some size, but with some force up at that high, especially on ES.
So a nice spike in volume. So
yeah,
it was a real move.
Let's see. Let's look at it.
If I were on a Combine or XFA, I'd definitely take a short right now.
Right here, right now.
Yes, right here, right now is where I'd take it. I'd probably put a stop if you're on ES at basically 5,900, and let it run.
ES.
Just type, yeah. You could do it on NQ too, but
I'm sorry. What did you say your stop was? What's your stop level?
On the ES, it would be 5,900 basically.
5,900. All right. Here we go. I'm loading up 3 lot. We are on the offer. Working 3. We are filled. I'm putting a stop just above. We're filled. Short house count short 3, 58.96 and the orders. And I'm going to put a stop at 5,900 in the orders.
This is one of those where if he gets stopped out, it's a whatever.
House account is short. Let's talk about some take profit zones on the downside. We got 3 on right now, so we could scale in and out of this, or scale out of this one. What's your first target on the downside, Patrick?
Probably 588, 585 to 588 is the first target. I'd take one off there.
Okay.
And then
right around yesterday's
maybe actually, I think I'd take 2 off there.
We have yesterday's volume point of control at 58.90, so it's a nice area of confluence, good target zone. We'll make as we're making our way down there, we'll see what price action tells us, and we'll start placing some stops or some bids to take profit. We do have a stop working at 5,900, and the orders, whoever's in the back, the house account is short.
And just for the sake of transparency, since the new thing is to call me out on Twitter for certain things, Nick is DLL in his live if you want to throw that up there, rather than throw up the plus 4,500 times 5 combines.
Someone giving you a hard time? I missed that one.
Oh, it's just people, would love to say, well, you're transparent some days you're not transparent. So I'm transparent every day.
Squeaker's got to squeak, right?
Yep.
Never get around.
I said this on Sunday. I was like, there's nothing more humbling in this new space than, someone like Dakota or myself being very transparent and doing it live with you guys, losing 20 grand across 6 accounts and doing it on fast markets. Like we do that at least once a week. I feel like one of us does that. So
right.
There you go. Here's that day.
Yeah. You guys do a great job of it too. I saw someone, Dolby shared an image of one guy giving Dakota a hard time about posting that he passed the Series 3. Like,
yeah, I chimed in with an okay boomer response to that guy.
That was a definite okay boomer response.
Yep.
Too bad though that people have to react that way. That's a shame. All right, we're in the money just a little bit. 2 ticks to be exact. A couple of tickies. Didn't really. What's our level here? 97 in the orders. Yesterday's value area high.
What was our entry? 96?
Right here, 96.75. We are on our entry right now with a 4-point stop. You guys ever use time stops? When you get into a position, you say, if I'm not seeing follow through within a certain amount of time, then this trade no longer has any validity. Start considering getting out.
I've never used those, mostly because my trades are in and out so quickly, and I don't usually trade this time. So I have a feeling if I did, I'd probably use them more, but I never hold on to them long enough for that to happen.
Okay. So if you were trading this on your own and you put this trade on, would you expect to still be in it after this amount of time, or would you have expected a bigger move in your direction by this point, I should say?
It is if I had a wider stop, I'd probably get out, but since it's such a tight stop for me, it would be all right, well, we're just trying to catch the top. We knew it was counter trend. It was worth the shot.
Yep.
So I'd stay in.
Good cheap trade, as they say, and I am a huge fan
it's starting to
of
look,
a nice cheap trade.
It's starting to look good here, as long as we can hold below previous day close.
Yeah.
Yeah, NQs might pull us down a little bit. Let's see if we can get inside the overnight high. And like I said, this is where it was like that 550s, 560s area. If you could short that potentially for a trip back towards initial balance, see if we can break that like 35 spot down to at least 530. But this is that time of day that sometimes I either don't trade this time of day, or, I have used time stops before, but I'm starting to move away from it just because the move tends to happen. Like I'd rather just let my 10 point, 12 point stop play out on something like NQ than time stop myself and then miss the whole move, which was, if my thesis is not invalidated, if there's something, with the amount of time I've been in this trade, like if it was like, I expected this to kind of go now, and if I'm just seeing, buyers or sellers be absorbed at a certain spot, then maybe saying, hey, it hasn't hit my stop yet, but I'm starting to see people come in. I've been in this trade for 20 minutes. Sellers haven't done anything. Buyers haven't done anything. Maybe you flatten and reevaluate.
Yeah. Good analysis there.
Yeah, I still like it on the 15-minute a lot. 5-minute is oh shoot, what the hell did I just do on my screen? 5-minute is less convincing, but 15 is still definitely looking good.
I will agree with that. I was looking at a 3-minute just a minute ago. I like it on a 3-minute too. Well, we'll keep letting it play out. We'll let it run for a little more.
I mean, it is that time of day where we could just say, let's just go for a 1-to-1 and be over with. But then again, it is kind of, from a candlestick perspective, I know a lot of people like to look at those. It does look like what you'd like to see on a reversal. So,
agreed.
I could make a case both way.
We got Coach Jay in the chat saying he likes to trade also. Confluence all around. All right, were you guys watching earlier when we had Nick Ferreira on? What'd you guys think of Nick? I'm sorry, Alex Ferreira. Just said Nick. Alex Ferreira. You guys
I didn't catch the second half of Fast Markets because I had to walk away.
Noted.
As that happens, but no, I'm going to watch it back. I know.
Yeah.
Really cool to have an Olympic medalist on Topstep TV. I mean, that's
right.
Freaking awesome.
Funded trader, Olympian, won a gold medal at the X Games. This guy's for real, you know. He's a good trader too. It was really excellent.
Yeah,
excellent segment.
I'd love to understand that type of athlete. Like how do they think about trading in general? Like how do they approach doing things like stops or entries? Like what strategies are resonate with that type of mindset? It just is more of an interesting way to think about it, I guess, than my own trading, my style, something else to just think about. How does a pro athlete think about it?
Yeah. Small. For me, pardon me. It's all about maintaining discipline for him, like make sure you stick to a routine, get all your training and your studying in, and not straying away from your process. Pure discipline, all heart,
Right.
Actually, I think discipline, it goes both ways. There are times where, same thing with mental stuff, it could be almost too disciplined or too serious about trading. Because I rewatched the last segment I was on, and a couple of people said, child mentality with stuff like that. And to me, it's like, if I can't have fun while doing what I love and doing trading, then I shouldn't be doing it. If you're doing it and you say, I have to do this, there's no other option, you probably shouldn't be trading. And I love that people, when they do that, and it's nice, and I think it's a great thing. But realistically, trading is one of those things where if you don't have something going for you to start with, you probably shouldn't do it. And just be able to have fun. You shouldn't be stressing every time you put on a trade. I'm going to be 100% honest. You should not be stressing. It should not be in your mind like, this is it, this has to be the trade.
Excellent point. Yeah. If Ho were here, he would pull out some of his dad wisdom. One of his classics is, you make the most money when you need it the least, and you lose the most money when you need it the most. And I find a lot of truth in that. I honestly do.
I agree too. I think if you're not having fun with this game, if you can't have fun with it, you're going to, something's eventually just going to, run you over. You have to kind of be relaxed and just joke around, have fun, find some humor in this, find some happiness in it. If you're like just so tense all the time trading, like what's the point? It's going to cause that much stress, and it's only going to get worse as your account grows or you get into a drawdown. That mentality is just going to kill you.
100%. What I like to do actually is, now that I'm back home, because I came home from college for a little bit to come see my family. What I used to do, especially back before I went to college, is I'd call up my friends. I'd say, hey guys, I just got finished up trading. You guys want to go do something? Like, even if especially if it was a rough day, I'd say, you want to go get Starbucks? We'd go get Starbucks. We'd talk about how our day was, and it would just take the stress off. Because I don't want to be stressed all the time. It's not fun. I have a feeling my hairline's already receding from stress. And I'm 18. That shouldn't be happening.
That's awesome. So, how old were you when you started your first trading combine? Can I ask that question? Someone stop me if I can't ask that question.
I mean, I was 18. I started my first combine at 18. I was actually trading before that, but I found out about Topstep, I think, when I was like 17. I signed up, didn't actually buy an account because I kind of was like, nah, I don't really feel like spending money on it. I'd rather go spend it on clothes. And then I revisited it like halfway through my senior year, or I guess it was kind of the end of my senior year because I graduated early from high school. And I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And it was really fun. I really enjoyed the futures, and I really enjoyed the way Topstep doing it. Because personally, I don't want to risk $2,500 of my own money to then blow it. I've had that experience, especially I did it with options. I put $2,500 into account. I literally blew it in a day. So it was awful.
It's the beautiful thing about prop firms, especially Topstep. You can make those mistakes and not lose your own money. It's excellent.
Jack, I'm curious, like, how is there? Do you have other friends or other people in college that you see trading on props
that's a good question
in
too.
class? I'm genuinely curious as someone who, if this avenue was potentially available, and when I was kind of back in college in like 2008, 2009, I definitely think I would have found my way into it. Granted, I was like sports gambling at the time, so different thing, but a similar mentality, I guess. Like, how prevalent is it on campuses?
On campus, I mean, I go to University of Arizona, so there's like 50 people in each class, and in lectures there's 1,000. So I don't really see that. But among my own friends in my hometown, there have definitely been a couple who have tried it. One of my friends in particular, he gave it a real go. At least a real go. I mean, he tried his hardest in the 2 months that he did it. I actually told him, because I was like, listen, I don't like trying to teach people. And he said, well, can you teach me? And I said, I will, but you got to listen to what I say, because I'm just trying to help you. And I didn't listen to what I say, reset the account about 3 times, which for a high schooler, it's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And he never went back to it. He was like, maybe I'll come back in a couple months, but he was just, you gotta, a lot of it, because I do see kids doing it. I see their issue is they look at it with the perspective of, once I get a funded account, my life will be complete and everything will be perfect. And I think that's an awful, awful way to look at it, because that's just not true. Once you get the funded account, then you got to maintain it. And then you got to take a payout and keep maintaining it. And with all likelihood, you're going to blow it at some point. And if you don't, really great. But I would not have super high expectations.
Nick, if I'm not mistaken, you're a Wildcat too, aren't you?
I am. Yeah, my wife.
A lot of Tucson.
It's a fun school.
It is.
A lot of studying went on there.
So much studying, dude. Incredible amounts. Yes, that's all we do is study. We're so studious.
I literally used to have to go study at the medical hospital library because of how chaotic the rest of campus can be at times. I would have to go with the doctors and med students that just are like locked in closets.
It's like 2 a.m. and like it's like a Wednesday night. And by the way, I like partying's fine, but I'll hear at 2 a.m. just girls screaming. The first night I was in my apartment, I came back and I woke up at like 12 a.m. and I'm like, what is someone screaming about? And this guy goes, why did you throw that at my head? And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, what is this? So that was my welcome to college moment.
Oh,
someone's at the door.
We got a special guest, guys.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Hey.
It is Coach Hoop from the Pit Raiders, the new Topstep VIP coach. We are talking Tucson. My mother-in-law lives in Tucson. I'm there a couple times a year myself, and yeah, there's no partying.
I spent a year working there.
A lot of Tucson relations today. You lived in Bull Valley? All right.
Oro Valley.
Oro Valley.
Oh, Oro Valley.
North. Mm-hmm. It's a little north of campus, and technically
the yuppie,
a little north of
the
Tucson.
yuppie part of Tucson.
It is.
The yuppie
nice,
part. My mother-in-law technically lives in Vail, Arizona, which is like a southeast suburb.
I think it's the biking capital of the world sometimes when I first moved there. Everybody on bicycles just all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Hoop, how's it going? Newest VIP coach. Your team is assembled. Everybody has their accounts. Are you talking to your team? Are you in Discord? What kind of advice are you giving them? What's your coaching style? going to be?
You know, everybody got their accounts over the weekend. And so I'm like, well, everybody will kind of just glide into this and, you know, soak it all in. And, you know, I used to coach, so tried to be pretty mild manner about it to start, but I'm doing my first VIP session today, and I think I might have to get a little bit of more of the coach of the 80s out in me. You know, I've got people that are already going for resets. You know, it's
really after day one.
Yeah. So
go full Bobby Knight. Get the chair.
You know, that's kind of, and I'm not that guy, but when MP started talking about this, and I think I'm going to try to carry more of, it's so important to keep the account than to move on to the next account, is kind of, you know, the whole thing is trying to keep one account, not to get, you know, like we heard, you know, getting a bunch of resets. I think just slowing it down, and I still think, and I've been saying this since I started my Discord class, is I think we all forget about the mental side of this business. I think everybody's always looking at a setup, you know, what this chart looks like, but I know we can all talk about more of the just the psychological side. You know, I try and share with traders. I don't know about you guys, especially JD, coming a little bit from the floor, where, you know, you had all this stimulus around you, guys yelling, screaming, and now you're in front of screens. I have, like Nick, I've got 2 dogs that sit next to me, and it's me. And I think we're dangerous with the mouse in the hand, and I just think I'm going to try and slow people down, because I just think everybody's trying to pass to get to the next one, and I just think it's dangerous, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's also the boredom trading in the dark room. If you're doing this alone too, it's just like you know, you're up $500. It's like, well, let me fire off one more. I had some good reads today, not locking out, and then suddenly you take a loss, you turn a green day into a red day. I'm guilty of that. I know a lot of us have done that bad habit of just, you know, because you're in front of the markets, right? And in front of the screen, you may press a button again.
You know, my biggest weakness was getting over trading. I mean, you know, I'm standing in front of screens, I got to make a trade. And, you know, This goes back. The best thing since Topstep has come to TV and going over what the risk manager does, like what Mick does, and, you know, starting to know when you're over trading, you know, when you're in the pit, you know, and you're trying to take 10 years of what that was and just turn it off. And I'm here, you know, 15, 20 years later, still fighting, you know, that. And I know traders who are new to the business have to be kind of facing, you know, the newness to it and the excitement. I think, and I think Coach Jay and I've talked about it too, Nick, you know, and everybody is there's no blueprint on this thing and exactly how to do it. It just comes down to managing your risk. I mean, and how you get there is what I'm going to try and help my team with. So that's my Coach Knight rant. No chairs.
No chairs.
But,
I think I threatened the market to do something like 2 weeks ago, or if it didn't do it, I don't know. Hogue was on when I was talking about it in the chat. I'm like, if the market doesn't do X, Y, and Z, I'm going to throw a chair. Because it was one of those afternoons that we were in, just stuck in a range or just refusing to, whatever it was, I was going to throw a chair.
The other day when you bottomed the market and topped the market, and to watch that happen, I mean, we've all been there, man. I mean, to call it out and then just watch it come in front of you. I mean, you participated and made money on it. It's great. But like you said, you always, you know, that's what gets you trading, is that you always feel like you got to, I missed that, you know. And
that is the reason I had a daily loss limit today, was holding out for the longer move and then letting it come back to my entry. It took a stop out and then, you know, spiraled of trying to re-enter and get the money back. One of those days where, you yesterday in a weird way, mentally, I'm like, no, I need to learn to hold longs longer, whatever it is. And, ended up biting me in the butt today.
Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest thing I'm going to just try and do is, whether it's Hogue, Eddie, taking 30 years of experience and trying to, give traders, some help in terms of the stumbles that we went through, is just trying to help them so they don't, it's like, soon to be, you're going to find out, Nick, like having a kid. I mean, you can tell somebody, my son, that, hey, this is the way it was. You need to be, you can tell them all those things, but they're going to still be all alone in front of a computer ready to click the mouse. And, you just hope you give them the tools that they, use it wisely.
Hey guys, let's do a quick check-in on the markets. We're starting to get a little follow through to the downside here. We've got an ES short trade on in the house account. We're up about 2 points on it now. You guys seeing anything new that make you think about reevaluating or readjusting exit strategy here?
If we can
First, we're talking
clear this, if we can clear this like 94's kind of little cluster, whatever you want to call this consolidation that we've kind of been in, it should go at least down to towards the 90s. And then I would say maybe we just cover this unless it's, starts to get some legs. NQ is still kind of just sitting around, but it is back inside yesterday's range so far. It's holding below that, 554 50s. Too many fives there. So I would love to see NQ, like we said, go retest that 35s, 34s kind of spot, and then potentially rotate back into initial balance. But otherwise, nothing's really changed in the last 40 minutes or so that we've been sitting here outside of that initial dump that when we were coming on the air that we were going through. But otherwise, we've just been consolidating pretty much near yesterday's high.
Jack, you seen anything different? How's it looking to you?
Honestly, what was the time thing you mentioned earlier? If it doesn't get a push down quickly, then I'd say we just cover for whatever profit we have. I don't want to be losing money on this trade at this point. We've been in it for a very long time. So maybe I'm in agreement. If it touches 90s, I think we just consider covering entirely.
What's your typical hold time on a trade? So this is, I understand this is a long hold time for the way you trade. What's a typical hold time though?
Probably 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Because I trade like 9. Yeah, I trade 9:45, so pretty much 15 minutes after market open to like 10:30 Eastern time.
Jack, I may have missed it. Are you NASDAQ or you trade more ES?
I trade NASDAQ usually, but if I feel like switching, I'll go over to ES, but mostly NASDAQ.
You feel you get more opportunities with the NASDAQ than you do with the ES, depending on volatility for that day?
Yeah, on my time frame and kind of how long I hold, the NASDAQ volatility is good compared to ES. And I think if I were to do an hour-long holds, I'd probably want to switch to ES because I don't want the NQ 50-point stop-loss runs to screw me over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense because they do screw you over. All right, Coach Hoop. You mentioned we've already got traders clicking the reset button. And our goal is to slow these guys down a little bit. We don't want them in here.
And I kind of got some trade reports early to look at too, and one guy traded 585 aside. I mean, it's we all got our own blueprints to do this, but it's just I think I've heard Dakota say it. I think Nick is a testament to that too. I mean, I look at going back and looking at things that in terms of trade reports that, to be honest with you, the people that take anywhere between 10 to 20 trades in the day max is probably the people that I've seen are the most successful. But then there's a guy who flipped how many micros, JD, on that guy? It was just like 2,000 aside.
Like, I mean, 10,000, something ridiculous one day.
You made 26,000 and traded 32,000 contracts in a day.
32,000. Yeah. It was like half the volume.
I mean, there's a lot of ways to get there.
But you needed an official
just,
button
I think
clicker
for
at
me,
that
it's
point.
just slowing it down. Exactly. Yeah. And they get a lot of people that are successful in a practice account. You know, how many times I've heard you and Hogue, you know, say, everybody, I can be successful in practice. And then when I go to a combine or you hear the combine to XFA, you know, things change. That's psychology. I mean, you know, that's why I think, to be honest with you, a couple months back, I've been starting to work with Jared Tendler myself because, you know, the psychology side, the psychology side for me is just, it's one of those things. It's always been a battle. And I think that's,
Here we go.
and it's not venom or revenge trade or anything like that. It's just more the tilt. And I think, you know, I hear that's why, Nick, you and I got to have a beer together sometime. Going on tilt and, you know, that's still, even as a coach, you know, I wait for my setup and execute this. And, you know, I would say, you know, for me, and I've shared this in Discord with a little bit, is I said, I got ran over for the last time at equities in July. And, you know, a lot of us that came from the floor were always kind of perma bears. And then, but that rally in July was my last thing that I'm not going 12 days of going up is just, you're just wrong. So that was a big one for me. And I think
it was for me too.
Yeah. I mean,
I was like a statistical anomaly. So it was hard for me mentally to like accept it.
And I think as traders that we all share this, you know, in a vocal part, and is if we weren't and we didn't have this vehicle to kind of, you know, vent or share or whatever, we'd be, you know, in front of our screens and, you know, whatever. But I just think that's the biggest thing that we can share to traders. Like I've shared as part of my thing is trying to understand where we come from the floor. And I carried a little bit of the history into my Discord, is understanding, and it's helped me understand why I trade the way I do sometimes. And just understanding that, like, if you guys, I sent my screen share over of my setup, and JD, my charts and everything look like if you were standing there looking at the board. On the middle screens there, I've got my call boards, and you know, I mean, that's just how I look at the markets. You know, I need to still see price kind of staring at me in the face and not always looking at that chart. And I think that's where every trader is going to be different. But I think, you know, once again, all you can do is share the knowledge and try and help people out that way. But it just, I kind of just got blindsided by a little bit of that, of people that were already trying to get resets and, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah. You know, that was a totally different style of trading back then too. Back then we were trading almost the way Jack's trading now, like real quick in, real quick out. I mean,
yeah,
I was
super
around
scalping.
I was there for the very, very early days of electronic trading platforms. The group I work for, we were one of the guinea pigs for the first versions of Trading Technologies TT platform. They didn't even come with chart packages. You just got a whole bunch of ladders. You know, you stand on the floor with tablets and little pens like dinging on the tablets. But the strategy was, you would just stack the ladder with bids and offers. You were 10 up at every single price. You get in early, it was first in, first out. You get in early and you'd stack the ladder with all your bids and offers. And then you just wait and listen to the pit, see what was happening, try and pull an edge off the screen versus the pit, you know? Totally different style of trading than there is now.
Before I moved into the full seat and was trading in hogs, cattle, and bellies, they had a lower, they called it a permit when a new commodity came around, and it was called the Goldman Sachs Commodity Index. Okay, it's still actually tradable. It doesn't trade like it did when I was there, but it's an inflationary And it was one of the first pits that had the kiosk in the pit, and the Goldman trader would be in the pit, and he'd be giving you, what the market is, bid and offer. And he would just click the screen with this little kiosk pencil and go, you're, filled. And I'm like, what just happened? And that was a key to me, saying the local who's yelling and screaming and trying to get 2-3 ticks out of stuff. That was just the efficient. And that's kind of what I shared with how efficient the markets are now, and the speed. It's just, when I was sharing a little bit of the 1987 crash stuff with the class, I was like, I looked at it sometimes and go, I don't know how we didn't have more out trades. I mean, it's just with how efficient the markets are now, it's just, that's why when I hear people about slippage, I mean, that's a story that probably Ho Guy and Eddie could tell you what slippage.
Yeah. Slippage used to be real.
Exactly.
You were there that day. Yeah. Yesterday was the 37th anniversary of Black Monday. You guys weren't.
Yeah. There's some great
Most of
clips.
you guys weren't around for that, but.
There's one with the guy from Tasty Trade. I can't think of his name, Nick. The guy who's the option. I can't think of his name. He's from the Chicago Board of Options Exchange. And they were talking about, when they close the markets, and that the MMI, which is no longer an existent, one guy stepped in there and bought like 150 or 200 contracts, and that pretty much stopped the market. He was like the first guy to buy, and he flipped the markets. So it was pretty cool little stuff.
Very cool. All right, guys, we are still in this trade. We're short 3. I moved the stop down to a break even. You guys agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's fine.
All right.
Yeah, we had trouble. We bounced on the NASDAQ right off that 35 spot that I was talking about, and have still, for right now, at least holding it. I mean, volume is kind of dead, and probably will be for at least another 10 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes, yeah.
You think we should just take our profits on this trade, or let it go? It's risk-free right at this moment.
Taking it. I'd vote taking it.
Take it?
Yeah.
It's a 3 lot, Jack? Or JD?
We are short 3 at the moment.
The trader in me is like, no, you're in profit. Nothing's changed. Just let it ride. Your stop's at break even. Just let it tag it. Take 2 off. Leave a rudder. Let's just see if this trade, just for the sake of seeing if the trade thesis works.
Always leave a runner. Yeah. All right.
And that was my big lesson from yesterday. That would have saved me some pain today.
We're gonna have 50.
I just don't want to see Wall come back and run our stop. That's my thing. I don't want to see that. That would be bad.
Yeah, leave the runner, let the runner get break even. Yep. Perfect.
Never get hurt taking profit.
Because then at least we can see how this still plays out.
I always leave a tick for slippage. It's an old habit.
I do too, with commissions and stuff. It's just like the way I've always done it. I do a break even +1. I just always have when I do throw it on there.
Love that. Yep.
All right, guys, we got a few minutes left.
Jack, when do you go back to campus?
Hopefully in about 2 weeks. I mean, I hope sooner. Being home has taught me I want to be back at college like right this moment. My mom was not so happy when I said that. It's all right. I love my mom, but I can't do some of the things I get to do in college at home with little siblings.
Believe that. Are you getting your friends involved in trading? Are you recruiting your buddies? Are you trying to start a little trading group at all? Anything like that going on?
I'm trying, but they're all like they're not big fans of it. On campus there was one guy who I was talking to, but he's like, "No, I'm just going to buy the S&P and hold. I don't need to get into trading." I'm like, "You do you, buddy, I guess." And he's like, "I outperform everyone." And he's one of those people that thinks he's smart because he buys the S&P, which is like,
because he bought the S&P from like 2020 on, and it's worked out for him every year.
Yes. And I'm pretty sure they've been call options too. Dude, there's this one guy in high school who refused to talk about his returns. If you remember that period, like beginning of 2024, the market ran up for like 11 days in a row. And I'm 99% sure he hasn't told me this, but I'm like 99% sure he lost it all on put options because he just refused to talk about it after that point.
According to Goldman, you're only going to get 3% a year for the next 3 years, according to what they said yesterday.
Yeah, we shared that
Goldman,
article.
Dude, I
That's
can
crazy,
make as
man.
accurate
No
predictions
way.
as Goldman as a dropout. If I were to drop out, I could 100% make as accurate predictions.
I mean, Dolby and I are pretty dang sure. We walk in their offices right now. TopstepTV's on some of their desks. There's no question.
I believe it. I believe it.
I mean, what else are they watching? Bloomberg? Come on.
Trash.
JD, were you there when at the beginning when Topstep was having recruiters go out to the colleges?
No, I've been at I'm in my 5th year at Topstep now. So how long ago were they out recruiting? That have been.
So it's funny. I shared it, and I'll have to send it to TV again. So when I first started talking to Mike back in 2011, 2012, they were, and I've got the card. It looks like a trading card. It says compete against other traders, any of them most active futures, and the idea was to go out to the campuses, kind of what we're talking about right here, and recruit. And what do they say? What's the Untouchables things? Rather get the apple from the tree, kind of going to the campuses and getting it. So yeah, it's I think it's now it might have more legs than any time because I think there's a lot of younger traders.
Actually, that might not be a bad idea to go back up to colleges, say, create a plan specifically for college students, maybe like a 25K buying power, 1,500 drawdown or whatever. So we'll give you this free for like 2 months, trade it. You want to do it, come back on, buy a real combine, go from there. That might not be a bad idea.
Yeah. It's a good learning, right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no reason.
Hey, Hoop, do you have that old card in your hand right now?
Mm-hmm.
That old Topstep? Can you hold up to the camera?
You see that?
Look at that.
That's from the floor?
From the trading desk of Michael Patak.
Yeah, that's what they were handing out.
Huh.
His little recruiting form. That's funny.
I like it.
Yeah.
There's got to be a box of them laying around somewhere. We got to have some leftovers. I'll find it.
Yeah, right next to his skis.
Yeah. Well, we are getting legs. Not much, but it is continuing to kind of to break to the downside a little bit, right to that
doing the creeper
530 level, and making a run at initial bounce highs in the Nasdaq.
I'll let the guys in Power Hour know we got a runner on. I'll just continue to manage it. We got 2 minutes left, guys.
Yep.
We got 2 minutes. Let's go around. Nick, what are you seeing going into the final hour today?
I'm seeing maybe this lunchtime trend to the upside starting to potentially break as long as we are below 530s. I think shorts got probably a little more steam in them. We are right at SPX 5850. So just the options watchers like me, just be aware that this general area on ES 5890s could just kind of keep us hung for at least most of power hour. If we break it to one side, I would not necessarily fade it. Or if I see, put buying start to get a little legs, just be aware that this is a larger level on a longer time frame.
Awesome. Jack, you trading in the last hour?
Go.
What are you going for?
I think I will. Maybe take a couple practice for low volatility stuff, but I'm looking for shorts further down, maybe back into VWAP at the most. Probably going to switch to NQ because I do want a little more vol to trade with. But I think either way, a push towards VWAP is what I'm looking for.
Excellent. Yeah. When it does get slow like this, you do get more bang for your buck trading the NASDAQ over the ES. You got to trade more size in the ES. Basically taking on more risk to get more movement or to compete with the movement. Coach Hoop, thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure to see you. Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders are live right now. We're going to have some more updates on them throughout the week. We'll make sure to keep everybody apprised. All right, with that, folks, we are out of time. Power Hour coming up next. We've got Andre, Rips, Kami Capital, and Hogue is here. Hogue is in the chat. He's going to be live in just a few minutes. House Count is holding a runner to the short side in the ES. We're up a little bit of money. I will keep everybody posted. I will manage that from the sidelines going through Power Hour. Once again, thanks for joining us, everybody. Stick around. More Tradertainment coming your way. Power Hour is up next. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Let's go. Power Hour, you know what it is. Cammy Capital in the house, Hogan in the house, and Rips. You saw him earlier today on Fast Markets. This is Power Hour, but previous segment, we got JD with the house account short 1 ES from 58.96 and the orders, I should say. See how that plays out. Anyways, welcome, Cammy. How are you doing today? Or this morning?
Thank you, sir. I'm doing well. Doing well, thank you, mate. Nice early in the morning for me.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, Rips, thoughts on the market? We saw a big pop there during the afternoon here. Something called the lunch hour trade. Big pop, topped out in the ES at 59.04. And looking at the NQ, topped out at 20,602. We finally broke through those 530s and the 500s. Hogue, trading 20,528. What are your thoughts right now?
Well, with the NASDAQ, I mean, we've cleared out all the single TPOs above the initial balance, but we are currently rejecting the initial balance high of 20,520. Until we show some sign of acceptance in there, this could turn around and continue this push to the upside. And I'm thinking the same thing in the S&Ps, because the IB high in the S&Ps is all the way down here at 58.81, and we still have single TPOs that we've left below price. This is excess. This area right here until we can take out those single TPOs, maybe get to IB high. It looks like a long to me. JD, are we still long? We're still short 3.
We are currently short 1. We covered
1.
Pair of
Okay.
them.
Okay.
Yes, and we have a stop at break even +1. We're taking a tick out of this trade for slippage. If we happen to rotate back higher, we could always move that stop though. What's your target on the downside looking like?
I liked 85 in the S&P. If we can't get there, that's information we're going to be able to use. My question is with our expert guests here, Rips. What do you think about this?
I'm with you on this one, Hogue. I think it is a long too, because we scraped the sky up at 59.05 in the S&Ps pretty much. We did the same thing at 20,600, and that retracement back down was super violent. So I think there has to be a little bit of ebb and flow here. I don't know if we're at the best trade location here, but if I would never take a short from here. I think it is a long what you're seeing. As long as we're holding strong above 516, I think the longs are in play. The big clear out level that I really want to see us auctioning above here is going to be that daily opening level, like 536, around that level. And if we're pushing up above that, we should be able to hold some strength and auction back into that value area acceptance, like 551 or so. And this is NQ only I'm talking about.
All right, so looking to the long side here. What are those levels again? 517 and...
Yep, 517, and then all the way up there to, like, let's say 551 is a comfortable area where the auction probably wants to return, as long as we're clearing above 529 here.
Okay, holding 529, so we're currently at 528. Hogue, you got the keys to the house account in front of you?
I do.
Okay. All right, well, we got anything on Delta, Hogue, real quick. Before we get into this,
NASDAQ Delta is positive 3,000. S&P Delta is positive 5,700. Nothing too swollen or squeezy in those numbers. So not a lot of help from the Delta.
Okay. Just yet. All right, we're at 528, 20,000, 527, 526 now. Looking for perhaps some confirmation.
Cammy, what are your
to
thoughts?
The upside. Yeah, Cammy, what are you thinking there, my man?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Longs as well. Just having a look. I like how we've pushed through value area highs from yesterday and also today's onward kind of come back to retest that area. So I was kind of looking around that 512.75 level for NASDAQ. So we've tapped it once. Probably would like to see if we can dip down again, maybe a little bit of a stop run. Then I might look at a long as well. I like where we are.
Okay. Do you like that level that Rips and I are talking about down around IBI?
Yeah.
Let's call it 12.
Right
I'm sorry, 520, 517, that area.
Yep. Good area.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna retrace back down there. That right at the bottom of the hour, well, at the top of the hour rather. I feel like that's as low as we're gonna get for power hour, unless we have a really harsh rejection here, because usually the market's gonna find balance back to at least like 545 here. So I mean, we're racing towards that level. So I don't know if we missed the trade or not. So I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get back down there for power hour. We might just kind of rise above here and just start floating up through the end of the day here. This is a pretty common pattern in power hour that I've seen, where we just kind of drift higher here. Yeah, we're taking out stops here is what we're doing.
Should I be just trying to jump in now? We're chasing.
Yeah, I mean,
should we be adjusting the? Should I be moving the stop down? Do you think?
Where's that short in the S&Ps again?
96.75.
Let me have a look-see here.
Just above settlement price. Basically settlement price.
I mean, 95 is the last kind of above the last swing high on this move to the downside. I could see maybe moving it down to 95.
You know, I'm going to try a trade here in my practice account since I'm waiting for my XFA balances to be debited from my account. I'm going to look to take this long anywhere on a pullback here, actually. I mean, this is just practice, but, you know, I don't have any accounts to trade on this, but I feel like a pullback with
practice,
here
we probably want to look for better trade location for the house account instead of working this on that same level on the practice account.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to try a long here. See how this plays out. And I'll have an ad. Let me switch this over here. So this is just a practice account. I'm looking to add like right around there. Let me buy 2 more contracts down here. See how that shakes out.
All right, let us know what price you got there, Rips.
I'm in long at 540 3/4.
5.
And I have adjusted the stop in the house account trade to 58.95 in the ES.
Okay. At least I'll lock in some profits on that last one. Where would you put your stop on this trade, Rips?
I think a fair stop is right underneath the volume shelf, like 23 or so. About 17 points of risk.
All right, perhaps targeting 551s, the upside in the NQ. Yeah, and we got house account short from 58.96 3/4 in the S&Ps.
Yeah, I fear that the timing of when this trade would have been in its best trade location did not work with us to get into the segment today.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we get that pullback. Cammy's looking for perhaps a pullback to 517s, 512s. Be gone.
Yeah, man, I waited out. I know, I think with power hour, my experience has been there's always been a fake out as well. So, you know, I like to wait for that potential stop run and then give it a go. Doesn't mean I miss some moves. Like if this is the pump up, means I miss it. But that fake out's given me a few too many extra assholes before, so I'll give it a skip.
Like that. Take a look at kind of one eye on gold here. Gold, I believe, making new all-time highs. That's the high of the day, 27.62. Let's trade 27.60.
Since we got there, we've just been, since the market basically closed at 12:30, we've basically just been basing price around the weekly kickoff high at 27.60 in gold. We got right to it right at the end of the day, and then we've just been sitting on it ever since.
Yeah, if we actually hold at this level here, I really think that this is a good trade location for a long, because this was acceptance earlier in the auction before we had this little breakdown. We found that liquidity on the bid side. So I think that if we do start auctioning higher here above this 45 level, I think there's a good reason to start really piling.
Right, I just bought one. And if we do get a pullback, we can add a couple more on the way down.
Love that.
I'm thinking the stop has to be somewhere down below 28.
Okay. Yep. I think that's fair.
Okay. What price do we get, Hogue?
We are long at 54.40, 544 and a quarter. Sorry.
Hey, there we go. Right here and now.
2.5.
Hey, there we go. Nice
toe in the water
resolution here.
Like it.
Nice. We're starting to build up here. If we can take out this liquidity at 50s, this will be super strong, because that swipe should lead us much higher here.
We would add there.
Looking juicy. Well, we got one on. I think one is a nice trade. It's a good afternoon here,
That's good. You want to get all biffed up at the end of the day here, huh?
Love that.
Exactly. One contract never hurt anybody.
No.
All right. Got
one short.
One short, yes. One long NQ. I like it. Interested to see how this plays. We're hedged in kind of a roundabout way. Yeah.
You're going this way.
All right. Where is Eddie in the background right now? Is that Eddie?
Where is? Yeah. How'd we do that?
Who's doing that? Yeah, we are building up here. This is nice. I'd really like to see us take out that area. And it's like triple fives. If we can start auctioning above those triple fives, there's a lot of defense that's up there right now. So if we can start getting that defense blown out, there's really a lot of loftiness to the upside here. So, very
well.
big
Let's just hope it's not the Bears defense.
Exactly.
We got them all today. I like it.
Oh, jeez.
Like.
Go get him, Gabriel.
I have another limit buy-in. Again, this is my practice account. I have a limit buy-in at 43 halves. So let's see if this gets filled here. Because again, if this explodes above 548, this thing can have some serious legs and start to run here. And looking at the Mag 7, it does look like it's primed to explode to the upside. As far as like Microsoft's looking, there's much more room to the upside. Amazon looks like it's holding, Google looks like it's holding, and Nvidia looks like it's holding as well. So a lot of good things going in our favor for this trade so far.
All right. And, as a consummate professional, Rips, I know that you would trade a practice account the same way you would a real account, correct?
100%. I mean, this is exactly how I'd be trading my XFAs if I wasn't waiting for the payout balance to be taken out. So
you would add a 43 and a half?
Yes, I got it add there. I'm 5 contracts long right now with an average of 41.85.
All right, we're adding to this at 43 and a half if we get the opportunity.
I think we will. There's a lot of traffic right now.
My end of the house account is now flat. Stop hit or trailer hit at 558, 58.95. You got $400.
What's the overall? What's the realized?
Okay. This account is up 403.
Hey, better than a sharp stick in the eye.
Total. Yes, it is. All right, so house count now long
nice.
2.
Starting to really perk up here. We need to see those triple fives get taken out and whacked.
Total realized is about $3,200, Hogue. $3,300.
Nice work, JD. That's juicy. There we go. All right, we're starting to get a little perky here. Yeah, this
is a little
nice.
ripacito here.
Indeed.
Little Percocito here to the upside.
All right, guys. We're long one or two.
We're long one. We put in that bid to try and add to it. We never got down to it, at least not yet.
I'll try to do a little ad here at 47 quarters as well. If we get a fill here, because I just think that kind of propping up the price here is the right idea.
Okay, we're adding there as well. We're right behind you there, Rips.
Well, your orders actually show up on the dumb and mine don't. I got filled.
Long two now.
All right, what price?
There we go. Price $545.75.
Okay.
At $527, the order that shall remain unspoken is a $750 loss.
All right.
Roger that.
We're still working a bid down below here as well. 543.5.
3.5. Okay.
I kind of want to put another ad down here at like 41.75, just in case, like a 2-buy.
A wishing order.
Yeah. Like a wishing well. Toss in a coin, and maybe your dreams come true.
Moving our ad down to that low. 175, 175.
Like this working at Cammy. Any upside targets perhaps in the NQ or ES? Or what, you're trading gold these days, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, normally I've finished my gold for the day. I'm on NQ with you boys and girls today. I've opened an account specifically for NQ again. So yeah, man, if I was in this long with you guys, I'd probably, with the power hour, the MOC coming up, I'd probably look to go around 580, probably be my target. That's where the volume starts to taper off. Yeah.
So I'm keeping a close watch on NVIDIA here, because if NVIDIA holds, that's a huge signal for me.
Mm-hmm.
I got filled. So I'm now 8 long here, 8 contracts long in my 150K practice account.
And we are long 3.
All right.
Price,
I love that.
55.44 half.
Right. 3 from 5.44 half. It's 3. Real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen. You know what to do by now. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. There's some cool things you'd like for us to share with the viewers and the traders. TopstepTV. Again, hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. Also, go on X and give us a follow. While you're at it, click like, click subscribe. All right, got all that off the checklist. Let's get back to the markets.
580s. That's a 2-to-1 reward over risk where our stop is right now. So, excuse me, the order that shall remain unspoken. 527. That's a 1,045 loss. We get up to Cammy's 20,000 580s. That's 2,150 in profit. So 2-to-1 reward over risk. We're sitting with right now.
That sounds real nice. There's some orders that just got filled at those 40s there. There's another player down there at 29, but it just seems that there's a couple algorithms right now that are kind of auctioning back and forth between one another. I'm keeping a close watch here on Meta and Microsoft. If those are going to hold, I think that we can have a hold into the end of Power Hour here and perhaps a nice push out. Because every single time that we find sellers, there's definitely there's a lot of people who are supporting this bid. There's a big order there up at 44 and 44.25, seeing if they're going to swipe at this liquidity now.
Here, nothing really on the tilt. Anything popping on Delta about 20 minutes ago? About 15 minutes ago. So it was plus 5,700 in ES and plus 3,000 in the NQ. Hogue, any updates to Delta?
Yeah,
any changes?
Positive 7,600 now in the S&P is still around positive 3,200 in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
So maybe some weaker hands buyers here in the NASDAQ, or in the S&Ps, I should say.
You see that big pop about an hour or so ago. Big run up there. And house account long 3 from 20,544 half. Pulling back a little bit here. We'll go.
Yeah, on these pullbacks, I'm seeing a lot of support there in the bid. So it depends on whether or not that's going to be enough to kind of put a stop to these early sellers on these pullbacks. On the S&Ps, we're pulling back very slightly here. So it's not a dramatic pullback. So I'm curious about whether or not this is going to put a hold on this. NASDAQ and the NVIDIA is holding super strong here at the VWAP. So
yeah, we just got another nice rip off that low.
Mm-hmm. And we just need to see that follow through. They did swipe at that liquidity at 44, and you can see it was just a bluff because they pulled it as soon as we touched that liquidity, they pulled it out. So we only traded about 32 contracts there. They were showing about 55 contracts. So interesting to see that. And still, volume's a little bit low. But I'm just using the Magnificent 7 here to kind of guide this. If we start to see a breakout into 144 on NVIDIA, it'd be super strong. Apple showing strength. Microsoft still holding up here. Meta can start to tune up back to 581 or so. We could be in business. So, a lot on the table here. Nice and
Rips,
slow.
I got myself set up to be able to see all these Mag 7.
Oh,
love keeping an eye on it, especially when it's stocks that I'm making money on.
You bought NVIDIA, didn't you? Because you were talking about buying it if we had to pull back to the low 100s.
Yeah,
right?
I got all but one of my bids filled.
Yo, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's awesome. And we are seeing a beautiful hold in here in NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get above these 44s. That's kind of the point of contention right now that we've been dealing with for about the last 4 minutes. We get auction above that, can stay pretty strong, and then we potentially start getting the auction back to that 55, triple fives. Be real nice.
Yeah. At 44, 544 is pretty much the high of the overnight session and the high of the opening 3 o'clock bar at 5 o'clock last night.
We can call it the eye of the hurricane.
Yes.
So yeah, it's not surprising to see this traffic here. Let's see if we can get up and over here. Get a nice push.
Start honking our horns. Get these people out of our way.
Get the hell out of here. Cam, we got a question for you about gold. Seems like the bulls, any opportunity, there's a pullback, just buy it, close your eyes, and when you open them up, market's higher. See, is 3,000s in gold a real possibility by, I don't know, end of year?
Oh, the way things are going, Andre, I really don't see why not. I mean, like, as more seasoned guys will know, in wartime, gold's a bit of a safe haven. So with the tensions rising, I don't see why not. The fundamentals are there. But yeah, man, it's one of those things. The last couple of weeks, just close your eyes, click buy and pray. Basically, it's been crazy.
Yeah, seeing a lot of technical upside support too, and volume and open interest in it as well.
Rips, there's a question I had for you, man. Is NASDAQ your only baby? Are you dabbling in any other futures markets? Is this your one and only home?
Yeah, NASDAQ. I mean, I talk about it all the time, but NASDAQ really just has that momentum that I enjoy. ES is great, but I feel like if you miss a trade on the S&Ps, you don't really get a second chance. On the NASDAQ, I feel like you have endless amounts of opportunities because you can make a lot of money in a 10, 20 point range. And NASDAQ will repeatedly give you 10 to 20 points of range if you're looking for it. So I feel like it's a more forgiving instrument for the way that I trade. And I've always enjoyed trading it. It's the first futures instrument I ever traded. And I will say unsuccessfully when I first started. But it's always had a place in my heart. I can trade the S&Ps. I love trading index futures. Not really a big fan of the Dow like Delby is, but I really do enjoy trading NASDAQ because it gives me a bounty of opportunities.
Yeah, man. If you were a NASDAQ if you were a futures product, Rips, you would be the NASDAQ. I got to say, it's synonymous with your personality, man. ripped up on Celsius. It's a good one. Keeps you away.
Well put.
Oh, Yes.
Well
Cammy.
put.
Cammy's getting into the Celsius a little bit as well. Is that true, Cammy?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. I didn't even know what it was until I started watching Rip's streams, like 6 months ago. We didn't have it in New Zealand until last month, so I've been stocking up, man.
You're enjoying it then?
I'm enjoying it.
That's awesome.
Ribs,
we are still fighting
I know
on the 44s. If you notice that there, Hogue.
Yeah,
we're still just having this battle here. What were we going to say? Sorry to cut you off.
I was going to ask. I know that there's different parameters that you can put on your book map, and for the Nasdaq, what kind of parameters for the different kinds of liquidity that you're seeing on that book map? What's red, what's yellow, what's white, what's blue?
Yeah. So on my screen right here, I can just switch it to the main book back screen. But on this, the big version of this, if you're seeing these bubbles that are, you want to think about it as a pie chart. If the bubble is mainly green, it means that most of the liquidity was being exchanged on the offer. If most of the bubble is red, it means that the majority of the liquidity in that exchange was on the bid. Right. And so at a bird's eye view, at a quick glance, I can see that interactivity in the market. And the larger the bubble, the more the volume. So if we come up to an area of a lot of volume and they're showing a lot of offers there, it's pretty obvious to me just from a glance that they're trying to defend that area, or there's a lot of people who are selling their longs. There's a lot of different ways you can read it. And of course, there's a lot of confluences that you can see by watching this, but it comes into play when you've been watching it for a very, very long time and you've been noticing certain patterns. For instance, we're at the bottom of the hour right now. There's going to be algorithms that are turning on. Which way are they sending it? And are they letting it kind of explode to the upside here because they want to be able to short it from higher? Are they looking to get out of their shorts now? By the way, our trade is exploding here to the upside, Hogue. This is fantastic.
Rips, I was thinking more about the horizontal lines. What kind of volume
let's watch
is like
these
a red
together.
line?
You can see right below here, there's red lines that are stacking up underneath, and you can see that on my screen here. Those are people chasing up, going bid to cover now because they're short and they're stuck underwater. So you can see these big red bars are flashing. The darker the bar, the more liquidity that there is on the bid there. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. The darker the bar, the thicker the liquidity. That's exactly how it plays out here in Bookmap. So it's the exact same way. Right now, we did just tickle into those 555s as we expected. And it's just a fantastic thing to see this.
So
beautiful
above,
houses out there, Hogue.
Looking above, you're seeing some all right liquidity up there with all those orange lines.
Right. And I can look to the past here by looking to the left to see which is the true liquidity and which is these sort of bluffs, these algorithmic bluffs. So
newer stuff.
Exactly. And are they putting it on there to kind of scare the algorithms? And, when these things are flashing, you want to pay attention to, is it affecting the price or not? And in the case of us driving up there, that's true liquidity when you have people chasing up the bid, because you can see that order being thrown into the market there. You could actually see it on the time and sales. Versus if we have liquidity overhead and they're kind of moving it higher and higher, it's algorithmic price action that's trying to bluff the market higher. They're trying to lead that price up higher.
Awesome. Thank you, Rips. I know a lot of folks have a lot of questions about that, about Bookmap. That was awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I love Bookmap.
Looked like we wanted to go there. Got up to 56s.
Yeah, this.
Rips, if we can clear what price, do you think we're good to go here? If we clear the 60s or
the trigger point that I'm seeing right now for most of this liquidity is above 64. So if we're starting to go really high into that level, the problem is that we just had a lot of volume coming in at those 555s. We're talking about the 555s before we even got there. It might be wise to start to reduce size in something like this because it becomes slightly unpredictable, because it's clear that you have people who are pulling out of longs at those 55s, but it's also clear that you have people who are buttoning on shorts. If we come back to that area and it's completely vacant of any type of defense, the trade should stay on. However, if we come up to those 555s and we start to see again, there's a lot of foot traffic. There's people who are on the offer, people who are getting filled either in icebergs or real true orders that they're showing. That should say to you, okay, well, let's join them. Let's peel out in that liquidity. Let's get paid for our time. And maybe we leave a little bit of a runner, because that, when we're looking at probabilistic odds for a trade, we want to say, okay, the probability is high that we can get filled at that level, but it's also the high probabilistic chance that maybe we don't continue to run. So paying yourself at that junction makes a lot of sense.
All right, we just paid ourselves off. We just took one contract off. We're holding two now.
Love that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to peel off 5 contracts here of my practice account. See if I can get filled. And I want to do this at 50.5. Seems like a decent area here. And if we don't get filled, I'll end up chasing the price down a little bit.
House count long 2 now.
I'm going to move my limit sell to 49 halves now. Should get filled right here. If not, I'll continue chasing down the price.
We're going to get filled on it. Or not. Oh, shit.
Last trade, 20,546. 546 last trade. House count long from?
All right, I got filled half
right
there.
now.
I'm going to move my stop up to 43 evens. So we have realized
Why
$419 of practice account money there.
Why 43s?
Simply because it's above my entry. My average price is 42 halves, essentially. So 43 evens at least gets me a little bit of skin in the game. And it calculates for slippage on 5 contracts.
All right. So I'm
trading this exactly as if it were real money.
I'm out of another one. I'm going to take our stop and I'm going to move it up to just below that bar, 35, 535. And we're just going to let this percolate a little while. So our current position is
I just took 2 more out at 50 evens.
At 541.75. Very little risk on this. If we do get a nice push, it'll be a nice trade. If not, it's a break even right now, basically.
I love it. What's our P&L at right now, Hogue?
Realized up 112 and unrealized up 200.
Very nice. 112 makes me think of peaches and cream.
$700 win. About a $900 winner if we do get up to those 80s, 580s.
Love that.
Keep an eye on the ES right now. Seeing some bidders coming in. Buyers coming next.
Scary out of the weary out.
Getting that beautiful blowout.
58.98 last trade. Can we bust through these 5900s? Again, high of the day in the ES, 5904. Get through these 5900s. Will they test the high of day again in the ES? They might be doing the heavy lifting, trying to take the NQ with it.
That was a good out on the S&P house trade.
Yeah, really nice.
Yes, it was. And we have MOC in 13 minutes.
Yeah, how about a little update on the market internals, Andre? I'm feeling a little frisky. Why don't we go there? Well, the NYSE volume is 8% below its 1-month average. We've traded 342 million shares today. Decliners still haven't fully recovered. They're down 1.3 to 1. NASDAQ volume is 21% above its 1-month average. About the same, 1.3 to 1. Decliners are leading advancers there. So a nice little lofty recovery from the overnight session. It's nice to see that. The VIX has now receded to negative 0.7 on the day. So down 7 basis points at 18.24 there.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, this goes back to kind of what we were talking about at the top of the show here is, we were patient. We were watching this. And at the top of the hour, we said, and I think even Cammie saw this. He said, I'm used to seeing Power Hour kind of rise up here, and that's kind of what we've seen. It's just been lofty for the entire session. So I'm really proud to share the stage with folks that are seeing the market like this. This is incredible stuff. Good episode here.
Love it.
Awesome.
Now to traffic and weather. Trading strategies. I like that. Indeed.
Traffic and weather on the 8s.
On the 8s, yes. 12 minutes till MOC.
Yeah, that's probably Hogue. How many more lots do you have on your trade right now? 1 or 2?
Just 1.
Okay, yeah, and that's kind of like the MOC Hail Mary. Either we're going to get stopped out, or it's going to go in our direction, and maybe we get a nice couple extra dabs of cream on the day.
Yeah, one way or another. But I feel like we've got the odds tilted just slightly in our favor.
100%.
Just a bit outside.
Yeah, this is again. It's everything's sort of holding here. There's no sellers yet, but the MOC can definitely bring that. Like Andre said, we have that coming in 12 minutes. So
yep, take a look at MOC from yesterday. We did have minus 2 billion sell side, MOC yesterday. See how that plays out today. Cam, you're having trouble getting through these 560s in the NQ. Again, we got 21 minutes left in the session. We just need the volume, Cammy. I know it's a power hour. It
That's
can be
right.
hit or miss.
Yep. MOC, man,
like
Rip said, to just wait for that thing to rocket ship through or stop you out. I mean, that's all we can do, eh? I'm still waiting on that pullback, but look at me. I've got no money in my pocket. You boys have pocketed already, so sometimes it pays to jump on when you see it.
Yeah, MOC can be extremely volatile too. It depends on the day. We've had some MOCs recently that have just been a complete fireworks show, and some MOCs that are just a complete dud. So, we'll have to see what happens on a day like today where we have, the NYSE's trading pretty much flat to its average monthly volume. And the NASDAQ is about, 0.25% higher than it usually is. I actually just got stopped out there. So we made on our practice account 917 practice dollars. So it just goes to show, if you're patient, you stick to your thesis, let the trade work. It's very nice.
Back to break even here.
There we go. On the rest, right? Just on the rest, not on breaking even on the account.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So we've still realized $112, correct?
Right.
Okay, great.
A little something.
It's Top's $125 loss, basically scratch.
There we go. Beautiful. So we did reject up there above 55s. We saw a lot of volume coming in initially when we tickled those 55s, and then we traded a little bit higher to about 61 or so. It looks like almost 62 and change. But we had a very harsh rejection, which is fine. Does it give us enough clues to kind of put on a nice trade going to MOC? Likely no. That to me is more of a gambling trade, and it's best to kind of, I've always found myself this. I've been trading for 10 years. Hoag's been trading for much longer than me. And I'm curious, Hoag, if you've noticed the sort of same thing. Being in the pits, when you see people trading this late in the day, a lot of it comes from desperation trading. Am I wrong?
Oh, for sure.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you find yourself trading right here and now, and you're thinking about, I need to get even on the day, I need to make up for some losses on the day, let me just tell you, at least from my own experience, put it away for the day. Lock it down. Today is going to be ending soon. If you're underwater for the day, it's not a big deal. It's just one day in the many thousands of days that you're going to trade throughout your career. Just lock it up and move on. Tomorrow's a new day. You're going to have a zero balance tomorrow. You're going to have zero profit and loss tomorrow. It's a brand new day. Just trust me when I say this. If you're desperate trading at this time of the day, it's just best to lay off. You don't really want to, formulate yourself to be gambling at this time of the day.
Yeah, Andre says it best. You don't want to make a bad day worse.
100%. 100%.
Making a bad day worse. A bad day you can recover from in one day. Making a bad day worse, it's going to take you days, if not a week, to dig yourself out of that hole. So, bad day you can recover from in just the following day. But bad day worse, a lot of work ahead of you.
You're going to feel fine tomorrow. You just have to remember, tomorrow's going to come. The sun's going to rise. You're going to be here. You're going to have your account's going to be fresh. Yesterday's yesterday. It doesn't matter. You move on. Just trust me when I say that. It feels your emotions are running high, especially like I'm just speaking to the people who are having a rough day today. Your emotions can be running high towards the end of the day, and you're playing into those emotions. You want to serve those emotions and say, well, I got to get even, or, well, one more trade, maybe I can get half of what I'm down today. Don't serve those emotions, because over time, you'll find yourself being a slave to those emotions versus mastering your emotions. You need to learn to live with your emotions rather than being controlled by them. So if it's late in the day and you're feeling that type of pressure, the best thing to do, in my opinion, is just lock it up.
What's worse than trying to chase money at the end of the day on a Tuesday? Trying to chase money at the end of a day on a Friday.
Oh my! And I've been there. It's equities stop trading at 8:00 at night on a Friday. You don't want to be that person where you look at the clock at 7:50 Eastern and you're sitting there like, what am I doing? It's the worst feeling in the world.
Very, very lonely place.
Anybody still in the pit afternoon on a Friday is probably chasing money.
Yeah, their client's probably a little bit upset.
Indeed. All right, we got this MOC here about 7 minutes. Hoag, real quick. Any change to Delta? No, I've been asking anything there. We always keep an eye on that.
Yeah. We lost a little bit on this pushback off those 560s. 3,400 in the NASDAQ, nothing really, but we have lost a little bit in the S&P's 9,200 positive now.
Oh. go next? ES, looking for some size orders in the ladder on the ES. Nothing really showing. Tried making a run for those 5,900. Sellers did step back in. Last trade 58.96 half. We need the volume here. We want to make another run for it.
This thing's just wearing me out.
What's that, Hogue?
This trade.
Sounds like it.
Oh.
It hurt me.
Push this sucker.
All right, Hogue. All right. I'll help you out here.
There you go.
So you still have one contract long then, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. You love to see it.
Like to see a nice upside kerfuffleation.
What's your upside target? Are you going to take it down before MOC?
Probably. And I'm thinking there's no better time than now.
Nice.
We're flat.
Hey, there you go.
Okay.
What's the total now?
$246.
Beautiful.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like an ante at the poker table.
Get out of here.
Hey, Rips, question. Alex Ferreira joining us. What'd you think? Pretty cool, huh?
I thought it was excellent. I had a really great time this morning, and it was great to have some Q&A with him and get inside the mindset of somebody who has provenly been, a legend, really, just a legend. To be able to operate at that level under that much pressure and achieve what they have achieved is an extraordinary thing. And being able to have access to somebody like that is truly special. So I was super juiced on this morning's broadcast.
Wild, man. Yep. Super pumped. Hard to think about the next chapter in his career. But before that, he's going to win the gold in Milan 2026 Winter Olympics. What? Starting to be a businessman as well.
Really is amazing how, somebody like that. I mean, you have to find what you're put on this earth to do very early in life to be able to accomplish what he has accomplished in such a short period of time. He's got his whole career ahead of him. He's just done amazing. It's hard not to like say, well, geez, man, what did I do with my life? But don't do that. A lot of us didn't find what we were supposed to do. Many people are even lucky to find that. And he just seems to be one of those people that as soon as he, put skis on, he said, this is what I'm going to do. And he has done everything every day to work towards getting better and better at it. And everybody in trading, we have to do the same thing. If this is what we want to do, we just have to work at it. We have to every day get a little bit better and a little bit better. And I'm old. My big swinging days are behind me. I've had a wonderful, long, delightful, absolutely terrifying career. But that's what trading is. That's what trading is. It's ups and downs, So, but when I don't think when Alex is 60, he's still going to be ripping half pipes. Maybe he will be, but maybe not at the ability that he has now. But it's just always amazing to see somebody who has found what they were meant to do and done everything in their life to make sure that it happens. It's truly just inspiring and amazing.
Professional athlete. Cammy, I don't know if you saw, you might have been sleeping, as I imagine you were. Topstep is partnered with Alex Ferreira, Olympic silver medalist, X Game gold medalist. Top half.
Yes, sir. I did see.
Wild, man.
Wild. I didn't get to catch it, man, but pretty cool. Pretty cool. So he's all steady trade on stream and whatnot today as well. I didn't catch the segment, but
a lot of introductions, like Q&A. Rips was helping him read some charts. Not taking a trade necessarily just yet, but I'm sure he'll be back with us taking some trades. He has been funded with us. But, between trading and trading, trying to find that work-life balance. I guess it's all work. Skiing is work, but one hell of a job he's got. Yes, insanely disciplined, focused, laser-like focus on going for that gold. But more from Alex with on TopstepTV, as well as some cool stuff in the works. We'll just leave it at that. Yes, Alex
Couple
Ferreira.
minutes to MOC now.
MOC.
Right
You
back
gonna
up
get
there.
that?
90 seconds out. 90 seconds.
560 here. Right back up there. And you
PDJ
know what,
in the
Rich?
chat says means they
I
paid him
don't
a
feel a
bundle to
loss.
wear a hat. PJ paid him a bundle to wear a hat. Yeah, there's something to that. We did pay him a bundle to wear a hat. Yes, that's what sponsorships are about, man. But it's a partnership. It's the real deal.
Rips?
Oh,
I
wow.
don't feel a
Push
loss.
wow, this thing is popping. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it is. And I don't feel a loss.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, this thing is really starting to get boosty to the top side. Does anybody have any positions on out there? I'm curious if anybody in chat is still holding along, because this is really starting to get hairy for these shorts here. This is a beautiful push to the north side.
Amazon to shut down Amazon Today delivery service.
What? No.
What does that mean?
That just came across Financial Juice.
Oh, brick and mortar delivery services. I'm guessing that's probably something to do with their Amazon Fresh stuff. Maybe. I see the headline too, but yeah, I'm not really.
I'm going to have to wait till tomorrow to get my shoes delivered.
I'm a big user of Amazon Prime. I love Amazon Prime. I hope that there's nothing that really permanently shuts down from that. We take it for granted.
All right, MOC, 3 seconds here. Hogue, when you get them, or if anyone gets it, please throw it in the chat.
They won't be as quick as when Eddie's here.
If I can get the number. Wow. This is volatile stuff. Already back down below 50 there.
Jeez. And that's why I can't trade the NASDAQ.
Well, you did the right thing by peeling off there, and you took it in the profit. I think that you did really, really well there, Hogue. It was a great trade.
Heart palpitations.
Well, that's why it's good to trade, 1 or 2 lots. If you're trading 15 lots at a time in the NASDAQ, that'll blow your hair back. But 1 or 2 lots, it's
all
okay.
right. Here we go. S&P down 780 million, NASDAQ down 185 million, Dow down 340 million, Mag 7 down 175 million. Okay. A storm in a teacup. Very small today. About $1 billion, a little bit more than $1 billion.
Yep.
Yeah, we've seen Microsoft mainly recover from the start of October. We're basically back to where we started in the beginning of October now. Meta still has room for recovery. Apple is pushing up on these highs, and Nvidia is pushing up on these highs. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next couple of days. Remember, as I said on this morning's broadcast, if you missed it, I think the biggest day this week is going to come in the form of Thursday. We get the PMI as well as the employment numbers. And if you've been paying attention to a lot of the Fed speak lately, they've been pointing towards the labor market as their point of contention and what they're really going to be watching. So it'll be interesting to see what the labor numbers are as we are 13 days away from the election, I believe.
Rips, I saw a couple articles over the weekend where the beige book tomorrow may actually be something that has a little bit more focus from the FOMC group.
It's true.
because of the employment and what's going on with employment. Any thoughts on that? I'm maybe putting you on the spot on that, but
no,
beige
not
book
at all.
is usually just a nothing burger.
Exactly right. So the beige book will be sort of that precursor to Thursday, which will give us much more clarity on the labor market because it's, you're talking about weekly figures versus the beige book is compiled a little bit in the rear. So the beige book is going to be kind of the warm up. It's going to give us a broader scope versus the employment numbers that we're going to see on Thursday. But I think that Thursday is going to carry a little bit more weight. Tomorrow is going to be sort of
jobless clams.
So yeah, exactly right. Those clams need to get back to work.
Yes, they do.
So yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see that the PMI numbers as well as the employment numbers. It'll be really interesting to see how that kind of shapes up.
All right. Excuse me. He's got 7 minutes left here in Power Hour again. Click like, click subscribe. Again, as like we asked, this up at Topstep TV with some hashtag Power Hour cool content. I'll throw it to my main man, James. James, what do we got? Did the people deliver?
Oh, Andre, the people are delivering. They're going to Twitter. They're going to X. They're tagging at TopstepTV. And let's see them. Here's your first one from Kevin. First time ever, niggly top tick the move. I'm going to hold
I believe
it to
that's
the close.
Kelvin Jones.
Oh, Rips, your eyesights are better than mine. Thank you so much.
I know Kelvin.
Jones.
He's a rock star. They are a great trader. I love Kelvin.
Kelvin, my apologies. But still, I love your trade. Your one MNQ, you're holding it to the short, or holding the short to the close. No lockouts, never quitting, never giving up, failing forward as fast as I can. So, Kelvin, congrats. From Phoenix,
well done.
In the race to catch the top, precision pays off. Nailed it during the afternoon session with Topstep.
Neither of you get used to it. It doesn't happen often.
From Trades Don't Lie, halfway on this 150K combine with Topstep. Love the lockout account feature. I feel the tilt coming in. I don't hesitate to lock myself out of the account. That's always a good move.
Great job.
Locking yourself out of the account, destroying your video game controller, it's all the same. Wildfire passed my combine with a new look and outlook. Topstep Dakota slow markets got me 700 before the opening today.
Nice. That's sick. That's awesome.
Last, saw this little chatter on the Twitters. Topstep launched live phone support last week. This is awesome. Well done, Topstep. You're right, Jake Norman. Well done, Topstep. And that's right. You too can call support. Just pick up your cell phone or your landline. You still got one of those. Make sure you don't have anyone using dial-up and call 888-407-1611. You can talk to our trader support team Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's all I got, Andre. Back to you.
I love your radio. I love your announcer voice, James. And back to you.
And back.
All right, we got just under 5 minutes here in Power Hour. Again, S&P's tried making a push above 5,900. Sellers did come in. We're right now trading 58.99. 4 minutes left to go. Can they take it higher?
Still waiting for it to get to Cammy's 80s here.
Cammy's 80.
It's teasing it, Hugs. We're close.
It is. It is.
Down blue balls before the closing bell. 5 minutes.
Love you. Love you, Cammy. I love it. More push here. Nothing on the tilt. 4 minutes left in Power Hour. Looking for Cammy's 580s. And as again, we topped out at 20,600.
Kind of strange how excited I'll be if we do actually get there.
Love when they make the good
I
calls.
think there's a good chance. There's a lot of push on the buy side here. There's definitely a lot of liquidity that's kind of from 71 all the way up through 80. But I mean, with how strong this market has been, not a lot that's holding it back. So we'll have to see. I think that final minute is going to be insane, given how much we've been building up here.
Oh, can you see any changes to MOC as we come into the close here?
Good question. Let me see. No, I don't think it gives you any adjustments unless you have the pro financial juice. I just have the amateur financial juice.
Teaser. 5,900s.
Yep. Nothing to say. Wah, wah, wah.
Also, tomorrow after the bell, if you folks are not aware, there's Tesla earnings and there's also Lam Research. Lam Research has a big potential to have contagion in the chips space. We saw what happened with ASML, I believe, the Netherlands company, the Dutch company, that had a big contagion effect on the market when they reported that their forward-looking guidance was weak and that the rest of the sector expected it to be down. And it was, I forget who recovered. It's wasn't Lam Research, but there was another one that made Taiwan Semi, TSM, that made the chips sort of rebound. So I think a lot of the market is going to be hinging on what the report is tomorrow after the bell from Lam Research, LRCX ticker.
Will that affect NVIDIA, whatever Lam comes out at?
Yeah, I think it'll affect, depending on what their full year guidance is for 2025 and their Q3 results. I think that if they have a negative outlook for the full year of 2025, that can definitely have a contagion effect in chips. And there's a lot of people right now, at least in chattering kind of about in the ecosphere, that are talking about that NVIDIA is just going up because we're going to see it kind of get plowed to the downside on Wednesday with Lam Research earnings. So we'll have to see if that comes true. We've seen that kind of play happen before where, you have large institutions that get their clients juiced up on something like that, and they're the ones who are selling on the way up, only to take it down lower.
Go figure. Pump and dump there, Rips.
Yeah, and the world continues to spin somehow.
Yes, it does. Yes, it's all right. Those 5900s got rejected again. Yes, give it a shot. Not so much this time. Will they do it overnight and hold it there? Yeah, and the overnight trade's been pretty nice. Those that are just entering these markets, maybe start there. Get some cleaner moves, less noise.
We're coming inside about 15 seconds here till the final minute. Make sure you check your positions at the gate here. Could get a little wild in this final minute.
What's the best site for earnings?
CNBC is a great channel to watch for earnings. They're pretty up to date.
Just like
very many
calendar.
free options out there that are going to give you kind of up to the minute. Maybe economic calendar, tradingeconomics.com.
I think it's Earnings Whisperers. I think one that I think is pretty popular.
Yeah. CNBC is pretty up to the minute though.
30 seconds left. Saw some selling come in. Let's trade 58.93. NQ pull all the way back to 20,545. In the chat, they're saying Earnings Whisperer, Earnings Hub from Hoop. Shout out to Coach Hoop.
Yeah, BT from DL. It's a little bit expensive. BT is out of most people's price range.
Last 15 seconds. Like I say, I always pull up the ES ladder. Look at all that size come in. 200 up. And look at this. Rock and roll. Shout out to all the bell to bellers today. Cami Capital, Rips. Good stuff today. Hogue. Of course, Alex Ferreira. Seeing more of him. And folks, it's all for Power Hour. We had a little bit of movement there, but not so bad. And shout out to all the bell to bellers. Right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here on this Tuesday.
Blessings, everyone.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for another day at Topstep TV. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. If you did or you didn't, we'll be back here at 8 a.m. again tomorrow doing the whole thing all over again. A couple of things before we go. Just a reminder, this Thursday, funded trader and Traders Canada reality TV star Aaron Ellis is going to be joining us. That's this Thursday, October 24th at 11 a.m. Central. So be sure to check that out. That's going to be really cool. And if you like what you're seeing some people on here trading with the team, asking questions. You can ask Hogue literally anything when you're on air with them. You can do that too. We've been doing Trade with Topstep. I'm going to drop the casting call link here in the chat before we end. Take a look at it. If you want to trade with Topstep, fill it out. And I think we're going to have Dolby or Tim get back to you on that, but there's that. So be sure to fill that out. Right after this, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay, so stick around for that. Then come back later on for Slow Markets. I believe Nick with a Tick is hosting tonight due to Dakota getting his wisdom teeth taken out, but who knows? Dakota might show up with no wisdom teeth and full-on painkillers, so that's a show you're not going to want to miss. And then Wednesday, London Open with Deanna. That is tomorrow morning, 3:30 in the morning Central Time. So if you're awake or you're across the pond, check out Deanna. Otherwise, as Eddie would say, now is the time to log out, shut down. Don't go anywhere for At the Buzzer, but then after that, log out, shut down. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. So, as always, your chat. I'm James Harden. Have a great rest of your night.